Hello and welcome to the PokerStars Championship at Bahamas, live from the Atlantis Resort and Casino on Paradise Island. I am James Hartigan alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies. Bermuda, Bahama, come on, pretty mama.
As we continue our coverage of the main event here inside the Imperial Ballroom at Atlantis. Today is day 3. If you missed our coverage yesterday, the players got into the money. The bubble has already burst. So today we'll play 5 full levels as the post-bubble bust-out bonanza continues. We're already down to 125, and we can expect a few eliminations during the first hour or so of play today. We hope you'll be part of the broadcast. Our hashtag on Twitter is PokerStarsTV. You can follow us at PokerStarsTV. We also stream on Facebook Live, on Twitch at twitch.tv/PokerStars, and of course on the PokerStars YouTube channel.
I've already told one Twitch viewer to 6th letter of the alphabet off.
Amazing stuff, Joe. There is the live chat on Twitch as well if you do want to interact, as long as you say something nice to Joe Stapleton. Well, before we take a look at the state of play today, let's recap the action from yesterday, from day 2. Last time in the Bahamas, the stars turned out to play, hoping to make it past the dreaded bubble. We followed the story of 84-year-old qualifier Maurice Dadoun. He was living the dream. He got off to a strong start, but his fortunes changed, and he bust just short of the money. The feature table saw some crazy action, kings cracking aces, aces versus kings versus queens.
And somehow aces held.
And Vogelsang's full house running into Dan Coleman's quads.
Hashtag death by quads.
Wasn't quite killed by it. Well, Coleman's run good continued. He busted Breaking Bad star Aaron Paul just shy of the money. And the last player to leave empty-handed was Noah Boken. He exited in 144th place, bursting the bubble, leaving the remaining 143 guaranteed at least 7K. So still plenty of talent left in the field, 125 remaining. These are the chip leaders coming into day 3. And look at that, in the top 5, both Dan Coleman and Mike Timex McDonald.
Huge names at the top of this PCA field for right now. Mike McDonald, as we mentioned yesterday, not a PCA champion, but came as close as you possibly can without actually doing it.
And Joe Stapleton is the first member of PokerStars Championship commentary team to pay the fine for calling this year's event the PCA.
He wasn't a PCA champion?
You said this PCA field.
Oh, wow.
Let's have a look at the lineup at the feature table. Headlined by Mike McDonald, plus a former Bahamas champion, Harrison Gimbel, and Sam Chartier, a Canadian player with more than $2.7 million in live earnings. But Joe mentioned that Mike's had some great scores here in the Bahamas, and Joe spoke to Mike before the start of play today.
So, Mike, you're going into day 3 as one of the chip leaders. You came as close as you can to winning this thing without winning it. One of your best friends won it last year. Do you feel any pressure to perform this year?
I don't feel a ton of pressure, but I feel a lot of excitement. It's pretty amazing that 2 of my best friends from my hometown have won this tournament, and I have a 2nd place. Like, it would be nice to, join them and become the 3rd guy from Waterloo to win the PCA.
What is in the water in Waterloo? I mean, is it just that it's freezing in Canada, so you want to stay in the Bahamas for as long as possible?
I think that must be it. Something about Waterloo players. We always come down, always have success in the PCA.
Maybe they always have sex in the PCA. Who knows? That's got to be one of the benefits to winning.
I can tell you, I've been here 9 or 10 times. I don't have a lot of sex in the PCA.
I'm pretty close to a bagel myself. Let's move on from that. Actually, I heard that you said that you're not even playing your B game right now.
Yeah, I haven't really been, poker hasn't been my main focus the last few months, and I feel a little rustier at the table than I normally do. I still feel like my, even my C game I think is pretty good, but I don't really feel like I'm on top of my game right now. So it's nice to be running good and having chips in this, despite, my confidence isn't at an all-time high or anything.
You see that, everybody? He's playing his C game, and he's still top 3 in chips. That is an insult to everyone else in this tournament. One last quick question, yes or no, Mike? How do you feel the show Westworld is representing your people?
I mean, I have not watched Westworld as much as most people.
And that's how you get a yes or no answer out of a robot right there. Good luck, Mike McDonald.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, let's get action started.
Warm welcome to all players coming back to play the day 3 of PokerStars Championship main event. Players, the button has been drawn to seat number 4. We're coming back onto level number 15, small blind 2,000, big blind 4,000, with an ante of 500. 2,000, 4,000, ante 500. Players, have a great day. Dealers, begin to deal, please, now.
Kate Baderek getting the action started here on day 3, kicking off level 15 of the Bahamas main event.
More like Kate Gooderek. And there he is, Mike McDonald in the 8-hole. Looking for success here in the Bahamas.
We already have an all-in. We mentioned that the post-bubble bust-out bonanza is still on. And we see Dan Hoydal, who spent some time on the feature table yesterday, shoving from under the gun +2 for 33K. We have got 3 players at this table, Dan is one of them, with fewer than 10 big blinds each.
This is a pretty cool feature table. I know we got some shorties. We're going to lose a few people, but Sam Chartier, Harrison Gimbel, Mike McDonald.
Well, Gimbel has called with ace-5 of clubs. Hoydal, a 2-to-1 favorite with pocket 10s.
Oh yeah, I hate this feeling.
Hoydal needs his pair to hold to survive. At least everyone is now guaranteed at least $7,260.
It's unreal. Like even when you're drawing dead, it's slow. It looks good so far.
10s holding.
I don't know. I don't feel great about that 5, 6, 7 going on right now. It's just a hunch.
It's all about the backdoors. Well, the turn card is an ace instead. Don't worry about the backdoors. Gimbel just gets there on the turn. Hoydal can, of course, still improve to trips to a set with a 10 on the river, but it's a 9 and he is eliminated. First man out today, gone in 125th place, cashing for just over 7K.
I was looking at the back door, should have kept my eye on the front door.
One of the biggest pots I had ever played at the time. I was at like final table of an EPT. It had gotten really short stacked, like average stack was like 20 blinds.
So just to be clear, after the bubble burst last night, we lost 18 players in 7 hands.
Wow, that is huge.
Flips it, it lands, and he calls with king 2 suited. And he's just like, you're not a pro or anything.
So obviously we'll try and get to know some of the other players at the table. We know Mike very well. We know Sam. We know Harrison. You might recognize, Joe.
Alan Allison?
Absolutely. Alan Allison, who came 16th in the Bahamas main event in 2014. That was the year that Mike was the runner-up to Dominic Panker.
Because that's how I run, but I just
I do remember Alan Allison.
Yeah. But while it was going on, I was just like, everyone is acting as if I had already won the pot. It's like a high-stress environment. I was just...
This action has been folded around to Allison.
Could not handle it.
In the hijack.
I've been playing poker for as long as time exists.
He's one of the biggest stacks at the table, playing around 60 big blinds. He's going to raise it here to 11,000. A reminder that we're at the 2-4 blind level with a 500 ante.
What's going on with Scott Stewart on the button? Scotty doesn't know.
Scott Stewart is a player with nearly $500,000 in live earnings, but this is his first ever cash in the Bahamas.
Scotty too hottie.
3-bet to 25,500. Action back on Allison.
Wizards are never in early position or late position. They're always just in position.
I was going to say he reminds me of Tom Hanks in Castaway, but I didn't want to upset Hugh in the graphics team.
Hugh. We hardly knew ye. We hardly hew he.
Well, that's the call from Alan Allison. He is playing this flop out of position without the betting lead. Stewart has about 20 big blinds behind. Just over pot, in fact.
Big ol' 3-bet pot.
The flop is Jack 5-5 with 2 hearts. Allison playing in flow, checks it to Scott Stewart.
Looks like Scotty does know. He knows that you got a C-bet.
The American continuing into a pot of 60,000 for a decent chunk of his remaining chips, 19.5K. It gets the job done. So Bradley Snyder and Paul Knabel are the other two at the table with short stacks. Paul's got 7 bigs, Bradley's got 6. Obviously now we're playing day 3. We are playing 90-minute levels with a break after every level. You'll see from our field ticker that we've already lost 5 players today, including one from our feature table, already down to 120. Things will probably start leveling out a little bit in the next 30 minutes.
Hello. Any up, please? 500?
New player coming in as tables are broken. Tables are balanced. I know, Joe, there's a lot of people out there, and I'm sure your babies on Twitch were very keen to see Jamie Staples up on the main stage today. Jamie had a great table draw, however, one of the first to break. I think it's second on the breaking order. I doubt it's even going to last it 30 minutes into play. And we can't have a situation where, obviously, we lose a table from the main stage, have to bring a new table up, mic players, we'd have to stop the clock. It would be a disaster.
We can't do it mid-level, so you guys will be forced to just listen to old YouTube videos of me doing stand-up, but nobody wants that.
We've got an under-the-gun race here. What are you doing, Ben?
Is that Ben Zamani? Oh, man.
He has just joined the table. He's raising it to 10,000. Now, we're not 100% sure on Zamani's chip count right now.
We do know that he raised a 10K.
Yes, but we don't know if he has less or more than 70,000.
Man, the failure of that game on EPT Not Live, which, by the way, is now called Poker in the Ears, is probably my biggest disappointment of a game that didn't work that should have.
One of our favorite moments in Bahamas history, Ryan D'Angelo calling out Ben Zamani.
For doing exactly what Ryan himself was doing.
Oh, it was the ultimate pot kettle moment.
So good.
Yeah, I think it started with roughly that. Maybe a little lower that.
What are you doing, Ben? Oh, so good.
Scott Stewart, 3-betting from the cutoff this time, 33,500.
2 hands in a row. That is not, surely that's not allowed.
Action now on Sam Chartier in the small blind. Sam's biggest result to date, a WSOP circuit event in Atlantic City for 322 grand. He's folded, everyone else has folded. Stewart wins another pot.
You know, it'd be pretty sweet if you had like a counter spell card and you could block someone from 3-betting. You can't make them fold, but they can only call or then fold. Yeah, there you go, Scotty. Show us those choppers. Show me them chiclets. No? Okay. Now he's like, okay, move off me, please. Ballast Point is a delicious, delicious beer, James. Other delicious beers are available. I don't know what it is. I'm in a great mood today. I think some of it's having to do with some of the news that's out there. Silence is not golden.
I think we're in a great mood because this morning we recorded Poker in the Ears and Eyes, the in-vision version of the podcast, which will debut on the stream in a couple of days' time.
That too. Talking to Mike McDonald this morning puts me in a good mood. I really like Mike.
2.5. Oh, never mind.
That's what you got.
Scott Stewart opening from the hijack to 8,000.
Like you actually have a
Mike McDonald in the small.
Just behind your hand there. Yeah.
Oh, nice. I'll give you it and 5 more.
Just because of the 1K chip.
Yeah, you got like 150
So
back.
McDonald calls the raise. Zamani folds the big blind, heads up to this flop.
Yep.
Queen 10-10, 2 diamonds. Action check to the pre-flop aggressor, Scott Stewart.
I'm going to put Stewart on quads here. Just going to go for it. 4 10s.
$7,500, and Mike calls. Turn card, another queen. We have a double paired board with 2 flush draws out there.
I can't believe both players have quads now. Mike McDonald re-quads him on the turn. Kitty Bear on Twitch says, hey Joe, hopefully the mood lasts once the chat gets going. Happy New Year.
A 9 on the river. Action went check, check on the turn. Is that a Boba Fett t-shirt?
So far, I'd say yes. You can see the antenna from that little boombox he wears, his jetpack boombox.
So Mike has led river for 20K.
You got to lead here with quad queens because he could easily check back quad 10s.
Stewart calls.
He's gonna show 1.
Ace, queen, the hand for Mike, and Stewart had 8, 10. So you went a million miles off there, Joe.
No, that is very clear. Both players are pretty strong there.
So Mike
Yeah,
McDonald
you run good now.
up to 473,000, nearly 120 big blinds. He's one of the biggest stacks in the room. A reminder that you can follow the tournament as a whole, including action from the outer tables and up-to-date chip counts on the PokerStarsblog.com.
Quick reminder about your box. Just head side by side. So not
Okay.
much.
Well, let's look at players arriving at the start of play. There's a former Bahamas champ, John DeBella. There's Jason Mercier, fresh from his basketball session this morning.
And Sam Greenwood.
Davide Katai. Another Frenchman, Arnaud Matern.
How you doing? Good. I'll tell you in about.
The chainsaw, Alan Kessler. He was on our feature table during the bubble yesterday.
Hey.
Day 3. This is it. We got 125 left. This is the one.
Jamie Staples. Chance Cornuth and Nacho Barbero.
I don't know.
Talking about the chip leaders, there's Dan Coleman, who comes into play second in chips today.
I like how Dan Coleman's just like, I'm back this year, guys, so watch out.
Now, we've lost a few of the superstars in this tournament, but we still have former NFL star Richard Seymour, the 3-time Super Bowl winner, taking his seat.
We're not allowed to have just Richard Seymour in a shot. There needs to be someone else there for perspective.
And there's Nick Maimone, who starts as the overall chip leader. Nick bringing 689K to the table this afternoon.
It's like Harrison Gimbel, want a small one there. Raise and take it. Good job not doing anything too exciting while we were on the field rip, guys. Or the walk-ins, I should say.
So action here folded to Harrison Gimbel, and of course Gimbel won this tournament the year that fracas occurred between D'Angelo and Zamani, so that means he's got previous playing against Ben. It's Sam Chartier who gets the action started with a raise to 8,000. Round to Alan Allison in the big blind.
9.
casting a level 3 call spell.
2 players.
Got a couple of wizards here, one of the poker variety, one of the literal variety. King 4-3 with 2 spades. Action check to the razor.
Alan Ellison went pretty deep a couple years ago, right?
Yeah.
Final 3 tables.
As I mentioned earlier on, 16th in the 2014 main event. That was worth nearly $81,000. He has total live earnings of $250,000.
Pretty good for a guy you wouldn't necessarily suspect. I guess we're still in the post-bubble bust-up bonanza, huh?
Yeah, down to 115 now, so 10 eliminations so far, and we've only been playing for 15 minutes. 738 started across the 2-day ones, and also registering at the start of day 2, creating a prize pool of $3.4 million. This is a $5,000 buy-in event now. The winner will receive nearly $500,000 when we crown a champion here in the Bahamas on the PokerStars Championship on Saturday. Hopefully you'll join us at the weekend for Cards Up coverage of the final table.
You know, I think I just came up with a slightly shorter hashtag than PSC Bahamas. Hashtag not the PCA. That'll help me remember that it's not the PCA.
But it doesn't really reaffirm the new brand, does it?
Well, baby steps. And baby steps.
We must always take baby steps.
Scotty Stewart. Under the gun raise. Take it down.
Okay, so in 3 hours' time, you'll have the chance to play today's PokerStars TV free roll. If you're searching in the tournament lobby, do search PokerStars Space TV to find it. $2,000 in the prize pool. It's going to start 3:15 Eastern. That's 9:15 p.m. Central European time. And of course, we have a New Year bonus for you. $100 bounties on myself, Joe, and Matt. That's J. Hartigan, Joe Stapleton, and Waster. $100 for knocking one of us out. And the password you need to register? Guessatron.
Nice, the Guessatron is back. I cashed in the free roll yesterday, so if you want my $100 bounty, you're gonna have to work, girlfriend.
Guessotron, lowercase. Guessatron is the word you need to register for the free roll. We'll leave it on the screen for a while.
I always figured it was spelled Guessatron with an A in the middle. I wonder if that's the official brand or if that's the knockoff brand. That's like the Kirkland signature edition of the Guessatron.
Have to ask Matt Broughton. He is our in-house expert on all things Guessatron related. So we established that Benzimani is actually a pretty short stack. Only brought 50K to the table. He's raising to 10K here. Action is on one of the qualifiers at the table, Bradley Snyder. He won the 2016 Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open for more than $250,000.
For real?
Joe and I actually covered that tournament back in 2014 when it was won by another player who's going deep here in the Bahamas. Dan Coleman was part of Dan's ludicrous run 2.5 years back where he just seemed to be unstoppable.
Oh, Mike McDonald. Is he taking pictures or is he watching the show? Looks like he's doing a boomerang. Yeah, that was fun. Maybe one day we'll be back there. Like that spot.
So it ends up being a fold from Snyder and from everyone else at the table, and Zamani wins the pot. Up to 60K, playing 15 bigs. Remember, both Snyder and Paul Knabel are incredibly short, 5 and 4 big blinds respectively.
James, do you remember my Tinder story from that Seminole Hard Rock? Where I matched with that girl who I thought worked in a hospital. It turns out she was an inmate.
I don't remember that one. It's completely believable, though.
She had all these pictures of her, like, you know, in hospital scrubs and hugging other patients. And I was like, oh, she must be a nurse. And it turns out, no, she lived there. And it wasn't the, sorry, I'm not to make fun of someone who is ill, but it was a mental hospital. I dodged a bullet there. Maybe even a real one.
I was about to ask how the date went.
No, I somehow managed to avoid that one.
Early position raise from Mike McDonald to 9,000. And look at the respect this guy
How much
commands.
did first pay when you won this?
2.2.
I more.
You want to hear a bad beat story though?
What's that?
The year before it got
That
less
was-
people, but more
Paid
for
3,
first.
right?
It was 3 mil. It was
Yeah, the one year it was 3. It was 1 or 2 years before
I
you
think
were
Galen Hall won the biggest one. All right.
Yeah, maybe Puria.
I don't think it was the
either
biggest one.
Galen
Really?
or
No.
Puria won the biggest. Yeah. They were
Benny,
about-
Benny won the biggest one actually. He took third, but he got 2.4.
Yeah, but I think. Oh yeah, Puria was part of the chop. Yeah, I think you're
He
right.
got a sick deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was 3, 1.8, and 1.1. The top 3 places.
You say 3?
3 million. That 2009.
Officially,
2010, the year after.
Puria Nazari won the biggest ever prize here
Puria
in
is
the
just so
Bahamas,
much
$3 million.
More like
Yeah,
rich, yeah,
almost nothing
Nazari.
has $1 million now, anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that's I think that's pretty smart. Like the added benefit of getting that extra $1 million is a lot less than giving a bunch of people an extra 50K or whatnot.
Yeah, it's bad for the top players, but it's good for like the overall growth of the game. I agree.
Well, Snyder's all in. Shoving for just 18K.
18?
4 and a bit big blinds. So Harrison Gimbel is called out of the small blind. Sam Chartier in the big blind considering his options. So Snyder knows that this hand will go to showdown regardless of what happens next.
I like that.
You know what you started with?
About 150.
Thank you.
3 players, 1 all in. See how I pause for you guys?
2 10s and an ace out there. Wonder how happy Mr. Bradley Snyder is at this flop.
Just to be clear, by the way, and thanks to Kev Math for the clarification, Bradley Snyder won a side event at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. It was a 2.5K buy-in event. He didn't win the 5K championship, which Dan Coleman won a couple of years ago.
Got it. That's why I was incredulous, but to be fair, I was only half paying attention. Ghostface Killa on Twitch asks Joe Stapes, any comment on the Portuguese player? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Which Portuguese player?
I mean, I assume there's one in the field, and I will have a comment on him at some point, but...
I thought he was referring to someone at the feature table. I'm like staring at the flags thinking, am I going nuts? So just to be clear, we have action on the side here between Gimbel and Chartier, potentially. It went check-check on the flop. Gimbel has checked the turn. Snyder is all in. Chartier checks behind. We're going to the river, which is the 8 of clubs. So this is a straighty paired board.
Play the 100K.
No, I didn't play it. Played the 50, but not the 100.
All your friends are over to Ocean Club at night, eh?
Pardon me?
All your buddies are over to Ocean Club tonight, eh? Or at nights.
Oh, really?
That's where the cash game is, yeah.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah. They're like, yeah, I heard there's like a big game over there. I'm like...
The James Bond game.
Yeah, I know about that game. One guy won an Aston Martin in that game once.
But like, I don't know.
card marking and everything else, you got to have a lot of faith in. I got a home.
So Chartier betting river into a dry side pot, 13,000.
Right. Definitely. Yeah.
No one should be playing poker. We're in the Bahamas. Be on the beach. Sipping a mudslide, enjoying it.
The one thing I will
It ain't
say
dry
is
no more.
when there's a typical game going, people don't go out of their way to invite me to the game, and people have tried pretty hard to invite me to come to this game, which just makes me questionable. I don't know. As soon as I see someone trying to get professionals into a game, I'm always a little suspect, basically. So
it's like 50-50 pros and
well, I don't know exactly. I would just say non-zero chance there's something shady going on.
It's a call. So we're going to get a showdown between the three players. Gimbal tries to muck his hand, but it's an all-in, so it has to be shown.
Good work, dealer.
Gimbal had jacks. Let's see if Snyder's ace is any good.
It is.
we'll play it all in.
So with the kings, Chartier wins the side pot of 26K.
Good thing he bet.
But the main pot goes to Snyder, who survives.
Somehow ace-8 manages to run down kings and jacks. Well done, sir.
And Snyder gets the triple up and is now playing a 15 big blind stack, pretty much tied with Benzimani. Meanwhile, we're going to see some outer table action here on PokerStars TV because Jamie Staples is in a hand against Sean Buchanan. The river has been dealt. The board is 6 deuce, 7 8 deuce. Sean Buchanan has checked the action to Jamie. Jamie sat to the left of Ryan Reese, the 2013 World Series of Poker main event winner.
I'm loving just how many names are left in this field. Jamie Staples.
Jamie betting river, that is 27,000. And Sean Buchanan folds. Ship the pot to Staples.
You're welcome, Twitch.
I should have shown the bluff. That's a mistake.
Well, let's stay out in the field. This is Massimo DeMario all in, called by Jason Mercier. King, queen for Massimo. Jason with jacks. Classic race and a king on the flop.
Like the beach tower versus a Holiday Inn in Milwaukee.
No jack on the river. So Massimo doubles up through Jason Mercier.
Canadians run so good. 35? 35.
Thank you for folding the ace of clubs, sir.
And back to our feature table, where there's been a raise from Scott Stewart in the cutoff. Mike McDonald defended his big blind, and Stewart has continued flop for 6,500, gets a fold from Timex. Quick question here.
Win pots don't have chips on the rails.
There you go, set one up there. Yeah.
Remember, the hashtag on Twitter is PokerStars TV. Ben Martin says, is there another card hunt competition today? And have you revealed the winner from yesterday? Yes, there is another competition, which we'll set a bit later on today. No, we have not revealed the winners from yesterday. We will do very soon.
I do know that I was not one of the winners, so you still have a chance.
Expose, guys, expose, burn.
What was it?
Use spades, everybody. Expose, burn.
She just wants to show off that sweet wrist tattoo.
C3, fold, C4, fold.
Scott Stewart about to raise his pot. Got an interesting tweet from a Sam about Sky. Says, I know your boy Stu is the best player at the featured table because he cooks his SpaghettiOs in the microwave in the can.
Oh, no, come on. I mean,
hashtag life hack.
Number one, SpaghettiOs. Number two, metal in the microwave. These are not two shining examples of humanity.
Now, hold on a second. I understand the metal in the microwave. We've all done it once, right? You do it one time,
Yes.
you're like 11, 12 years old, you pop something that you realize, oh, that shouldn't be happening, you take it back out.
And obviously, you put your SIM card in there when you don't want them to track you.
That's right, when you got to just get rid of all evidence. Now,
Absolutely.
SpaghettiOs, however,
Oh, come on. No, don't try and defend SpaghettiOs.
are delicious. And there's got to be something in the UK that's just like a horrible canned food, but you grew up with it and you love it. What's the thing you guys have? It's
I can give you a couple tips.
Dick?
Spotted dick.
Spotted dick, that, yeah.
That's not in it. That's a freshly made dessert.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Doesn't come in a can?
But you can get canned spotted dick, but that's a kind of poor imitation of the genuine article.
What about corned beef?
Okay, you got us there.
Okay.
Corned beef is pretty repulsive.
But some people love it, right?
Doesn't make it right.
I remember the first time I went to an Italian restaurant for my parents and I asked for SpaghettiOs. They were mortified.
So back to the action at our feature table here on day 3 of the PokerStars Championship Bahamas main event. Harrison Gimbel has raised from the hijack. He's been called by Mike McDonald on the button. Ben Zamani all in from the small blind.
What are you doing, Ben?
He's shoving.
Simple answer.
54,500 is the all-in total.
Roughly a 15 big blind shove.
Sam. Always looks disgusted.
Gimbel knows he's got McDonald to act behind him.
Not really sure that's a hey, you have to act behind me look. It's more of like a hey, what's up look. That's a call.
And Timex folds.
Good luck, Ben.
Zamani with 9s, Gimbel with ace-jack. Classic race underway at the feature table.
Like SpaghettiOs versus corned beef, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
3-minute break.
Okay, let's flip the coin. 9 on the flop. However, 2 spades on the flop.
Hi-ya.
Oh, really?
Top set versus a flush draw.
Holy shit, really? Where's he at?
Appropriate reaction. Well,
52.
full house on the turn. And Zamani is going to double up through Harrison Gimbel.
What are you doing, Ben?
Well, let's relive that moment, shall we, from the final table in 2010 between Zamani and Ryan D'Angelo.
Seems like.
Oh my God. Oh God, that hurts.
I thought I might have the best hand. I didn't think he'd call with the worst hand.
You're so bad. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Is he talking to himself or Ben?
It's the sickest thing ever. Like, oh my God. You really called pre with that? So bad.
Oh, he's talking to Zamani.
Wow.
You 3-bet queen 6 pre, so I don't think you can point fingers.
Yeah, I guess, but that's the sick. What are you doing, Ben? Oh my God.
I actually thought that had turned into like one of those Luke, I am your father things, because the first 2 times he says it, he doesn't say, what are you doing, Ben? And I thought we had just morphed it over the years, but the 3rd time he got him.
And how young did Harrison Gimbel look in that video?
Yeah. What's I saying? He looks like a grown-up now. Just want to answer this question on Twitter from Daniel Hart. Says, great coverage. Any idea why the audio is out of sync? Well, yeah. Thank you, Jen.
I think you may have to investigate your own kit, Daniel, because
we checked it out.
Absolutely fine for everyone else.
We raised. Seat 1 we raised is the 21.
So Mike McDonald's opened to 9K. And we get a 3-bet from the newly enriched Ben Zamani. Now, I know Mike's trademark is the stare down, but wouldn't it be great if he actually said to him, what are you doing, Ben?
I wouldn't mind some variation. I'm like, what are you doing, Ben? What are you doing, Ben?
Mike folds to the 3-bet.
Can you ask the floor to put the average stack on
So
the pot?
thanks to everyone who undertook yesterday's card hunt challenge and entered our competition here on PokerStars TV. We can now tell you who the winners are. Remember, we have a $530 satellite ticket plus runners-up prizes, $82 feeder tickets. So the main prize goes to Jimbo Akimbo.
That is the wrong button. That is just a fake button.
He wins $530 satellite ticket, and the $82 feeder tickets go to World, V Compy, and Ma Far. So congratulations to all 4 players, and there's more chances to win today. We'll set today's competition a bit later on.
I'm on it.
He was, I think they like had the same position basically. So
Thank you.
yeah, Will's brother Thomas has been like my assistant for the last maybe year or something.
Oh, really?
Like that. So it's just dealing with like all the gambling transactions, and a lot of people don't know that he was just like a 17-year-old in high school.
The Wall on Twitter asks, how can USA citizens get into tourneys via online at PokerStars? The Wall, as a US citizen, the only way to do that would be to move to another country where you can play on PokerStars.com. Play on PokerStars. I feel like New Jersey may give away a couple of packages for this sort of thing, but your best bet is to move to
I believe
the UK,
150, but I count it kind of
Canada, or the Bahamas.
Same.
Okay, great, thanks.
Got to relocate, my friend. Sorry.
So just checking, Joe, if we're talking about tournaments on Stars, have you registered for today's free roll?
I haven't. Should I get on that already?
Yeah, you should, because 9,000 seats have gone already. That's nearly a third filled up.
Wow.
A reminder that the password is Guessatron. We'll put it back on the screen very shortly. Meanwhile, this hand has started with a raise from Scott Stewart, and under the gun raise, we've got the 3-bet from Harrison Gimbel, and now Mike McDonald about to get involved.
If I somehow forgot to register for the free roll, could they pull some strings and boot somebody out so I could get in?
No.
Could I randomly assign my bounty to another player and make it real? Well, you're not making this very fun for me, are you?
We've got a 4-bet here. Mike McDonald re-raises to 48K. I'm going to call it, by the way. I think we might be coming to the end of the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. We're only lost a couple of players in the last 15 minutes.
All in.
Gamble responds by moving all in.
Here we go.
Mike McDonald calls. Kings.
Tough to be racing against those.
Against aces.
So sick.
And this is a pretty big pot, 326,000.
This is not a race. This is like Coke versus Pepsi. Pepsi okay? You know what? I'll just have a water.
We did see aces cracked at the feature table yesterday. It has been known to happen.
Yeah.
So we could be about to lose a former champion here.
This is Mike McDonald's C game, by the way.
McDonald now better than a 9-1 favorite with 2 cards to come. And it's all over on the turn as Harrison Gimbel exits in roughly 109th place, cashing for $7,260, significantly less than the $2.2 million he won in 2010 for taking down the Bahamas main event.
Payout on 2?
No gimbal, no future.
And that will leave John DeBella as the last remaining former Bahamas champion.
You know what I like best about John DeBella? I like what his name means. It's Italian for John the Bella.
And let's flip things around and look at the world from Mike McDonald's perspective. He is now challenging for the chip lead with more than 620K.
AC Blanca on Twitch asks, guys, can you repeat the free roll password, please? Cheers from Mexico.
The free roll password is Guessatron. It's on the screen right now. Guessotron, lowercase.
They say is true.
Harrison Gimbel waiting to get paid.
So 108 remaining from the 738 who started. Still 50 minutes to play on this level before we take our first break of the day.
Butterhands on Twitch asks, what is the free roll tournament name?
It's the PokerStars TV free roll. So yesterday, Matt Broughton found it by searching for free roll in the tournament lobby. Alternatively, you can search for PokerStars Space TV as Aaron Paul returns to the poker room to take in the action. Aaron missed out on the money yesterday.
Looks like he's graciously posing for a selfie with a fan.
Yeah, make sure you register quickly because already 10,000 seats gone. Remember, it's capped at 30,000 runners, the free roll.
Just as a heads up, we're like 3 or 4 from a pay jump.
Thanks, Mike.
What's the page up?
$1.50. 2K. They're actually decent sized page jump.
Is it
the
wrong guy?
It's 2K page jump. Yeah. It's like it's actually.
Look at that. Aaron Paul's too nervous to ask for a selfie with Harrison Gimbel. You see the way he cruised right by him?
Yeah.
He was going for it and then chickened out at the last second. He's just a regular person, Aaron. It's fine.
$2K can like buy you a coffee and a sandwich here.
I like the way he took Hulu's The Path through the tournament area.
3 Canadians, 3 Americans, and a German. And look at that. It's a tale of the haves and the have-nots. Bradley Snyder still in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
And look at Paul Knabel. He's down to 2 bigs.
And you should say, or a nice swag on PokerStars.com.
Yeah, turn the t-shirt inside out. Yeah.
Under the gun raise, or under the gun +1 raise rather, from Ben Zamani. Sam Chartier defends his big blind. A Jack-Jack 10 flop. King of Hearts on the turn. The board gets straightier and flushier.
Ben, this board is supposed to have hit you. Especially once the king peels off on the turn.
When we check back the flop, he'll now make a delayed c-bet on the turn.
Bye-bye. Or as Sam might say, au revoir. Skylar on Twitter asks, you doing a bad Christmas gift giveaway? How about we exchange this year? I got some good 2012 calendars. It's 2017, Grandma. What I wouldn't give to get a Christmas present from my grandma.
Yeah,
You have a whole
all out on
pile
the
of
domain
crap
here.
over that side of the room, which I guess you're going to force on some of our unlucky viewers.
Absolutely. I'm not even giving them an option this year. They have to take the Staples Ungrateful Christmas re-gift because I cannot afford to bring it all back to LA with me. It's staying here one way or another.
We didn't want there to be another, there's like.
How much you put for a couple hundreds?
So basically, he also owned the PokerShares Twitter handle. Like, we wanted the PokerShares Twitter handle, and then the URL we didn't really care about. Like, we basically paid $1K for the Twitter handle. And
I'll
then
tell you what,
threw
Joe, in
the,
about
threw in the
5 or 10 minutes' time,
Yeah.
we are going to reveal the details of today's card hunt competition. After we've done that, let's kick off an opportunity for our viewers to win something else, i.e. one of your unwanted Christmas presents.
Can't wait for somebody to reach into my sack.
I really can't believe you get so much unwanted crap every single year.
Believe it or not, I usually get most of it from my parents, aka Santa Claus. But this year, a lot of it came from the girl who dumped me a couple days after Christmas. So I'm getting rid of a lot of it just because I can't look at it.
To be honest, none of it's worth keeping.
No, she and I had similar Christmas philosophies, and that's just nice to open up a bunch of stuff.
I disagree with this. I think it's nice to just actually invest time and money in a really nice gift and just not have loads of junk that just clutters up your house and you never look at or use again.
I do both.
So this hand rather, started with a button raise from Scott Stewart. Mike McDonald defended his big blind. Stewart continued flop for 6,500. We will see now if he barrels turn. And he checks it back, and then we get the 10 of diamonds on the river. Mike got the better of this guy earlier on. Full house against full house.
I'm going to start calling him Chef Boyardee. No, you know what? Let's modify that. Chef Boyardee. Because he's a G, but also he likes to cook SpaghettiOs. Nanu Nooney on Twitch says the beard stops us from seeing neck pulses on bluffs. Clever. Don't even have to wear a scarf.
So Mike leads river for 16,000. I think his neck's still pretty exposed.
Yeah, he's got his breathe on a little bit, doesn't he? 16,000 to 34. Yeah, there's the raise. Between that and his heaving chest, I tend to think that he's got himself a good hand here. Thanks, Mike.
He is letting it go.
I think that's a good read.
Scott Stewart hovering around the 42 big blind mark. Average stack right now, 209,000. Just over 50 bigs. We've still got more than half, well, just under half this level to run now.
Where are those pay jumps?
Robert on Twitter asks, any socks in the unwanted Christmas gifts? Maybe.
Don't be naive enough to think that you get to pick the prize.
Well, I think I'm going to do prize packages this year because we don't give away the prizes with the frequency that we used to. So I might do like every commentator in the booth can reach into my sack and pull something out.
It's a bundle. So it might include socks, but it's guaranteed you're going to get other stuff that will probably end up either at the charity store or in the trash can.
A couple of things that are used on various parts of the body.
We have an all-in, which is also a min-raise. Paul Knable shoving for 9,500. Sam Chartier on the button. 3 bets. Gets a fold from Mike McDonald in the small and from Benzimani in the big. Showdown.
Happy to see that hand.
So Knable, the player at risk here, was super short. Makes his move with 10-9 suited and is dominated by Sam Chartier's Jack-9.
Thanks.
Looking for a 10 awesome diamonds.
10 diamonds. Yeah.
Yeah, 9-10 of hearts, bad deck.
Jack high, still the best hand, but there are some opportunities with a paired board. There's the diamond draw for Knable, giving him 15 outs.
All right.
Wow, the whole deck, huh?
Yeah, he's also picked up the straight draw. He's got a gut shot. The river card, however, is the queen of clubs. And that will see Paul Knable sent to the rail.
Paul Knable used to be in this tournament till he took an arrow to the knee.
Is that 4?
Big out table 2.
Is that
He
4?
qualified online,
This table?
and he cashes out for $7,260.
The post bubble bust out
Like a
bonanza.
knife through the
Yeah,
heart.
where's this table? I think we got 4 in.
Meanwhile, on one of the outer tables, John DeBella is all in. He's been called in one spot by Jack Duong. So DeBella at risk. And he's got pocket fives against Duong's ace-king, so it is a classic race with the 2012 Bahamas main event champion at risk. Queen 4 deuce diamonds, queen of clubs. Wow, they dealt that out quick, but crucially, fives hold, and DeBella doubles up.
I didn't even have time to do a dumb race joke. You're welcome, everyone. You're welcome. Thank that dealer.
So DeBella still alive, and obviously we lost Harrison Gimble from the feature table earlier on today. DeBella, the last remaining former Bahamas main event champ in the field, with 105 remaining now.
And then one guy's like, oh.
Here on day 3.
Trolling him? That's brutal.
I don't think it was an intentional troll, but he just like thought in his head it was like 100% equity, and then lost some pot probably worth like 400K or something. Sucks. Yeah. Yeah. The 400K pot before being in the money of a $10,000 tournament.
Raise to 9,000.
Sam Chartier raises from the cutoff, gets a fold from Mike McDonald. Benzimani 3 bets from the small blind.
29,500.
A re-raise to 29,500. A fold from Bradley Snyder, the low man at the table, nursing a 10 big blind stack.
Started with like 140.
Sam.
Neither of these guys playing particularly deep. In fact, it's not a particularly deep stack table. We got Mike McDonald, who's among the chip leaders with 150 big blinds. He's got better than a 3-to-1 advantage over his nearest competitor. Alan Allison, second in chips at the table, has fewer than 50 big blinds. Mike McDonald is the only above average stack.
That's ridiculous.
It's a fold from Chartier. Zamani up to 40 bigs. Chartier drops down to around 38 big blinds.
Can't believe we have Bizarro Luca dealing at this table.
We are currently six-handed, so there's a very good chance we get some new players soon. Tables being balanced, tables being broken left, right, and center. But now we're at the tail end of the post-bubble bust-out bonanza, and with a average stack above the 50 big blind mark, there's every chance that things slow down during the last 36 minutes of this level.
Do you want to do a gentleman's wager on whether or not the next player to the table will be like a name player, someone we've heard of before? Someone with we'll say someone with a major title to their name.
I think there's a very good chance it is, so I don't really want to bet against that.
Okay, because I think there will be too.
So better watch out, mate.
As you observed earlier on, Joe, there's a lot of really big names, a lot of really accomplished players still in the field, still in the last 100.
It's interesting because the changes to the structure make it so that we get to the money on the end of day 2 now.
Yes.
And I used to call day 4 was like the big name graveyard. That's the day when we would typically be like, what a stacked field. And day 5 would be like, oh, well, there's 2 people left that we're really interested in. And I don't really know yet what the money being at the end of day 2 has done for that, when that graveyard's going to happen. Maybe not at all. I kind of feel like this year being the first year, the first ever PokerStars championship, we could have a very stacked final table.
All right, now that I've got 9K locked up, I'll gamble.
3-bet from Allison.
Luke, what's up?
And Mike decides he's going to call and see a flop.
See? I don't think there's a major title in that seat, but we know him.
So Mike McDonald calls in position. Alan Allison with the betting lead. 7, 8, 9.
No, if I bust you on the TV table, I'll just go over, start high-fiving the whale. Yeah. Oh, just off the table, got it.
Mike checks the action, which means we get the turn for free. 3 of spades.
Faut mettre les cartes sur le carton, c'est ça l'affaire, c'est tout? Les menaces, c'est tout, non? Faut qu'ils voient, puis...
So a delayed c-bet from Alan on the turn, 25,000. Mike calls. And the board pairs on the river. Joey, it's a straighty flushy paired board.
Allison insta checks. And I feel like Mike's going to bet here a lot when it's checked to him. Donald called the turn. No draws hit the river. I guess a spade draw did, if he picked up a flush draw on the turn. That's one thing that got there. Sorry, no flop draws came in on the river.
Blue chips are worth 5,000 each. The river bet from Mike is 60K.
I like Mike for bluffs here a lot.
Raises all in.
Wow.
Check raises all in.
So I think Mike maybe folds already if he were bluffing there. So there's that. When he says, whoa, sick, maybe he's got a flush and is worried about a boat now.
People are raising me on the river before pay jumps, after pay jumps. It's no fun.
Yeah, everyone's now locked up $9,120. First pay jump of the tournament.
What do you have? The sunglasses came on before the hand. I feel like you knew you were going to run a big bluff on me.
That's a good point. I just feel like when Allison checks there, he really doesn't have very much, which is why I think that Mike's going to bet that a lot and try to take it down. The bet was for like 2/3 pot. Seemed like a good bluff amount to me.
Still see you bluffing here. All right, that's a very. If that's a bluff, that's a very good bluff.
But he folds.
Sure you don't want to show it?
Meanwhile, as you observed, Joe, we do have a new player at the table. Another Canadian has joined us. I think it's Lucas Greenwood.
Luke, good old Luke Greenwood.
Meanwhile, we're going to kick off today's card hunt competition here on PokerStars TV. We are giving you another chance to win a $530 ticket to a PokerStars Championship Panama satellite on Stars. Three-step process. Step one, start today's card hunt challenge. You open the challenge window, you start trying to fill in your puzzle, and while completing your puzzle, while hitting those cards, we want you to win a hand with the 3 of diamonds as one of your hole cards. You might find this tougher than winning a hand with the ace of clubs. Now, once you have done that, and once you have completed the puzzle, if you don't complete the challenge, you're not eligible to enter, tweet the hand ID, your player ID, and hashtag PokerStarsWin. You've got till midnight tonight, Eastern time, so that's 11 hours from now. We'll draw a winner at random, and we'll also draw 3 runners-up who'll receive $82 feeder tickets.
So my competition is based on my attempts to complete the challenge from yesterday.
Okay, let's see how this hand plays out at the feature table, Joe, and then you can give our viewers the chance to win some of your unwanted Christmas gifts. So Chartier open to 9K. Bradley Snyder shoves for 40K and gets called by Chartier. Sam's got King 10 of spades. Bradley tables Ace King of diamonds.
All right.
A domination situation.
Channeling some diamonds, and not the 10 of diamonds. I might have just jinxed that.
Bradley a 70% favorite to double up.
King 10 suited never loses. Never.
There's like a 35% chance you jinx ace king.
Yeah.
No, that's a good flop.
That's a pretty good flop for Ace King of diamonds. Pretty good. Now a 97% favorite, and Chartier likely to be drawing dead on the turn.
We've seen stranger things on Netflix.
He does pick up the straight draw on the turn. And now Snyder has to fade a jack on the river. Hits his diamond, makes his flush, doubles up.
All right, James, so here is the competition.
What did you start the day with? 30.
Yesterday, in my attempt to complete the challenge, I lost a certain amount of money.
So just to be clear, when you're doing the card hunt challenge, you're playing...
I'm playing Zoom. I'm playing 50 cent. I'm playing 25, 50 cent Zoom.
It's basically either no limit hold'em cash or Zoom. That's how you complete the challenge.
And so I was playing a lot of Zoom yesterday, and even though I completed the challenge and won a $5 bonus, I ended up down a certain amount of money.
So are we talking about your your net loss after the $5 bonus?
Correct. My net loss after the $5 bonus. I'm wondering if, as a hint, I should give away how many digits it is. Now, by the way, this is for Twitch only. I've got a Twitter-only competition for later in the day. But for Twitch only, I'll just say this. It is a 4-digit number with a decimal point in the middle.
So basically, a certain number of dollars, 2 digits, and a certain number of cents, 2 digits.
Correct. So it's XX.XX.
Okay.
go. How much did I lose yesterday while attempting to complete the card hunt challenge?
You'll notice that as well as Lucas Greenwood, we've also been joined on the feature table by Benoit Galland, another Canadian. Benoit has opened under the gun here to 9,000, and it's raise and take it.
Figure out if you had a straight or two pair.
Yeah. Yeah, these cards are they're like bigger, right? Like the face of them are bigger for TV. Yeah.
So where these things read them.
Benoit with a stack of 120,000, so still plenty of below average stacks on our feature table. 101 players remaining now.
And whoever guesses it on Twitch will win a Stapes Unwanted Christmas gift prize bundle.
Woohoo!
Both myself and James will reach into my sack,
As long as I win, I don't care what my cards look like.
pull out a couple of treats.
Just looking at Benoit Galland, Joe, total live earnings of $158,000, and all of his results have been here in the Bahamas.
Huh. Wonder if he goes anywhere else.
9,000.
PokerStars qualifier Bradley Snyder opening from the hijack here to 9,000.
I saw something on Twitch that tickled me. You can see the numbers flying by, right?
Yeah.
I just saw one message that said, chat flying by so fast no one realizes it's my birthday. It just flew up to the top of the screen.
Taking no one's got it yet.
No one's got it yet, nope. I'll let this go on for a few minutes before I give a hit. I guess technically there's 9,999 potential guesses out there.
So Benoit Galland has called, defends his big blind. We get a 10-8 deuce flop with two clubs.
Well, that's rude.
Talking of double digits, Joe, the field is now less than 100, 98 remaining.
It's time for one of my classic math blunders. We're down to the top 11% of the field. It's actually probably kind of close, huh?
It's not far off.
That's what happens when I try to get it wrong.
Check, check on the flop. 3 of clubs on the turn. Oh, bless Smitty for trying to enter the competition on Twitter. A reminder, it's for people watching at twitch.tv/PokerStars. In the live chat, don't worry, there'll be more chances to win Joe's Unwanted Garbage a bit later on today. Already sold that one, didn't I? So with no C-bet from Snyder on the flop, Benoit Galland leads the turn for 8,000.
No one's gotten it yet.
With Snyder calling the 8K, we get the 6 of spades on the river. Galland leads again, 19K.
I think
Just under half pot.
this guy might be the new Mr. PCA. Sorry, Elkie. I guess he can no longer be Mr. You know, the old Mr. PCA, the new PokerStars. I guess there's a new title up for grabs now.
Mr. Bahamas.
Mr. Bahamas, Mr. PokerStars Championship Bahamas. That's a nice long title. Are you plugging Pollos Hermanos again on the stream, James? We talked about that.
I didn't even mean to click the link. You know, this is the problem with embedded videos in tweets.
What I don't like about the embedded tweet videos is that sometimes you can't tell how long they are, and I want to know what I'm in for.
Alberto Pinto, I'm going to address your tweet in just a moment. Let's just see if this bet gets called.
I hope it's to tell him to STFU. This is a big deliberation over 19,000. A third of the pot. Oh, sorry, it's a half the pot when the money went in. I guess it's a big chunk of Snyder's stack. Yeah. I mean, is this guy? Oh, he didn't have it. He had queen high. Is that right? An ace queen high is good. Okay,
Wow.
fine. I take it back. I take it back. It was a long decision. It was the right decision. It was a tough call to make. I'm a dodo.
Good call there from Snyder with ace high on the river. And now up over 30 big blinds, having been very short for most of the day. See, Alberto says the competition is unfair for those of us already completed Card Hunt. Alberto, I would encourage you to go back over your hand histories and see if you did win a hand with the 3 of diamonds, I believe is today's card. If that's the case, we'll accept it.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, to the outer tables where Richard Seymour is all in. Action on James Martin. Is this guy one of the state stalkers?
He asked me for a photo this morning and came over and said hello. I don't know if that qualifies him as a stalker. I mean, you would have to be pretty weird to be a fan of mine. Agreed. His tweet said, Joe Stapleton, you will be casting my winning hand.
I'm informed that James Martin has also been stalking Lee Jones this week, so you're going to have to share his attention.
Way to ruin it.
James Martin folds, and Richard Seymour's shove gets through.
Don't show anything.
All right, still no correct answers.
How is that possible?
Well, like I said, there's 10,000 guesses. Should I narrow it down a little bit?
How about you give people the cent amount and they just have to get the dollars?
I was going to narrow it down to whether I won or lost more than $50.
Okay, that's fair enough.
So I'll narrow it down to I lost more than $50. So all of your answers should be between 50.00 and 99.99.
Let's see if we can get a winner before the end of this level. 18 minutes to run until the first break of the day.
And if nobody gets to the next few minutes, I will narrow it even further. Although I should subtract, you know what? I'm going to add gifts. For every clue I give, I'm going to add more dumb Christmas gifts to the prize package. That's how it's going to work. Scott Stewart, Chef Boyardee. Raises, and he is getting shoved on by your boy Benoit Galan.
How much is that?
Has anyone ever met anyone named Ben who wasn't a complete tool? I don't think so. This guy's Benoit, though, so he's fine. Just kidding, Ben's. My friend Ben was
got about
walking by when I said that.
150 or so.
Shout out for him.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think a little more, but right there.
80,500.
Go on, all in for 80,500. Mike McDonald giving it a think. Still has Scott Stewart to act behind. Stewart's got 151K. Mike's got more chips than everybody at the table. Folks who are answering the competition on Twitter, you are wasting your
81 or 80,000?
tweet breath as Mike McDonald folds.
No, 80,000 probably.
72.5 additionally for Scott Stewart to call.
You're the professional. I'm not.
Call. Showdown.
That's a call. King, Queen, the hand for Gallant. Pocket sixes, the hand for Stewart. It's a race.
Like X videos versus RedTube, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Gallant, the player at risk.
Sixes, the king, queen, I have the sixes.
Right call, but you two would probably be happy to take your chips back and give them the cards, right?
Sixes holding after the flop. Kings and queens.
Yeah.
The immediate outs for Benoit Gallant.
Not anymore, no. That's a pain on the turn.
Yeah.
Then, yeah.
Wish I could take my cards back.
Yeah, what do you have?
Ace 10.
Check on the turn, gives us a sweat.
I got too many out now. It's not good.
You're right.
Gallant worried about too many outs syndrome.
Yeah, he was right to worry. He should have got inoculated.
So the 8 on the river seals his fate. He goes out in 98th place. He adds another cash in the Bahamas to his resume. $9,120 he'll receive.
Good game.
Hi.
So James, I decided for every clue I add, I'm going to add an additional bad gift to the prize package.
I like it.
So no one's got it yet, so let's add another clue.
Okay, so the first clue you gave is it's more than 50 bucks.
Next clue, it's more than $75.
Oh, wow. So any amount between 75.01 and 99.99.
Correct.
What stakes were you playing?
25 cent, 50 cent.
Remember, this is if you are following on Twitch, and if you are in the live chat on Twitch, there'll be a separate competition for those of you tweeting hashtag PokerStarsTV later on.
The problem was it was easy for me to lose a lot of money because if I had one of the cards I needed, I was very reluctant to fold the hand.
Of course.
Because I was trying to do it as quickly as possible.
Good fold, ace.
8 folds. 10 folds.
Raise and take it, Benzamani.
Zamani around the 40 big blind mark. The low man at the table is Sam Chartier, playing around 25 big blinds. And in 13 minutes' time, the blinds will go up. I believe we'll go to 2,500, 5,000.
See 4 folds.
Blufftown on Twitter reaches out to say, hey guys, I can't beat 1-2 on PokerStars, but I know what to do in every hand and every high roller. Hashtag Thug Life. Hashtag PokerStars.
See that raises to 9,000.
That's your stack.
Yeah.
So Chartier raising out of that 25 big blind stack. Raising from the cutoff to 9,000. Mike McDonald's on the button.
C10 re-raises to 22,000.
There's a 3-bet from Mike. Raising to 22K. Benzamani's in the small blind. He folds. Bradley Snyder in the big. Also passes. It's back on Chartier, and I guess it's kind of all in or fold time for Sam, considering his stack size.
He seems ready to go.
All in.
He decides to shove.
He is ready.
And Mike McDonald does the single chip call thingamajig.
Good luck, Sam.
Ace Jack suited for Mike. Pocket tens for Sam Chartier. There is another classic race underway at our feature table.
Like the Bat Cave versus the Fortress of Solitude, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
The all-in player.
It's a tough one, huh?
Fortress of Solitude every time.
I think you're gonna meet some resistance there.
Jack high flop. Ten on the turn.
There it is.
It's over, Johnny. It's over.
Inconsequential river card as Sam Chartier doubles up through Mike McDonald.
That was a big one. All right, time for another clue.
Someone still hasn't got it?
Someone hasn't gotten it yet. It is somewhere in the $80 range.
Okay.
Is that 94.5, is it? Okay, yeah. You want to count it again?
No,
Yeah, just
So we're heading to the outer tables again because we have
Okay.
a big pot building between Cliff Josephy in the 1 seat and Alexei Arpalikian, who's in the 8 seat. Join the hand on the turn. 7 of hearts, 6 of hearts, King of spades, 8 of hearts. And that is an all-in and a call. Josephy has a set of kings with the king of hearts. Jacks with the jack of hearts. There is the flush card on the river. King high flush wins it for Josephy.
Wow.
And he doubles up to around 500K. And that's going to put him in the tournament top 5.
That is huge.
Six raises to 8,000. 8 folds.
We believe that Dan Coleman is the current chip leader at this point on day 3 of the PokerStars Championship Bahamas main event. He's back, ladies and gentlemen.
Dan Coleman, Cliff Josephy, Mike McDonald, all at the top. I love it. All right, we have a wiener. We have a wiener.
Just let me tell you that Coleman's stack at the moment is 620,000. Another familiar name, Joe. Second in chips, Pascal Lefrancois.
Well, surely. I'm sorry, Pascal Lefrancois is coming to the feature table,
No,
or he's
Pascal
just a big
Lefrancois
sky?
is second in chips.
That's amazing.
3 checks.
All right, y'all can stop with your guesses as to how much I lost trying to complete yesterday's card hunt challenge. We have a winner. After this hand, we will tell you, oh, everyone in the audience is a winner.
The tournament chip leader is taking a seat on the main stage. Yes, Dan Coleman sitting between Scott Stewart and Sam Chartier. I think there's a pretty good chance that we're going to stick with this table for the next level.
It's like when Billy Madison finally catches that dodgeball. Now you're all in big, big trouble.
So this goes to the turn. Stewart continued for 8,500 on the flop. Snyder checks the turn.
Broughton, don't go anywhere. We're going to need you after this hand. I need you to reach into my sack.
Poor Scott Stewart, he's playing this hand mildly distracted by the fact that Dan Coleman's just sat down to his left. 5 of diamonds on the river with the action going check, check on the turn.
For me? They're lighting me up. Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, they've been lighting me up here too. I was up to like 6 from playing. Just got smashed with the giving some to everybody.
Snyder checks.
King.
King?
King is good.
What a comeback for Bradley Snyder.
Good enough room.
Online qualifier started the day with around 7 big blinds. He's now got close to 40 bigs, but still the shortest stack at this table.
He was talking about the pay jump, man. He had to fold for the pay
So
jump.
Dan Coleman sits down with 533,000.
Damn. Thought Mike McDonald had a lot of chips, although he did just double up Sam Chartier.
Coleman playing around 135 big blinds.
Might know that I'm not Dan Coleman.
They do look fairly similar.
Yesterday at the table, I was talking to some guy like from Toronto, and or like I mentioned, you know, like being from Waterloo. He's like, "Where are you from?" I'm like, "Waterloo." He's like, "I never knew you're Canadian," and I'm like, "Oh." He's like, "You're Dan Coleman, right?" I wish.
All right, so congratulations to Heisa Burgett. We got to get this done here before the level's over the next 5 minutes. Heisa Burgett on Twitch. You've won the How Much Did Stapes Lose while trying to complete the Card Hard Challenge yesterday. Now, there was the original prize, plus the $50 clue, then the $80 clue. No, then the $75 clue, then the $80 clue. So you're going to get 4 of Stapes' unwanted Christmas regifts. Matt Broughton.
Joe, what was the answer, by the way?
The answer was $82.49. I figured that even if I wanted a runner-up prize of the $82 feeder ticket, I still would have been down 49 cents. So Matt's going to reach into my sack 4 times. That's right, Matt. First item up for bids here. First is...
It is the original praline gold bar. It looks like some pretty cheap chocolate in some fancy packaging. The second prize drawn at random by Matt Brown is an inflatable doll.
Otherwise known as a blow-up doll.
Third prize. Is a tape measure that looks like it came out of a Christmas cracker.
That's 3 of 4.
Fourth prize.
That one's also chocolate. Let's go with something else. Reach into my sack again, please.
Dig deeper. Really get in there.
Really scrape the bottom.
The fourth prize is a participation award. What do you call these things?
A gag gift? A ribbon, a blue ribbon.
A blue ribbon that says participated.
So look at that, you've won. And by the way, the blow-up doll has already been inflated and deflated one time, and that's all I'll say about that.
I dread to ask. Please tell me it's not been used.
It depends what you mean by used. I did have a small party in my hotel room, at which point it was one of the party guests, but...
Wow. Can we throw in some free disinfectant?
Sure, why not? I'll throw in some wet wipes here. So congratulations, Heisa Burgett. Someone will be in touch. Don't freak out.
I'm out.
So picking up the action here, it was an under-the-gun race from Dan Coleman, called by Alan Allison on the button. Coleman continued flop for 13,000. He has checked the turn. Allison checks behind. 7 of clubs on the river. It's straighty and it's flushy.
Check.
Check.
4 checks. You have it. Pair of 3s.
Pretty close.
Ooh. Pair of threes. He's supposed to show first, right? These guys, they've always got some angle. He had like 4-3 off or something like that. Make him show next time. Say,
Okay, he looks like an honest guy.
That's how he gets you.
All right, I got you. I hear you.
Yeah.
Gloves are off.
Yeah. Next time he says pair of threes, just say muck or show. Don't
No
let him,
more
don't let
Mr.
him pull
Nice
this
Guy.
little this angle.
Pair of threes are no good, right? That's
Yeah.
So
Tricks like that are how you won
cards, try to cover them on this side. When you raise your cards, usually I have them in a hand with you, but I can sometimes see it. Try not to look, but
like when they're right here.
When you like pull them up all the way, I can sort of maybe see that.
Thank you.
It just went back call on the flop, and then they checked in.
Yeah.
Poor Kevmath is lamenting the fact that he came very close with a guess of $83.25. However, he entered on Twitter and it was a Twitch-only competition, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I'd say the price for Dan would be.
Got caught.
Yeah. I'd say 1% for $950.
1% in this tournament.
Clock's ticking down. I think we're going to squeeze in one more hand this level.
Speaking of squeezing in, enjoy this prize package.
I don't think it's an unreasonable.
I was like 60. So.
Pardon me?
I'll do
I think
it.
it's worth more. I'll buy a percent of you right now for $750. I don't know if that's good,
I'll
but
sell you my whole stack for 75K.
I'll buy 20%. I'll buy 20% for 15K. Lock up 15K. Imagine what you could buy. It's like your satellite into one of these 15K turbos.
Do you have any blues behind that?
No. I started with like less than, between 180 and 200.
So Lucas Greenwood's raised to 10K. Dan Coleman has defended his big blind. Flop is Jack 6 deuce. This is officially the last hand of level 15. We will be going on break after this.
Time for Luke Greenwood to get involved.
Greenwood continuing for 8K.
Talked to Sam Greenwood after Prague, the little party we had. He said Max was working his way out of poker. Congratulated him. Exciting to see Dan Coleman. I can't really say back on the tour since it's our first stop, but back on our radars, back on our scene.
Absolutely. Let's just give you a key stat about Mr. Coleman. Total
Please.
live earnings, $27 million. Third
all?
on the US all-time money list. His biggest result being winning the one drop at the 2014 World Series of Poker for $15 million.
That was the one Daniel finished second in, right?
Yes.
Very awkwardly congratulated Daniel for winning that tournament because someone in my home game was like, oh, Daniel won. Referring to Daniel Coleman as Daniel.
Can't really blame them. That was a lack of clarification on your part.
No.
So went check on the turn. 10 on the river. And Greenwood set to bet into a pot of 42,000. 17,500.
A lot of folks on Twitch right now mentioning what an attractive man Dan Coleman is. I don't see what that has to do with him being a poker player, but I totally agree. He is really hot. OMG with the flow on Twitch says lol as if live earnings means anything.
That's interesting.
These donks with their 27 million in live earnings.
I'm sure that guy have a lot of fun playing the free roll today. 23,000 players registered for the free roll, by the way. Password still on the screen.
Man.
Dan Coleman a little befuddled by this bet of 17-5 on the river.
I'm checking raise on the turn. I just like to call too much.
Well, that's one trait he shares with the other Daniel. If you don't call, you don't know what they have.
Is he going to pay the looking price? He's been thinking about it for 2 minutes now.
Take my money.
You got it.
It was a bluff.
Yeah.
Queen 6 the hand for Coleman. King 9 the hand for Greenwood.
Maybe I should have thrown one more chip in.
Calls with a pair of sixes and he's right. Dan Coleman up to 560,000, probably still tournament chip leader with 95 players remaining. Let's have a look at the stacks on our feature table and a reminder that we're going to stick with this table for the next level with the blinds going to 2.5K and 5K. Join us for more action after the other side of this 20-minute break on PokerStars TV.
I mean, obviously, man.
At our feature table, we have the two Chris's, chip leader Chris Oliver and Chris Moneymaker, who's under the gun here, looking down at pocket sevens.
He's going to get the action started.
Sunglasses first, everything in order.
Now the action started.
He raises to 66,000. Ace King for Chris Oliver. Blimey, he's got a legitimate hand.
Something we normally don't see. How will he play it?
His standard strategy, which is to raise. He 3-bets to 159,000.
He doesn't let us down.
Palacios has King 10 and folds.
Could be a spot for a cold 4-bet out of one of these guys.
Folded to Anton Yanel in the big blind.
Don't think we're going to see a cold 4-bet.
Instead, it comes back to Chris Moneymaker.
Both of these players have deep chip stacks. Moneymaker has a qualified pair. He's going to want to see a flop.
So he makes the call.
What you got, Chris?
What's that?
What you playing?
1.5.
It's always 1.5 every time you ask the question.
Slow and steady Moneymaker.
Moneymaker's still good on that flop. As a backup, he has an up and down straight draw and a backdoor flush draw.
Oliver has no backup plan, but wow, he has checked. He's slowed down.
He found the button.
He does have a backup plan.
Mark the date and time. The board pairs. Moneymaker's 7 still good.
That gives him an open-ended straight flush draw with 2 pair.
Nice.
$170.
And he is going to lead out on the turn. 170,000.
This is an excellent turn lead. It's highly unlikely Oliver hit that flop if he checked it back after he's been aggressive all day long. Moneymaker is betting to protect his hand and squeeze a little bit of value.
Oliver with the decision.
Call.
He is going to call with his overs and see a river card.
Ace King looks pretty pre-flop, but on this turn, it's ugly enough to give Freddy Krueger nightmares.
The river card is the Jack of clubs. It's a straight flush for Moneymaker.
7 to Jack, straight flush.
And he checks to the aggressive Chris Oliver, who bets 200,000.
Oliver bites on this Moneymaker trap. Sneaky, sneaky Chris.
$5 as he just clicks it back.
I decline.
Are you gonna show me if I fold?
Anytime you ask, I'll show you. Chris Moneymaker.
You're Chris Oliver.
I'm glad we cleared that up.
I'll make it 450.
It's almost a min raise, 450,000 total.
Chris Moneymaker with the excellent table talk, baffling his opponent on this river.
And Chris Oliver forced to fold ace high.
He thought better of rebluffing. For good reasons, Chris had a straight flush.
He's going to be on the button in this next hand as the blinds go up to 20,000, 40,000. And as we sweat with Chris Moneymaker, we're only going to see his hole cards. There is Sam Stein, one of 2 new players at our feature table, the other being Shane Karner, who's in the small blind. Action is on Anton Yanel. He's folded. So here's Chris, pocket nines.
Earlier, Moneymaker said he had a read on Oliver. Well, Chris, I have a read on you. Every time you put your sunglasses on, you're gonna play.
Solid read. He has raised it to 90,000. Tim Finney lets it go. Chris Oliver looks interested. He's raising. He is 3-bet to 200,000. Good luck putting him on a hand, William.
This is a difficult task I have in front of me, but I'm gonna go ahead and say he has something suited, and I don't even know if it's connected. It's suited.
High or low?
All over the place, from high to low.
Chris Moneymaker will make the call, and we go heads up to the flop. And that flop is King Jack 8, 2 overcards to Moneymaker's nines.
Money is gonna need that read he talked about earlier if he's gonna navigate this flop.
He has checked to Oliver, who had the pre-flop betting lead. He continues for 235K.
And it looks like Moneymaker has got that read.
He will make the call. A 10 on the turn gives Moneymaker an up and down straight draw, just in case his nines are no good.
If Chris Oliver actually had a qualified premium, it surely would have hit this board.
When has he ever had a premium? He's betting for a second time. He makes it 509,000.
I'm all in.
A Moneymaker shoves.
Moneymaker clearly knows something we do not.
He talked about having a read on this player. He's going with that read. 6 deuce is the hand for Oliver. Complete airball, and he lets it go. Moneymaker has been getting the better of Chris Oliver at this feature table.
Money was not afraid to play for stacks. The composed veteran gets the best of the wild young gun. Fearless.
Get the blood racing a little bit there. That was fun.
Fun for you.
Blinds are still 20 and 40,000. Chris Oliver is in his favorite place, early position. Tim Finney folds under the gun.
88.
And Chris Oliver raising with 7-5 of hearts.
Well, this is in fact Chris Oliver's favorite hand in all of the poker hands out there.
Sam Stein with Jack Queen lets it go. Shane Karner folds. Grayson Ramage not interested. Anton Yanel has ace-3 of diamonds. And he will call from the small blind. Chris Moneymaker is in the big blind with Jack Queen. We saw Sam Stein fold the same hand, but Chris has got chips invested already.
So it's 48 to me?
Bring back the squeeze, Chris.
Dude, I'm so bad at math. That's 48, right?
Didn't he used to be an accountant?
You would think I'd be better at math being a poker player.
No, it's a good thing you're not an accountant anymore, though.
I know, seriously.
There's your answer.
People I did their taxes for like, dude, he did my...
Lawsuits being prepared across Tennessee. Well, that is a danger flop for Moneymaker. He's hit top pair.
Check.
But Chris Oliver has 2 pairs. The blinds have checked to him.
135.
And he makes a continuation bet of 135,000. Yanel gets out of the way.
Moneymaker is treading in dangerous water right now.
He makes the call. And the turn doesn't help him. Oliver still leads with 7s and 5s.
260.
And he's firing again. This is a real test of Moneymaker's live read.
Do I get to see this one too? No. But I really want to see it.
Moneymaker does not seem happy with the situation. He doesn't seem comfortable.
The longer someone ponders on a hand, the more likely they are to call.
You got the goods this time, Chris?
He's onto something.
Something tells me you do. I don't know why.
He clearly does have a read.
I feel like you have it actually this time.
Think positive thoughts. Woo.
Sorry, guys. I'm playing for his tournament life here, maybe. So.
Chris suggesting a raise, maybe.
Small tournament.
Come on, Chris, go with your gut.
Oh, my gut tells me you have it.
Your gut speaks the truth. Definitely go with your gut. He lays it down. Chris Moneymaker is playing so well against Chris Oliver. He hasn't put a foot wrong against this guy all day.
He didn't have top set.
Huh?
He didn't have top set.
I did not have top set.
No, he didn't.
8, 8,
No.
8, 9.
I had a jack, man.
You beat the clock by PokerStars.net. All the excitement of poker condensed into just 5 minutes. Survive those 5 minutes, you win, guaranteed. Beat the clock by PokerStars.net.
Nice to see a good number of spectators on the rail as 9-handed action begins. And chip leader Ryan Fair will raise from under the gun with 7-10 suited.
This raise is looser than the admission standards must be at the University of Florida.
It's hard to get a read on somebody. You're so far away from them.
Nah, I'm pretty sure I've got a good read.
Shasilov calls with ace-jack from the hijack.
Fairly standard hand to call with in late-ish position.
The big table.
It is.
Yeah.
Hello.
You have me covered, right?
I don't know how much you have.
You have more than 5?
I don't know. I haven't counted. Whatever your mind wants is it's gonna perceive it that way. If your mind thinks I have you covered, I'm gonna have you covered.
Okay, so there's like Jedi mind stuff going on.
I don't know. All I know, it's on you.
This guy is a riot.
Wong with jacks will 3-bet to 280,000.
I like the 3-bet, but I think calling in position would have been fine too. And this should be an easy fold.
What did you start with, 5 million?
Whatever you want to think.
Okay, I can respect that.
You kind of have to. It's your line, brah.
God, I can't even get the raises.
Literally the first person that's ever had that problem.
So it's a 4-bet from Fair to 715,000. Action back on Jerry Wong.
All in?
He shoves.
Not sure that I would have shipped there. It's hard to get called by anything he's doing well against, and Jacks play pretty well in position.
Fair folds.
Guess it's better than getting bluffed off when an ace flops.
Wong up to 5.6 million.
Ryan Fair just gave away 750,000 chips on a final table bubble, though. Not advisable.
And he is no longer the chip leader. Action on Joel Micker. Ace-queen in the hijack. Raises to 105,000. Kings for Ryan Fair.
This could be it, kids. Here comes the 3-bet.
Sometime this year, I assume.
It's probably hard for him if he doesn't know how many chips he has.
He makes it 255,000. Folded back around to Micker.
And as deep as they are, it doesn't have to all go in before the flop.
Mika just calls.
And he is out of position.
The flop is all hearts.
Now it's going in.
I have the light right in my eye, and I can't see the flops.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Seriously?
This light is right in my eye.
Somebody get him his space glasses.
All right.
Mika checks.
Somebody at least read him the flop. He's betting dark.
Fair bet's 325,000.
I'm guessing this is where it all goes in the middle. A lot of players aren't going to call out of that stack size.
Mika does call.
Interesting.
9 of spades on the turn.
Especially since you can brick the turn, and then what do you do?
Well, Mika checks a second time. And Ryan Fair checks behind.
Wow, got a free card on the river, and he got there.
It's a heart. The nut flush for Mika. The second nut flush for Fair. Mika checks it.
Fair's going to let him check raise.
Fair walks straight into the trap, betting 450,000.
I think when Mika does check raise here, though, his hand is going to be fairly face up.
Watch as the jaws of the trap spring shut. 1.1 million.
This is either always the sickest bluff ever or the nuts. And on the final table bubble, I lean toward nuts. Then again, I think Ryan Fair is also leaning toward nuts, but more like the crazy kind, not the good kind like you want. I also think I probably would have bet more if I were Mika. I think the min raise almost looks stronger, and maybe Fair will sense that.
Fair calls and loses a huge pot to Joel Mika.
Sort of a cold deck, sort of a bad call, really bad timing.
Get in.
At the start of nine-handed play, Ryan Fair had 6.3 million. He's now dropped below 4 million.
Oh, this is his normal pair.
You see how? But do you see how they're all dim? And then this one's the brightest. Yeah, like this, it's okay.
Blinds are up, by the way, 30 and 60,000 with a 5K ante. Action's been folded around to Jerry Wong. He'll look down at Queen 9 of hearts.
Kind of an auto raise when it's folded to you in this position.
He raises to 120,000. Joel Mika accidentally folding face up there. Ace Queen for Ryan Fair in the small blind.
Typically a spot for a 3-bet.
He does re-raise to 255,000.
Smallish 3-bet though, so Wong's getting decent odds to call in position.
He does call.
Wong's dominated but suited.
The flop gives Wong a flush draw. Fair in front with top pair.
This is a board you definitely want to continue on. Make sure your opponent pays to draw, and you can get just pure value out of top pair second kicker.
Fair will bet for just over half the pot, 345,000.
Wong's got no choice but to peel at least one street.
He does call. The turn card is the 5 of spades pairing the board.
Definitely a fan of Fair betting again here.
Looks like he will bet again. 465K.
This bet is pretty small relative to the pot, and Wong's super deep, so he can afford to peel again if he wants.
He does call.
A queen would be very bad for him, though.
The river. It's a heart. Once again, Ryan Fair gets rivered.
Well, at least he knows he can't value bet anything anymore.
He checks.
Wong's got the near nuts, so he should be bombing this.
He bets just over $1 million.
How much is it?
$1,075,000.
I call.
Fair calls.
Pure frustration call. When a guy asks how much it is and then doesn't even wait for the answer, it's not always the most well thought out plan.
Ryan Fair tilting off his chips.
How much is it?
$1,075,000.
And Wong is getting paid off more than my student loans, which actually isn't all that hard because I don't pay them.
Jerry Wong now the commanding chip leader with 7.4 million. Of course, Ryan Fair was the chip leader at the start of nine-handed play. He is now the short stack with fewer than 20 big blinds.
If he wasn't tilting off his chips before, he might do it now.
Action on Wong. He folds. Roy gets out the way. Joel Micker has ace-10.
Pretty solid hand to wake up with in late position.
He raises to 120,000. Ryan Fair has ace-6 and shoves.
And this could be it.
The blinds both fold.
It's about 1.2 or 1.1.
This is for a lot of chips and a very important spot and probably the biggest moment of Mika's career, but this is an absolute must call.
He does call.
There you go, man.
And Ryan Fair sees he is in horrible shape.
Fair is dominated. He's supposed to go broke here.
I like it.
What's this like?
Who said life was fair? Ryan Fair.
The flop is King 10-7. Fair now drawing to running cards.
Good aim.
Almost impossible to come back from this flop and only 2% chance of a chop.
And he is drawing dead on the turn. An unbelievable implosion. Ryan Fair out in ninth. And we have our final table in the PCA 10 main event.
Heck of a character, that Ryan Fair. He's going to land on his feet, I bet.
Play PokerStars.net Spin and Go Neymar Jr. Edition, and you could win a 5-ounce solid gold poker chip in just a few minutes for free. Go for gold and win big fast with the Neymar Jr. Edition Spin and Go from PokerStars.net.
Welcome back to the PokerStars Championship Bahamas here at the Atlantis Resort on Paradise Island. We have played 90 minutes of poker. We have lost 130 players. We've lost 30 players so far today, taking us down to 95. And these are the chip leaders as we head into level 16 of the main event. Cliff Josephy is the biggest stack in the room with 572,000. Second in chips, Dan Coleman, who is currently at our feature table along with Mike McDonald, Sam Chartier, Ben Zamani, and Lucas Greenwood. A pretty stacked field on day 3 of this main event. I am James Hartigan, he is Matt Broughton.
Hello everybody, good day to you sirs and ladies.
A reminder that if you want to get in touch with us in the booth, the hashtag on Twitter is PokerStarsTV. Matt is also across the live chat at twitch.tv/PokerStars.
Yes, hello to you all. Do come and chat to us.
Blinds now 2,500, 5,000 with a 500 ante. And we decided to stick with this table. And obviously, Matt, we've got a very good lineup here. We've got the guy who's second in chips. We've got Mike McDonald, who was the runner-up in the main event here in the Bahamas in 2014 and has had so much success at our events. We've got another Canadian, Sam Chartier, one of the Greenwood brothers. Ben Zamani from the final table in 2010.
Ben!
We replayed that incident earlier on
really
today.
Excellent. Wow, ordinarily we have such an international mix that is incredibly dominated from the Canadians and the Americans.
It is a exclusively North American lineup on the main stage right now.
Just over and over again.
Wait, what's PokerStars? Could you tell me more about that?
Loving the beard.
And how people could buy a piece of professionals like Dan Coleman in any tournament?
Well, the beard belongs to a gentleman by the name of Scott Stewart, who's earned his first ever cash in the Bahamas, adding to his total live earnings of 458,000.
Wow, really? You should tell me more about it. What is it called? PokerStars.com. Any player, any tournament. And how does it work?
So Zamani has raised under the gun.
The way it works is you make a deposit on the site. It's very simple. Many deposit methods.
2 players?
You choose your player, choose your tournament, and we'll give you a price.
Mike defends his big blind. We
as much
get
as you
an
want.
8-6 deuce all spade flop.
Spadaroo.
I just made $1,000 on PokerStars.
6,500 up for grabs.
It was that easy?
Check, check on the flop. 9 of spades on the turn. And once again, the action goes check, check. Straighty, flushy, paired board alert. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom.
There it is. Straighty, flushy, paired board. Our job here is done. That's it, guys. That's a wrap. Well done. Good job, team. Let's hit the pool.
Robert Needham gets in touch on Twitter to say the new PokerStars Championship logo is sexy. Big fan.
Freak. And I mean that in a really friendly way.
So Mike McDonald leads River for 25,000. And Zamani folds. So Mike McDonald, second in chips at this table, with an 80 big blind stack. Dan Coleman, obviously second in chips overall and chip leader among these 8 players on the main stage. Well, let's introduce our first guest commentator of the day. We welcome from Team Pro Online, someone who we saw eliminated yesterday from the main event here in the Bahamas. We welcome Kevin Martin to the booth.
Hello, hello, hello. How are you guys?
Good. It's the best thing about being knocked out, isn't it? You get to come back here where the magic really happens.
It's like I'm actually the winner, I think. The fact that I get to hang out with you guys and not play for $500,000 is way more fun.
Well, Kevin, we've had you on the live stream before, but via Skype. So this is actually a treat for us. It's the first time we've been all together in the booth.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's very, very happy to be here. And to cash was pretty fun.
And that was going to be my question. How was playing in the first ever PokerStars Championship main event? I appreciate it's very similar to the main event that we ran here last year, albeit under a new name. But was it a fun experience across the 2 days?
It was amazing. It was really, really obviously a well put together event. The best dealers and everything was amazing. It was my first 5K ever, and so to battle this tough of a field was just like a thrill for me. It was super fun. We had some good tables at the start of day one, then some tough tables. We played against Aaron Paul for a ton of day one, which was just so fun. Yeah, it was a great, and then to cap it off with the cash, I mean, of course, I would just die to be in this field of 95 players remaining, but it's not meant to be.
Yeah, of course, we saw yesterday you were sat alongside another one of the regular Twitch streamers from Team Online, Jamie Staples.
Yes, my roommate. We actually started day 2. We were right beside each other. Unfortunately, our table broke right away, so we didn't. I gave him a few chips before I left to help him out, and obviously he's doing pretty well.
Okay, we're going to pick up the action in this hand here, Kevin. It started with a raise from Scott Stewart. He made it 10,000 from the hijack. Dan Coleman then 3-bet from the cutoff. And on this King Jack 4 rainbow flop, Coleman continues for 20K.
That's the look of a very tough man.
And Dan Coleman is a very tough opponent. I mean, we know about the 2014 this guy had. I mean, he was just tearing it up. And then he kind of disappeared from the circuit for a while. I mean, he didn't need to play poker. And now he's back. And he's back with a vengeance. Stewart calls the C-bet. We get the 10 of diamonds on the turn.
Out of position against Dan Coleman. It's tough. It's really tough.
Sounds like a real good plan for the day.
Yeah, it's really, really difficult.
I think you sit down and work out how many levels there are. If I just sit here, how long can I blind away and just pray to get balance to a better spot in the room?
Well, Coleman checks behind. It's the 9 of clubs on the river, making this quite a straighty board. I guess, Kevin, regardless of the fact that it's Dan Coleman, just generally, playing a 3-bet pot out of position is not ideal.
It's so tough, so tough. Against the guy with a lot of chips. He's out of position. It's against Dan Coleman. The guy has a ton of chips. It's just a disastrous situation.
Yeah, and of course Dan Coleman is the guy with the pre-flop betting lead as well. So Coleman continued flop. Check back turn is deciding now whether to bet river. In fact, has Stewart checked?
No.
No, in fact, Stewart's going to lead. Blue chips worth 5,000. Yellows are 1,000. $48,500, just under half pot.
Is he trying to get value from his king high straight with the queen, or is he trying to tell the story that he has a king high straight with the queen?
Well, I'll be honest, I'm disappointed you've asked that as a question because you're here just to tell us what's happening quite specifically. So if you could pick one, we'd be very grateful.
I have no clue.
There's a real good chance we'll never get to see, so you can't be wrong.
All right. I think he has it.
Yeah, me too.
So Coleman folds.
We're right.
Yeah, we're right. He had it.
Yep.
Last time I checked, Nemo was orange, not pink. Meanwhile, we've had an elimination from one of the outer tables. This is Ben Whittam-Smith. He was one of our spin and go qualifiers. Won his seat for $10, and he's cashing out for $9,120.
Wow.
Well done.
Man alive, how many times in your life do you get that kind of return? That is amazing.
The field now down to 93. Average stack just shy of 50 big blinds, 238,000. And we have got half the players at this table above average and half the players below average. The shortest stack being Bradley Snyder, who's playing 28 bigs.
You said, Kevin, about playing this being your first 5K. Like, I mean, can you, within a matter of a few hands, sense that things are a bit different than you're used to?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if it's just a mental thing, just knowing the buy-in. The whole time I'm just telling myself, this is not a 5K. This is just a poker tournament, right? These are just chips. It's just cards. We've done this before. We've worked hard to get ourselves in this spot. But for sure, in the back of your brain, the amount of money that you're playing for is always lingering. I was all in on the bubble, actually, a couple of times as well, and the adrenaline was real, boys. I'd like to say that I was just sitting there stone-faced. It was nerve-wracking.
And what about the players, the quality of the players? Is that something that becomes apparent quickly or never, or, you know, just one particular bad spot you might find yourself in?
Really depends on your table draw, obviously, early. Day one, I had one really good table that was pretty fun. People were loosey-goosey, having some drinks. But as day two, I think the cream of the crop definitely rises to the top, right? The good players find a way to get the chips. This is a really good, slow structure. The best always find their way near the end of day two, day three. So, it was tough on day two, and it was really, really a battle. Every single table was tough.
So this hand was raised by Lucas Greenwood under the gun +1. Dan Coleman just called in the hijack. Check, check on a queen high flop. 4 on the turn. Delayed c-bet from Greenwood.
No.
So check to Coleman for a second time.
Well, if he was setting a trap, it appears to be working. If he wasn't, things just got a bit more tricky.
It's nice to see Gandalf still in the main event.
Yeah, this is a guy called Alan Allison, who actually came 16th in the Bahamas main event in 2014, which was the year that Mike McDonald was the runner-up.
He's from Edmonton, Canada, right? I was actually playing with him. He's a very, very nice man.
We did remark at the start of this level, Kevin, that we now have an exclusively North American table. 4 Canadians, 4 Americans. So Coleman takes over the betting on the turn. 15K into 35.5K. And Greenwood folds. Coleman playing more than 100 big blinds.
On my way to see you guys, by the way, just for Twitch chat here, I saw Mr. Staples, and he had a lot of blue chips. He was very, very comfortable. He had a huge stack.
Yeah, we're hoping that at some point we can get Jamie up onto the feature table. Obviously, it's massively dependent on his table draw. The start of the day, he had a really interesting lineup. He was alongside Cliff Josephy, Ryan Reese, but it was the second table to break, and obviously we can't bring tables that are about to break to the feature table, but hopefully later on today, because obviously we want to see him go deep, we can showcase some more staples action. Obviously with this lineup, we're pretty spoilt.
Well, every table is going to be good at this point with the final 92. It's tough to go wrong for sure.
Scott Stewart opening an early position to 10,000.
It's interesting what you said, Kevin, about how you get to that end of day 2-3 and how the quality just burns through. Whenever friends all say to me how many people were playing in the game and how'd you get through that many, and you say, well, you have a day 1 and a day B. They go, but how do you still get through that many? And you go, you have to just see the process in action, where you've just got a lot of people whose chances of proceeding beyond day 2 or 3 are probably pretty slim, and they just get chewed up by the guys who are like, this is where I live. This is, tournament poker. This is where I do my business.
Mike McDonald is one of those chewers. He is just 3-bet here, re-raising to 30,000.
It's a nice big size 3-bet. 3x the initial raise.
Yeah, that's going to get rid of all but any real serious opponent here.
So Alan Allison has a decision in the big blind. He's the 3rd biggest stack at the table. Currently playing around 65 bigs. He folds, so it's back on Scott Stewart. It is a Boba Fett t-shirt.
From what I've seen from Scott, I was watching the broadcast earlier, plays really strong. He has a lot of live caches, but he's got Mr. Coleman and Mr. McDonald to his left, and they both have heaps. Like, he cannot be pleased with his table draw right now.
Ace, Queen, 4 on the flop. And once again, we see Scott playing in a 3-bet pot, out of position without the betting lead.
This Ace-Queen 4 board is definitely good for Mike as well, because if Stewart has the pocket queens, the pocket aces, maybe even the Ace-Queen, he's probably putting in that 4th bet, right? So Mike has a range advantage. He's in position. He has the betting lead. It's got to be a good board for Mike, but he checks.
Ace of diamonds, 2 diamonds down now. Border's paired. The border's blocked everyone's lies.
Oh, is that classic? Well, no one can have an ace now, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess my jack high is good. I'm all in. Don't ever do that, by the way. That was a joke.
Oh, I was writing that down. Am I supposed to throw that away?
Listen, no, don't. You're not going to learn anything.
Okay.
Didn't you actually write a poker book once, Matt?
I did.
I'm assuming that line of advice was not featured.
It was really simple back then. Just always open 3x big blind, and if you have to raise anyone, just go all in.
Did it talk about like folding ace jack under the gun and maybe only playing ace queen if it was suited? Was it that kind of poker advice?
It was a little bit tighter than that, but yeah, you're there. You're there or thereabouts. It was quite a long while ago. I haven't even looked at it in a decade. It would be quite interesting to see exactly what on earth I told people to do.
I wonder if anyone watching actually has a copy. Hashtag PokerStars TV.
And welcome to the world of really slow, nothing happening poker commentary.
How did you find the pace of action across the 2 days you played, Kevin?
That was another thing that took me a while to adjust. It's been a while since I've played live poker, especially for this high stakes.
Yeah.
And it was slow. And I understand why. I mean, it's $500,000 for first. People definitely take their time, but dear God, it was... Oh my goodness, it was definitely slow out there. But that's part of it. You just have to stay patient and stay in focus. And it's tough when hands are taking 9 minutes, 6 minutes, 7 minutes.
McDonald wins it with a bet on the turn.
I guess your hand will show it?
No.
Fair enough.
This young man in the orange sweatshirt, Bradley, he's been on the table for a while, right?
Bradley Snyder starts the day with around 7 bigs and has now worked his way up to 30 bigs.
Good for him. He has a really, really cool story. I don't know if you guys know, but I went out for supper with him last night. The first time he ever saw poker was actually on Jamie Staples' Twitch stream.
Wow.
The first time he ever saw it. Since then, he's really gotten into the game, started playing the low stakes. He's played for just about a year now, and he won a free roll on the PokerStars New Jersey site to come here, and here he is running deep. So he has a really, really cool story.
An American qualifier. It was like 2010 all over again.
So he's sitting here off of a pure free roll, and he has 91 left in the field.
Brilliant.
So with 91 remaining, he's locked up $9,120. The next pay jump is when we get to 71.
Were you tempted when you sat down at the table to, for no apparent reason, need 4 minutes to make every decision? Were you tempted to incorporate that into your live game as it's developing? Because all the good players are doing it. Yeah?
I mean, I was short near the bubble, and I was definitely tempted to
drag your heels a bit.
To drag it a little bit, just because the min cash was so big. But there was no spot. There was a couple spots I said, guys, 1 minute, I'll make a river decision, and I made the decision. Sometimes it was right, sometimes it was wrong, but I really felt no need to take this ample amount of time.
Just very quickly, Matt, have you seen this tweet from Fifka, who sent in a drawing of Harrison Gimbel that his girlfriend did?
I've already replied and said more, please, because I think we should. It would be great. It's like having where you have the courtroom drama and the press aren't allowed, so there's just like a sketch artist. That's what we want more of.
That's really well done. That's a great drawing.
It's brilliant, isn't it? And it's legit. Look, just a little sketch pad. Just
We've also been sent a link to your book on Amazon. Apparently it's available for 1p.
He's playing the 25K, but he forgot he had a dinner reservation, so he's just going to play it for a few hours and sit out and go to dinner.
So heading down to one of the outer tables, William Aruda facing an all-in from John DeBella, the last remaining former Bahamas champ, still in this main event.
It's a huge pot.
I think DeBella has Aruda covered, so this would be all in to call. The board, by the way, is Jack, Jack, 8, Queen, so this hand has gone to the turn. It's actually gone to the river.
Clear clock. Time on 5, please.
Clock called.
Wow, the decision for this is such a big pot. He must have been in the tank for a long time, right? For that clock to come?
You would think he has got to be given a good 3 or 4 minutes before anyone would even consider thinking about the clock.
So the river card was the 8 of clubs. This is
Pressure down, please.
a call, and that is pocket 8s for quads.
Wow.
Against 9-10 for the straight. And with that, John DeBella eliminates William Aruda. Hashtag death by quads. And DeBella playing a stack of around 700,000. We have a new chip leader, and it is the 2012 Bahamas main event champ.
And the story writes itself. We'll have some of that. Look at that. Do you remember those chips? Yeah, fond memories, Kevin.
I never had those that many, but
look how cool he is. Sort of. By the way, James, the link I'm looking at from Rob Hibbert King has the hardcover selling from 1772, buying used £53.97.
Maybe Ed Kilworth was trolling us then. So this is Poker, How to Win.
No, don't start making a thing about it. Yeah.
Dave Woods, editor-in-chief of Poker Player, the UK's leading poker magazine, and Matt Broughton.
Yeah, I didn't go for some sort of subtitle. I think they were trying to cash in on Dave's position at the time. He paid for his central heating with that book, and I
just started,
and I just put the money away.
I'm very curious how that goes.
Is it the same
Wow,
when they play
straight
full
versus
the upgraded
quads
version?
for a
Yeah, it's
huge
the same
pot.
programmers and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm very, like that's been for sure the most popular bet on on PokerShares.com.
Considering that was a
PokerShares.com.
double paired board with a
The favorite
flush out
is-
there
I mean,
as
we have
well,
the humans price is the favorite.
I'm not sure I call all in with a
but,
straight.
I mean, there's a lot of like, you know,
But
smart people
it's
who seem
easier to
be
say
betting on
that
the AI, so
after
we're
the
not-
event, isn't it?
We're not sure we love our spot.
Who's playing it?
It's Dong, Jason Les for the Swarm, and Dougie Dan. So it's like pretty like pretty strong group.
I'd be worried that the bot, like, the bot gets to keep, like, using, like, the information they get from the previous games they played against.
I think it might. I don't know for sure. It would be lame if
Like it has
the whole
to,
thing is it
right?
was like programmed in to like take advantage of like Dong and Jason's tendencies from last year. That would be like pretty lame.
Okay, so three-way to this flop. Snyder's raise called by
Do you know,
Stewart
like,
and Chartier.
There's, like, some story that when Kasparov was playing, like, the chess ball for the first
Oh, when
time.
it made the human-esque move, or no?
Yeah, like the bot just like, I think it was like its clock ran out before it could figure out to move. The robot, so it just made some like weird move. And Kasparov got like confused and thought like the bot was doing like some crazy like next level shit.
Yeah.
And like imploded basically, like because he like was trying to figure out why like the bot would make that move and it was just like a glitch.
I do remember reading about this. I didn't know that it was flagging. I
And
remember,
after some
like,
delay,
Kasparov thinking that it might be like a
your
bot
boy,
with a
Bradley
human
Snyder.
My boy Bradley Snyder.
I think I heard you refer to him when I was watching you in the Twitch gang do your seminar the other morning. Did you refer to him then, I think?
Yeah, very cool. Like a direct example of
I know nothing.
how many people I think Twitch poker is bringing to the game. This guy never played. He saw Jamie's stream, wins a free roll. Year later, he's final 90. And I just love this story.
Yeah.
Tournaments produce good stories like that.
Like nowadays, they're only ever
Well,
used as, like, a
Stuart has called.
They're just like
Sam Charter is out of there, so we are heads up to the turn now with just shy of 70,000 in the middle, 7 of clubs on the turn.
When the game was going, like,
2 clubs out there now.
were going on like a month ago. They were just like the game would be going on. They're going through normal.
So you gotta,
commentary, and the
our friend
computer
Stuart
would, like,
just flatted
white
the button,
made
right?
35.
So he's not likely to have ace king, that probably
They don't know-
3
no
bets, not
humans
likely to
35
have
moves
pocket
ahead in the
jacks.
casual
So
position.
Bradley is the raiser and the continuation better, definitely has a range
Like,
advantage here.
It's really
Whether he wants to push it
they
or
can-
not.
it's-
You
yeah.
see the whole game ahead, yeah.
Yeah.
He's got the orange hoodie sleeve right up against the nostrils.
Yeah, it's a classic pose. He's taken to it like a duck to water.
190 or something like that, or minus something along those lines. Pardon me? No, but humans.
I think we've just kind of got one of those lineups where they're like awesome players but slow players.
So has this table been a little bit slow so far?
It's been a little bit ponderous, yeah.
Like, you know, on one table.
Oh, do you get 20
Yeah, basically like bot versus Sam. Gets the
But I
same
like
prize
his
as you
style. He
versus
just
bot.
quietly thinks about it and then
way to
just
do it. So
makes the
it kinda
announcement.
decreases-
Let's move on.
decreases the luck a
She
little
was playing better.
40,000 into 69.5.
So then,
And in relation to his remaining chips, that's a pretty large bet.
Yeah, 69,000 left to play with.
Sometimes like that won't affect it basically.
Depending on Scott Stewart, maybe one more street of action still to climb through.
Up if you lose chips, but I'm not positive about that.
What do you do here if you're Stuart and you have king queen? It's tough. Bradley could have ace king. He's definitely representing. Raise pre-flop, bets flop, bets turn. Remember, in the flop, he bet into 2 players as well, so you gotta have to give that continuation bet a little bit more respect.
Yeah.
But I know that I know that the bot.
I feel like every hand, Stuart's just in a tough decision here.
Is like higher than like any. It would be like the same as like the standard deviation for like heads up PLO.
Yeah, I don't think his day or week is going to get any easier, so he better get used to this. But it certainly feels like he keeps finding himself in tough spots.
Cram 200 big blinds, 10 big blind pots and stuff like that.
And
oh, it's brewing.
Makes the call. So we've got a big pot here, nearly 150,000. Snyder with just 69k back. A deuce, so the board pairs 2 of diamonds on the end.
Good question.
I think no, it's I think what happened last time is it would have one program.
I guess mostly we can ignore that.
And then it would have a different program on the river, so it'd play relatively quick.
Watch him have quad
and then in river
deuces now.
decisions, it subs in a new like.
Someone had quad deuces yesterday, right?
So it plays fairly fast and it gets really slow on the
I've
river.
seen some amazing hands. Yesterday I think I saw aces get cracked at least 5, if not 6 times. One of which was our chum Jamie Staples. But
because like there's more on the line. But the way the bot's brain works.
It's amazing some of the hands we do get to see, considering how slow players, how many hands per hour we're getting to see. Some of the stuff that goes down is unbelievable.
Yeah.
The smaller the pot is, so if it just goes like raise, call, check, 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 check.
Bradley sets himself up for a potential river shove here. 69K into 150 is a size that works pretty well. A little bit less than half pot.
You know, so they said it's like stressful one tabling this thing. It takes a minute to like.
Bradley has the pocket aces, the ace king, the king jack. He's sitting very comfortable, but maybe he bet twice with queen 10. Maybe he bet twice with ace queen. Maybe he has one of those straighty draws that he's just gonna go for the triple barrel bluff here.
The thing is, in light of how comfortably Scott, well, he's done it. How comfortably
Go,
Scott
kid,
Stewart's
go.
called.
Oh God, snap called.
Unless it's a split. Woo-yah. Oh, man. That is brutal. Set over set. Scott Stewart makes the set of kings. And Bradley Snyder, who we were just singing the song about, finds himself. I mean, what's he going to do there? There's me just saying about the things we've seen in the last couple of days, and then we get that. Brutal, brutal way to leave us. But
so far, which is a little weird.
He is in the money, as indeed was every player that came back today after we got through the bubble.
I gotta go vomit.
That's right. We've actually got a bin out the back. We just keep it there, especially for moments like that.
First and last.
Good Lord. Well, let's head outside and remind ourselves some of the team pros still live and kicking in the field. Jamie Staples.
Go, young man, go.
Yeah. Mr. Jason Mercier as well has had a very busy 24 hours.
Just crushes every live tournament he plays, right?
Yeah. Next to David Peters lookalike, incidentally. Just keep mentioning him. And the legend that is Mr. Barry Greenstein, still keeping the dream alive. Looking pretty well stacked there.
Thomas, you're
a man alive. I'm still slightly reeling about the jacks and the kings. Yeah, Twitch is going to town on both that horrible hand and the.
And I believe Stewart just flatted pre-flop. He just trapped on the button with kings.
Yeah.
We had three-way action.
Well, we referred back to him. We're saying so. He just flatted. He probably had, you know, the kings, the jacks, the ace kings. You take that all out of your range, which is, I guess, exactly the trap that Bradley fell into. I mean, let's be honest, as if Bradley is going to do anything other than play the hand exactly as he did.
He's just sitting there with the nuts. River's a full house. He thinks he has the nuts. His opponent did not re-raise him pre-flop. And he has kings to bust. Final 90 of the PSC, excuse me.
Oh, man. And there was me saying that in the deuces probably don't matter. I mean, they kind of didn't. But I kind of keep forgetting that they were even there in the hand. But, man alive, what do you do? Well, that's fantastic news for Scott Stewart, at least. Now up to 390,500. 78 big blinds. There was us going, oh, such a bad day for Scott Stewart, such a tough spot. Yeah. Oh, he just keeps finding himself in these absolutely amazing hands. Man.
That was something. You guys have had some hands these last couple days.
They just somehow come through again. The number of hands we actually get to see, you know, we've hand 42 of the day. You just wouldn't expect that's a big enough sample of hands to see some of the crash action that we get.
Greenwood coming in here for a 3-bet. I think it was a 10K open. He 3-bets to 26,000, so normal-ish size in position.
Yeah, under the gun from Ben. Straight back at you, says Greenwood, and that's it. Winner, winner. Yikes.
Oh. Poor Bradley just ran out of there.
Yeah, well, you don't want any cameras in your face when you've just had a stink like that. That's, I mean, that's obviously his young to the game. That thick skin, clearly just huge adaptation, just necessary in his evolution there.
Now, Matt, I know you're familiar with this concept. Kevin, I wonder if you have ever come across something known as the commentator's curse, which is as soon as you start bigging someone up, and talking about how, yeah, I had dinner with them last night and they won in a free roll on PokerStars NJ, and that is what happens.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bradley. I really wrecked his life there. He's probably going to win that. The kid has a bright future ahead of him. He works really hard. It's similar to the commentators, similar to the Twitch streamer curse. It's a common thing when you're deep in a tournament, you tweet out that, hey, and final couple tables of the Sunday Million, you're just really screwing yourself. There's just no way you're going to win after that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, come round me as I'm out.
But you had a big win recently, right, while you were streaming?
Yeah, I had my biggest win ever, actually. So we took down a huge field, the Sunday Mini Million, almost 11,000 players. We turned a precious $22 bill into $22,000. So it was really nice. People on Twitch were very, very kind, sending their congratulations, and it was a very cool event.
It must be very nice from you as well that it feels like you're rewarding the guys that are hung in with you, your loyal followers, and the stuff they must have to sit through.
Yeah.
You know, when things are dull and things aren't going your way, they're still there watching. So to get a nice big win, it's kind of a good payback for the loyalty.
As a Twitch streamer, I definitely feel like I'm not just playing for myself, but for the community watching. So there's a lot of added pressure and a lot of added good feelings when you do come through and get that victory, for sure.
Somehow become like a diehard Tom Brady fan.
That's too cold, huh?
So this hand opened by Alan Allison under the gun. Called by Sam Chartier in position on the button. And Allison has continued a king-queen 3 flop and gets a fold.
His arms are so big.
For me?
His arms.
So we have a competition here on PokerStars TV linked to the $1 million card hunt on PokerStars. We're basically giving you the chance to win a ticket to a PokerStars Championship Panama satellite worth $530. So basically, start today's card hunt challenge, just fire up the challenge window, get it going, play those Hold'em Cash and Zoom games, try and fill in the pieces on your puzzle board, and while completing the puzzle, win a hand with the 3 of diamonds as one of your hole cards. Now, once you've done that, and once you have completed your puzzle, you must have completed this challenge to enter the contest. Tweet the hand ID, your player ID, use the hashtag PokerStarsWin. We're going to draw a winner at random. Plus, there are going to be 3 runners-up who will get $82 feeder tickets. You have until midnight tonight, Eastern Standard Time.
But you're only there 6 months a year, you know?
Yeah. I feel
We
like
kind of feel it's a bit of a bonus, Kevin. We know that a lot of people are going to be doing the $1 million card hunt already. So we figure while you're doing the challenge, try and fulfill this goal as well and put yourself in contention for a satellite ticket.
Absolutely, for sure.
For football players, you know? It's like a pretty small city, upstate New York, nothing to do.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like it's good if you're just like a complete like football junkie and like, other than that.
But then Toronto's like one of the big
You think it's better in Cleveland?
Yeah. Similar, I guess.
For sure. So much bigger though, you know? So much more going on.
Yeah.
So this is Alan Allison and Mike McDonald.
I think
A
Buffalo
King 8-4 flop. McDonald the pre-flop aggressor.
Can't even imagine living in snow.
Couple Canadians battling here.
So much snow too.
Yeah.
The lake effect.
Yeah.
Right there.
Check on the flop, jack on the turn.
Mike's checked back a couple of boards where typically old school strategy would say, hey, you raise pre-flop, there's a king out there, why don't you fire out a continuation bet?
Yeah.
There's probably too, there's pictures of Buffalo where one street
he's checked
will
back
get,
a couple.
Like 2 feet of snow, then the next block over.
Got to mix it up.
There's drafts.
Yeah.
Locations.
10 on the river.
Where do you live?
Boston.
Getting a lot of snow right now.
So with no betting on the flop or turn, Alan Allison decides to lead river for 15,000.
From like an hour east, hour west, and there gets tons of snow. Where are you from?
Southern California.
Oh, okay.
I know, and I got pressure. It's been raining a shit ton, and like up in Mammoth Mountain, they got in a week they got 20 feet of snow.
He's one of the best,
Like
right,
the
Mike?
craziest
Oh,
record.
just so good at this game.
But still doesn't know to keep his phone off the table.
Yeah, it's probably on the agenda when I get home.
Yeah, you snowboard or ski? Snowboard, nice. Make a trip out west this year.
So what hands does Mike check twice and then have a decision? Might have been, pocket 9s, pocket 7s.
Yeah,
He's just
I gotta get
thinking,
some skiing, yeah.
don't bother, he's got it.
friend that lives in Denver too, and I've never skied or snowboarded in Denver.
We're heading to one of the outer tables. Richard Seymour, 3-time Super Bowl winner, in action against Massimo Di Mario. Massimo has moved all in on the river. The board is ace-7, 3-4, 6. Richard actually bet river for 33,000. Massimo then shoved, and I believe he has got Richard covered.
Wow. Sorry, guys. I think. Oh man.
Here's a decision for his tournament life.
Wow. I might call you with this hand. I'll call. Whatever.
Richard Seymour calls.
I knew I was on it. King high.
He calls with king high. King 8 was his hand. Queen 6 for Massimo. He rivered a pair.
Wow.
Can you believe that? Richard Seymour was ahead on every street until the river. Makes the hero call, but his opponent got there.
I was right.
And that's it. Richard Seymour is out.
That's horrible. All your instincts. He's followed his instincts and kind of pretty much right, but for the river. Frustrating way to end his run.
Massimo Di Mario is a spin and go qualifier. He's another player who loves watching poker on Twitch, and he's now up over 600,000. He is one of the big stacks in the PokerStars Championship Bahamas main event.
Man, we've got to have a lot of pretty strong qualifiers still out there with good stacks.
Meanwhile, can we just salute Richard Seymour there? We had a lot of celebrities playing this. Kevin Hart, Aaron Paul, Richard Seymour. Richard made the top 100, scored another cash.
Yeah, we watched him play, didn't we, on the feature table? He held his own, seemed like a lovely lad as well. Got everyone around the drinks, trying to get things going. I shall be inviting myself to his home game soon.
Meanwhile, back at the feature table, Sam Chartier, open from the hijack and has been 3-bet by Lucas Greenwood in the big blind.
Any long-term goals to expand PokerStars into like a sports betting site? It's essentially what it is, you know.
Pardon me?
Any long-term plans to expand into like a sports betting site, other like esports, stuff like that?
Yeah, I mean, we're like, if things get big,
Is that like the license you have pretty much is sports betting?
Yeah.
You have a license?
Pardon me? Yeah. you can see it right on the.
Knew I was supposed to do something.
Are you a cop?
You have to tell me if you are.
But yeah, I mean, basically, right now we're keeping it just poker, but like. If people want there to be...
Looks like we've got a new player joining the table. Damian Steele, another Canadian, bringing around 200K to the table.
Yeah, clearly it was felt there weren't enough Canadians involved in the feature table.
5 out of 8 now.
Oh, it's 5-3 for the Canadians.
Any random player at a specific markup, like if you don't know who it is, or you have to like do the research on every person?
Oh, 1 second.
Yeah, I'll ask you after.
Gotta steal your blind first.
Yeah, there's my blind right there.
Let me chat you up while I take your chips.
Mike opening to 11,000.
Just quickly coming back to that Seymour hand. A lot of love for him, and that near correct hero call. I think he certainly would have picked up a few more fans during his time here in the Bahamas. Hope to see him again. Meanwhile,
Mike was hoping to steal Scott Stewart's big blind. But Scott defends, heads up to the flop. And that flop is Queen 8-6 with 2 diamonds. Still with us in the booth, Kevin Martin from Team PokerStars Pro Online.
Yes, I'm thoroughly enjoying this. Mr. Stewart has a lot more chips after that flop set of kings.
Yeah. That'll happen.
Yeah, it happens.
You can make a note of that one.
Yeah.
If you flop a set of kings,
You're
make
likely
lots
to
more
win chips.
Yeah.
Okay, good. We're learning things here
Yeah.
today.
It's all free. It's all free. Yeah, it's all free.
The self-titled sick individual on Twitter says, Lucas Greenwood, is he a twin brother of Sam Greenwood? That's a bingo.
Just bingo.
And there is another Greenwood as well, Max, who's not a twin.
All crush poker. They're all very good.
What's the chances?
So a C-bet of 10K from Mike. Called by Scott. Hang on a second, that's a raise.
That's a raise, yeah.
I thought he was calling, but no, he's check raising to 31,500.
And staring at Mike McDonald.
And quite a stare.
Yeah.
Or quite the stare, as I believe you'd say.
Mike's going to call. Does have the advantage of position as we go to the turn, which is the ace of diamonds. Puts a flush out there.
Really, really interesting card because Stewart is going to check raise a lot of their diamonds, I think. Maybe if they have the Jack-10 of diamonds, the 7-9 of diamonds, those kind of hands. And Mike obviously has a lot of diamond potential as well. So the ace of diamonds is a very, very interesting turn card here.
I'm assuming that was a check.
Man, don't normally get that kind of a stare down just having checked at someone. Look at these two. My God, they're going to stand up and punch each other in a minute. No.
Two players?
River card, 3 of hearts.
Action river card, right?
It's the one we were all hoping for.
Depends, if it's ace-queen against pocket threes, then...
Chunky, chunky. 91,500 in the middle, and now this bet from Scott Stewart.
57,000.
It's a hefty bet. Saying he's check raised a flush draw on the flop, got there on the turn, then checked it, and now is value betting the river. The story definitely makes sense. And we have Mike in another tough decision, it looks like.
About 19 different emotions passed through his face in 30 seconds there. I don't know if you saw that.
Twitch chat saying he has the flush. I'm kind of leaning towards that way, maybe. You could check raise 7-9, maybe 5-7. Both hands he's defending within the big blind. But boy, he has a lot of diamond potential here when he fires 57,000 on the river.
The thing is, when you're kind of in Mike's spot and you're going through it all, I guess it's just so easy to give Stuart so many big hands.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, obviously you could give him a load of hands that aren't so big, but is it the fear of the big hands just kind of outweighs the? I mean, he could just have nothing, but
there goes another fold.
Wow.
And we'll never know.
We'll never know. Frustrating, but
No way.
lie and tell me
More
one?
good news for Scott Stewart, second in chips here on our feature table. 434,000.
Okay, all right. That's fine. Thank you. If you would have gave me the chance, on the other hand, I would have gave you the chance on this end.
Fair enough.
So Coleman's still the monster stack of this table with more than 100 bigs.
You know, whenever. Like, we'll give different.
Ben Zamani, the low man with 24 bigs. But we have a new chip leader, and guess what? He's Canadian. Stacks McNasty there, Pascal Lefrancois with 880,000.
Played with him yesterday. He knocked me out. Those are my chips. This hurts. New scene, new scene.
They're waving at you. They're waving at you.
Meanwhile, that guy is Andrew Ryan. He was one of the chip leaders yesterday, and now he's out. Cameo appearance from producer Ben and Bruce Baggles, Australian Cameraman of the Year, 4 years running.
Never seen them look so happy.
What about small side events that you don't know the size of the field?
Yeah.
There was a question for you, Kevin, from someone on Twitch asking when your next cash game video blog is going to be around.
Yeah. I mean,
Oh yeah, that was something we messed around a little bit. You seen the Jake Cody poker vlogs?
Yeah, I've been enjoying those. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, right now, Twitch is definitely my main goal and my main thing. We had some really big momentum built up in December, but if we ever burn out or need a break or need something fresh, definitely going to go back to the cash game vlogs. But right now it's on pause because I'm just really in love with online poker right now on Twitch.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's good. It's good for us because, like.
Yeah, that new chip leader Pascal is his name.
Lefrancois.
Oh, he's a beast. He has a lot of chips. He was going off yesterday in day 2, especially near the bubble. Raise.
Yeah.
Everything. He was just abusing us. He's a good player.
You know, it's like the only people, like a lot of people laugh at these main event rates, but it's like guys like you cash half the main events you play. Like it's just, you know, I think a lot of people don't
So raise here
how
from
high this
Alan Allison.
be in soft tournaments.
Call from Lucas Greenwood. Oh. Value. Scott Stewart's in. Big blind. Dan Coleman just can't turn down the opportunity. This was an attempted limp, wasn't it, from under the gun +2?
Indeed.
I was trying to work out. Yeah.
Zamani flattered, then came the raise from Allison, called by Greenwood, Stewart, Coleman, and now Zamani folds. No, he calls as well, so we are going 5-way to the flop.
What are you doing, Ben?
Mm-hmm.
Man, the graphics going to have a meltdown. That's everyone's flop.
Yeah, I was saying let's find a nice connected flop here to go to war with, but the 3-8-3 no flush draw is not one of them.
Check to the pre-flop raiser and Alan Allison.
Just got to look fearless and keep going.
So there's a limp under the gun +2, and then Mr. Allison raised. He was the pre-flop raiser, right?
Yeah. Probably not expecting to get quite as much action as he has done. One down, 2 down, 3 down.
Wow, look at him just get out of there.
Mike, you're so tiny. Wow. I'm so sorry for my little jeans.
What a strange little hand that one was.
Yeah.
4 times as big as me.
We're back out into the field again, and we're going to check in on Jamie Staples. Jack Duong all in. Jamie calls with ace-10 of clubs. Jack shows 8-9 of diamonds. There's a 9 on the flop. And Jamie does not improve, so Jack Duong doubles up through Jamie Staples. Wasn't a huge stack, so not a big dent.
It's costly, though.
Don't worry. He'll be okay.
Yeah,
He can come back from this.
Just want the kid to succeed so bad, you know? This is a big spot.
So we have 84 players remaining now from the 738 who started. And this is only the second level of the day, right?
Yeah.
We've got 3 levels to play after this, plus another 5 levels on day 4 before we get to the penultimate day where we play down to the final table. Wow. It's something we've noticed every year in the Bahamas, that even though this is a 5K tournament that plays the same structure as every other main event we play in Europe, for example, this one always plays faster. Like, people seem more willing to go for it, more willing to gamble. Joe's theory is it's because there's stuff to do outside, quote unquote, but I don't buy that.
No.
I wonder why that is. Yeah.
I can't believe any of these guys have got a little, even a tiny percentage of their brain thinking about jet skiing or swimming or hitting the beach right now.
Kings of Jack's hand of just like the saddest face of that guy.
I bet if you went up to them and said, you've got 2 seconds to answer, where are you in the world? They go, Malta? They just, it's all about the poker.
Real good comeback, too. 19K show. Yeah. Yeah.
Guys are definitely zoned in for sure, and that's one thing that I found yesterday on day 2. It was only day 2. It wasn't even a huge day of poker, but I was just exhausted at the end. I just, like, especially in such a tough table where you're watching every hand, every showdown, trying to get as much information as possible. You definitely have to be in the zone for sure if you want to succeed. It's tough.
I can imagine. By the way, those of you still asking for the free roll password, kind of pointless to give it to you because the free roll is full. It's maxed out at 30,000 players. It will kick off in 17 minutes time. Good luck to everyone competing for a slice of the $2,000 prize pool and, of course, the $100 bounties that have been placed on myself, Matt, and Joe.
And you know what I'm going to ask? Be nice. If you registered and now have realized that you have other things to do unregister so other people can come in. I know it's not the done thing, but hey, let's turn over a new leaf for 2017, yeah?
So this hand raised by Damian Steele. 3-bet by Dan Coleman. Steele calls. King Jack 10.
Very wet board. A lot of potential here.
Damian Steele coming to the Bahamas off the back of his very successful 1980s detective series.
I'm not sure that's quite right, James.
Yeah, Steele just runs away. Tough spot again. 3-bet pot, out of position against one of the best players with a lot of chips. He just decides not to bother and gets out of the way.
Let's take a look around the room, and we believe that of the 84 players remaining, there are 2 ladies. That is Nadia Magnus, best known for being a loose cannon on the big game.
Of course, Nadia.
Oh, yeah. And there is, Be Still My Beating Heart, Gail Bauman. Meanwhile, another French player, Arnaud Matin, has just been eliminated.
Yeah, been better.
And I guess that's going to take us down to 83.
I didn't know you were here. I didn't see you.
Back of the feature table, we get a raise from Dan Coleman in the cutoff. It's Mike McDonald small blind.
This is the battle that we want to see. Sticking a 3-bet there, Mike.
great picture, incidentally, that Mike just posted on his Twitter of him and Richard Seymour. Little and large. $42,000.
Nice. Big inflated pre-flop pot here. 3-bet against 2 of the best here, so I'm excited. Let's throw something out there, dealer.
I certainly think we might need to get a hot drink, because this one could go wild between the two of them.
So Coleman doesn't have the betting lead, but he does have position. Queen, queen, 8, 2 hearts. Somehow it doesn't feel like it, but we've already played an hour of this level. 30 minutes left till the next break. So McDonald continues here for 30,000.
13 to 93.
Yeah, continuation bet that's smaller than his pre-flop 3-bet. Just shy of third pot, and Coleman is going to call. Double paired board now with the 8 of diamonds on the turn.
What a mess.
Yeah, this is a really... Based on the pre-flop action, Mike 3-bet, right? He can have all the ace-queens, the king-queens, the queen-jacks. And so can Dan. He probably wouldn't 4-bet his ace-queen, right? He probably just calls, plays a flop in position with his ace-queens, king-queens, queen-jacks. So there's no real massive range advantage here. Mike, of course, has the aces and the kings, and Dan probably can't have those because he would 4-bet those hands.
Check, check, and the 3 of spades on the river.
Again, these guys are at a pretty high level. It's kind of fun to get into their brain and think about what's going on here, you know?
Mike checks.
Mike's hand looks like... Oh, there you go.
You're going to get to see one for a change.
Coleman checks behind, and Mike with pocket 9s has the winner. Coleman with ace-king. Well, it narrows the gap between them. Coleman playing 512,000, Mike McDonald 464,000. Now, something special we've got coming up tomorrow here on PokerStars TV. After action concludes on day 4 of the main event, we're going to keep going because we have an exclusive Twitch Stars sit and go. Kevin Martin, who's with us in the booth, is going to be one of the players alongside Jamie Staples and Randy Liu, plus 3 others. It's going to be a 6-max game. So after we finish the action on main event day 4, a sit and go featuring some prominent Twitch casters.
It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to this.
It's going to be a bit of a turbo structure, Kevin, but hopefully you guys will have fun playing against each other.
What? This is not a 5-day sit and go?
I think our aim is to get it done within 90 minutes.
Whatever it is, I've heard worse.
I've already said I'm available. Yeah,
What's
you
your
know,
name?
obviously I'm
Damien
a
Steele.
pretty big
Damien
deal
Steele.
on
You're one of your
Twitch.
buddies,
I've done at
doesn't
least
know
6
I'm here.
days worth of
Just
streaming.
emailed me about your company, like
Just in case.
Those were good streams, though. I remember that. They were good streams, yeah.
I funded his
See,
company.
quality
you work for
over
Timers, I
quantity.
guess?
You
Oh,
guys
sick.
every day, 20 hours, yeah.
Yeah, it was like
but it's the ones
Mike
they
and I were
remember,
roommates for like
Kevin.
6
That's all I'm
years.
trying to tell you, man.
One of my
That's
best
just
friends.
So that last hand
This
definitely
table
made
is still
sense.
such a small building.
Dan
Everyone
just
who's been at this
flatted
table,
the
like,
3-bet
knows my, like, in
instead of
real life
4-betting the
friends
ace
outside of
king.
poker. It's
That deep,
weird.
you probably don't want to put in the 4-bet with ace king and put yourself in some tough situations. So I think well played. Both hands made sense, and it's fun to watch those guys battle for sure.
Yeah.
He's killing it.
Yeah.
Dan looked pretty frustrated, as if he thought he could have taken it
Sign up
down
for
if he'd
sweettooth.com.
just
They're
been a bit
the best
more
in-
active. But the
Loyalty
thing is,
points
I
for
guess
your
you got to
business.
pick your spots. And
Sweettooth.com.
Mike McDonald, is he ever a good spot?
And he just had the perfect hand there. To shut down ace high on the double pair board makes a lot of sense. He's going to have so many worse hands he can turn into bluffs. He probably doesn't want to choose ace high to turn into bluff there. But yeah, he looked disgusted after he saw the result.
Yeah.
Sam Chartier, 4-bet shoving here. And under the gun open from Alan Allison, 3-bet by Dan Coleman. Now Chartier all in for 146,000. Well, looks like Damien Steele has a decision in the big blind.
Not seen a lot from him since he sat down at this uber scary table.
This is a case for Damien Steele.
An under the gun raise, a 3-bet by Dan Coleman, and then he must have had a huge hand there to take that long to fold.
Yeah.
Maybe just let 2 jacks go. Maybe even he was thinking about queens and just...
So back to the original raiser, Alan Allison.
Was it like 150?
He folds.
146.
Dan Coleman said earlier on today he doesn't like to fold.
Is there a little bit of a flu going around? Some players were coughing at my table yesterday. We've had a couple final table coughs here.
I do find the air conditioning in this venue a little bit fierce.
The fact that there's several hundred people sitting in a really small area, all touching the same stuff and coughing and spluttering. And here, I've just coughed mine into my hand, and here's my chip, and oh, you've won it. So now you get to stack it up, and then you're going to have a sandwich, and then you cough a bit, and then you pass it on to the next guy. Feels like there's some sort of tableside rinsing bowl that every now and then you can just dump your chips in, just give it a slush, get a sieve.
Well, Coleman has folded. Chartier's shove gets through, and he chips up to 205,000. 40 big blinds for Sam.
A funny story involving Rossi. So one of like Rossi, like he's so good at just like being like very professional in any setting basically.
Right.
And one of their recent customers is Fleshlight. And like the people at Fleshlight are very professional about their business as well. But it's tough to kind of take that as seriously. Right. So they're like, you know, we're so happy with your product. We're so happy with your service. Like, we can send. They're like, we're really pleased. If you want, just let us know what you're interested in. We'll send you as much free product as you want. And he's just there trying to be like, well, do I say yes because they're being nice? Do I remain professional? Like he says dealing with Fleshlight is the strangest of any.
What's his
customer.
company?
They basically build loyalty programs for online businesses.
Yeah.
So basically, like for the like Fleshlight regs to like, you know, keep them buying more and more product. Like, yeah. So whenever he gets emails from them, he's
Who
always
are
like,
these
how do I
Fleshlight regs?
respond to
Well,
this?
Joe Stapleton, I think we can quite safely say, is a platinum card holder.
I have no idea. Of course, you would know all about this. Yeah. They're all personal friends of yours. Oh, how are they doing? Yeah. Right in on the ground floor of that one.
And guess what? A Coleman 3-bet.
Did they have a Picasso?
Never tried it.
Did they have a Picasso model?
I don't know about that.
Well, just the under the gun razor to get through. Made it 11K to start with. What do you raise with ever under the gun on a table like this with, Kevin?
No, I would be very, very, very tight. Under the gun, especially.
Yeah.
But Greenwood is a really boss-end player. You can feel by his body language and his demeanor. He just wants to, he sees Coleman and Mike McDonald 3-betting, splashing around, you know? He just doesn't have the stack to do that, but he's like an end boss, too. He wants to get involved, you know? He wants to start building his chips.
Kind of starts feeling like a big blind defense in this spot. It's like Coleman just looking for any opportunity.
Long decision here.
Is this just one of those take an hour then fold just so that no one tries to do it for a while because they can't stand waiting for you to fold?
Yeah.
No. We're off to the fighting tables.
Yeah.
Steeler likes paired boards. He's been blessed with a couple of them.
Queen 10-10, 2 hearts. Already 71,500 up for grabs thanks to the pre-flop action. Why do these people take so damn long, says Fire Ellipse. Don't know. I just don't know.
They're also really concerned with... Oh, there we go.
Oh. Well, that's how to exert pressure, 101. He's only folded one of his cards, though. What is doing?
I don't want to see.
Wow.
I had a hand that maybe I could have called, but it would have been
You checking diamonds?
Yeah, about that.
Mr. Coleman stacks some more chips. Another 3-bet pot.
Yeah, he's back up to top of this table. Over 500,000 now. 517,500 for Dan
Oh,
Coleman.
we got the chip counts right over there.
Yeah, we don't just make these things up. In fact, there you are. There's the complete rundown. Oh, I didn't realize. I'll introduce you to that screen. So you can see Benzimani, the shortest stack. Lucas Greenwood just ahead of him. Top of the table, though. Dan Coleman. Oh, and the free roll started as well, everyone. Good luck if you're playing in that. Don't forget myself. I'm Waster. You've got J. Hartigan and Joe Stapleton, $100 on all our heads. Good luck, have fun. I apologize immediately for not really paying much attention to it. I'm trying to multitask here. Yeah, you can see that. That's the key. That's a good bit of info right there. Everybody's whatnots. A lot of good info here in the booth for us to try and do our best to keep you guys at home guided through the process.
Someone's asking what's first place. $480,000. On my social media, I was just rounding up and saying $500,000 for the win. Sounds a little bit better.
Yeah.
$500,000 if you win this tournament.
All-American, I guess? American. I got an American flag bandana. I might have to go get that bandana and put it on.
And that was another raise and take it down for Mike.
I didn't say that.
Still got just over 15 minutes left on this level before the second break of the day. Don't forget Lee's lowdown with James in that break.
Canada's way more liberal than
most people within like my circles, like. But there are lots of people. I mean, not to the same extent as America, but there are lots of people who, you know, like.
But even conservatives in Canada are more liberal than conservatives in America, right?
Yeah, I would think for the most part, yeah. Yeah.
Americans?
Sam Chartier, we've not really seen much of him. He shoved it all in a little while back, but not really been a big part of the hands on this feature table in the last session.
I wonder it'd be like
it's just tough. He just doesn't have as many chips. It's a tough table.
David Cameron in England when he was the prime minister. He was the Tory party.
But here he goes from under the gun +1.
He was denouncing Trump, like all his harsh rhetoric towards like immigrants and Muslims. Like, this is disgusting. You shouldn't be allowed in our country.
Yeah.
You know?
Queen 9, 2 hearts out there. Heads up between Chartier and Stewart.
No Gaza t-shirt.
Stewart out of position.
I use these tables to plug companies. You use them to get your political views heard.
It's funny. My friend was just visiting me in Boston. He needed clothes to go to the gym.
Pardon me?
He needed clothes to go to the gym. So I gave him the Gaza t-shirt. He just put it on. I was like, dude, what the fuck's this? Like, I can't wear this to the gym.
So Scott Stewart checks. Sam continues for 10K.
Yeah, he's wearing a t-shirt to the gym, Free Palestine. In the financial district, there's a bunch of like Jewish people, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that was a pretty like awesome thing for you guys to do, especially after you got so much shit for not voicing your opinions, and not saying like you know, go one drop. Like I think you basically did
that. I do have an opinion on
exactly,
things,
and like whether that's a popular or unpopular opinion, I don't know. I think like I respect that a lot.
Yeah, that's funny.
Check now. Free river for everybody. 50,500 in the middle, and a third heart, the king on the river.
Not that I'm a famous athlete or famous person, whatever, but people that most celebrities, like they're always told by their PR people, like don't ever voice your opinion on a divisive issue. You lose half of your fan base, you know?
Yeah.
Because really what they want famous people to do is just be a billboard, a blank canvas that they can just put advertisements on and sell it to as much people as possible.
Yeah. I feel like that's one of the things that's nice about, you know, not having a sponsorship is that you can just
do whatever the hell you want.
Do whatever you want. Yeah. And like
I guess Negreanu kind of does that, you know? Like I think I respect, like he definitely puts his voice out there on divisive issues.
Oh yeah, no, I think Negreanu's in a unique position where it's kind of like, I mean,
he's so good about everything else about its marketing.
And it's also just like he does not need a sponsorship, but like PokerStars needs a face kind of. Like it's sort of he's the one guy who kind of is in the position of power basically.
Right.
Like, you know, if like I think if anyone else
you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I think if anyone else like was doing the same, like they can just be like, no, like you can't do that, Mercier. But, like,
I'm not so sure. I reckon Kevin Martin has as much power and as much influence as Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah.
He's kind of like, you know.
No, it's interesting watching these guys talk. They were talking about some political issues and now some other talk. They're obviously very smart guys.
Now, in 12 minutes and 45 seconds, this level will come to a close, and two things are going to happen. during the break. Number one, we are going to be bringing you the first Bahamas edition of Lee's Lowdown, the first lowdown of 2017. So Lee Jones, communications guru at PokerStars, will join me in the booth. If you have any questions for Lee, tag him PokerStars TV on Twitter. Meanwhile, out on the floor, we will be changing feature table.
Jamie Staples?
Staples hype. Jamie Staples and Barry Greenstein will be coming to the main stage.
Hello.
Plus,
let's go, kid.
For the next level, we will have another member of Team Online, Lex Veldhaus, as a guest commentator.
Spadaroo! Wow.
So lots of fun stuff coming up for level 17 of the PokerStars Championship Bahamas main event. And a reminder that during the break, we will keep you entertained and informed, courtesy of the shiny, shiny dome of Lee Jones.
That's a great feature table, Mr. Staples and Barry Greenstein.
I thought you were going to say it's a great dome.
Yeah.
That too,
Well,
that too.
That is the old and the new coming together. Something for the guys that used to watch on VHS, and something for you kids with your tablets and your smartphones. It was a check from Dan, a bet from Damien, and a call post flop. Here we are now on the Jack of Diamonds. Dan has made it 35,000, over half pot.
Now, not going to lie, I don't like punting in the free roll. I don't like just kind of
baffing it in.
But I am conscious of the fact that in 10 minutes' time, I have to host the lowdown and really want to listen to the words that come out of Lee Jones's mouth without any distractions. So there's a very good chance that my bounty could be up for grabs in the next 10 minutes.
Wow. Get it while it's cheap. Here we can see how the hand got to where it is, and you see gradually control taken over from Steele, who was originally the aggressor, and now Dan Coleman with the lead, deciding what to do here on the river. 130,500 in the middle.
Really interesting line by Dan, just leading the turn after being out of position. He called the flop and then decided to lean the turn on the jack, which is really interesting. And here he goes for it on the river.
All in.
Oh.
Call.
All in and a call. Ace Queen for Broadway. 8-10 for a pair of tens.
Okay. Did not expect that.
And that sees Dan Coleman drop down to 339,000. Steele now has more chips than him. And I'm guessing, and very much guessing, on the river there, Kevin, when Coleman shoves on Steele, he's turning his pair of tens into a bluff.
Oh, for sure, 100%. That was just some crazy river action.
So Steele called all in with the nut straight. And that sees him move up to 355,000. Both guys with an above average stack, but Mike McDonald is now table captain again with close to 100 big blinds. 8 minutes until the blinds go up, by the way. The next level, 3,000, 6,000, and I believe that's where the ante doubles from 500 to 1,000. And that puts some pressure on those short stacks.
Okay, great. Thank you.
That was a crazy, and it all happened so fast. It was bet all in, snap call. We kind of missed the action there a little bit. That was a massive pot for ace queen.
I'm not going to lie. When Steele tabled the ace queen, I was thinking, okay, this is probably going to be a chop pot, or maybe it's some horrible situation where Coleman has a set. I didn't really expect it to be like that.
One of them.
That's it.
Should have just made the big call with ace high.
Pardon me?
I should have just made the big call with ace high.
Meanwhile, we've got some first world problems from the free roll.
Oh, no.
Casp Cap says, the 3 players to my left are all sat out and everyone else is a limper monkey. It makes it impossible! 3 exclamation marks.
Oh,
That's why I shouted
that
the word
should be
impossible.
good news for you, my friend, if you want to do well in the free roll.
I mean, there are people that walk 3 miles every day for fresh water, okay? That's all I'm going to say. But, I mean, obviously, if there are people sat out at your table, that's pretty awful. So, you know, I feel bad for you also.
Benzimani is opened with a raise to 10K. Action on Sam Chartier in the big blind.
Double check. Yeah, make sure. Yeah, make
Yeah.
sure.
So I was thinking, okay, I'm probably gonna get a fold there. They're under the nuts.
Yeah.
Chartier moves all in and gets a fold. Well, at this point, I'm going to have to say goodbye to Kevin Martin from Team Pro Online. Thank you so much for coming into the booth, Kevin.
I've had a wonderful time. It's been really cool to watch these guys play, and I mean, I'll be tuning in. I got to watch Jamie on the final or on the feature table here.
I
with
know,
Mr. Greenstein.
bad timing, man.
Bad timing.
Bad timing. What can I say?
I honestly, he's gonna win. I really, really hope he does well, you know. But guys, thank you so much for having me. It's been really enjoyable. It's much better being here in person than doing it over Skype. This is the real deal.
Well, hopefully we'll catch up with you later in the week. Kevin Martin, everyone. And of course, we have Lee Jones joining us in 6 minutes' time for today's edition of Lee's Lowdown. He's going to run through everything that's going on in the world of PokerStars. If you have a question for Lee, tag it PokerStars TV on Twitter.
Dream come true. I mean, we're just spoiling. You got Kevin, you got Lee, you got Lex, you got Staples coming to the screen. You guys, you don't know you're born.
Staples and the Bear.
Staples and the Bear.
Which does sound like a mid-morning radio show from some local affiliate.
Oh, really? I was thinking more of like a 6 o'clock on a Saturday, kind of, you know, after the sport on ITV. And now it's time for another episode of Staples and the Bear. And there's like, one's a detective, one's like an out-of-control guy who's been partnered up with him.
Sorry, Matt, but Damien Steele basically absolutely controls the market on detectives.
Right, okay. Yeah, no, that's a fair point.
You win.
Dan Coleman, 3-bet. Scott Stewart gets a fold.
What a strange hand that was with a 10. I'm still just thinking about that one.
Second person I meet this week from Sherwood Park. Oh, really?
Let's see how these guys are faring on the day. Mike McDonald has added 32K to his stack. Quite a few players on an upswing, but look at Coleman's stats. He's lost 260,000, and it feels that most of that went in that big hand against Damien Steele, who's up nearly 100K on the day.
So convenient for us. No taxes is such a nice thing. Well, we got no taxes in Canada either. Or why more Americans don't come down here, man.
So my plan to be out of the free roll by the time Lee's Lowdown rolled around is not going so well because I've just doubled up.
Look, you got 4 minutes. 4 minutes to make someone very happy.
7 re-raises to 35,000. C8 folds. 10 folds.
Dan Coleman doing everything he can to recoup those losses as quickly as possible. Getting involved in everything. Just to remind people, my name is Waster in the game. I keep giving lots of people opportunities to win my $100 bounty and they're folding to me.
I do think that you should be forced to not necessarily change your ID, Matt, but at least change your avatar so that it's your bearded face, so that everyone knows that it's you.
Well, I mean, you've got to be paying attention. If you're going to listen to us, you know. I'm sure if Joe was just called Stapes, people would know. Got to pay attention. Our alter egos. Wet board, Jack, 10, King, 2 diamonds.
And this is a 3-bet pot. And it's Steele versus Coleman again. Steele opened under the gun. Coleman 3-bet from the cutoff. It went check, check on the flop, and now we get the deuce of hearts on the turn. 2 flush draws out there now.
Well, 40,000 from Damien Steele. Dan Coleman still coming along for the ride. Gonna head to the river with 161,500 in the middle, and now a third heart.
So the clock ticking down towards the end of the level. 1 minute left till the break.
What a joke. You just aren't bluffing me here. Right?
It's now like to be the last hand of the level as Dan Coleman decides whether to call this river bet of 70,000 from Damien Steele.
Man, you just aren't.
Remember, Coleman having 3-bet pre did not continue the flop.
Is there a chance you'd be bluffing me here?
Steele took over the betting on the turn and has now gone big on the river.
Still just gonna hide under that hat, not give anything away, not gonna respond.
What would you find a bluff with?
Pair of tens.
How much is it?
70,000.
80,000? 70?
7-0.
Jack 10. I can say my hand, right? Then I can only call.
I'm not sure what the rules are here.
I don't believe he can reveal the contents of his hand.
And there was somebody else earlier on Twitch saying, well, the Bahamas
I have about as good as a hand as I could have and not snap call you.
plays fast because of all the North American players. Come on, man. How's your chip dumping going?
I'm still sitting on 3,500.
I just managed to get all in sevens against jacks, and I flopped to 7. I am so sorry. We want you to win. Honestly, viewers, we want you to win.
Looks like Coleman's folding.
He's determined to ruin Lee's lowdown by just using as much time as possible to make this power fold.
Yeah, it's just never a bluff. Sorry.
Coleman shows the hand.
I should have folded much faster.
Ace, king, top, top.
Please show a bluff if it's a bluff.
Yeah, I apologize for taking that long.
That's okay.
It was a lot of fun. Thanks, Dan.
So Steele wins the last hand of the level, and that's the last hand we're going to see these guys play because we are going to change feature table during the break.
I really wanted to just be like,
So these are the stacks of the guys we've been watching for the last 2 levels. And a reminder that when we come back with the blinds at 3,000, 6,000 with a 1,000 ante, we will have Jamie Staples and Barry Greenstein on the main stage as our live action continues. But before that, stand by for Lee's Lowdown. Back to the main event where Mattis Murr has taken the chip lead from Mike McDonald. Mike's got a good hand on the button, ace-king. And he raises to 125,000.
Hi, Mr. and Mrs. McDonald.
Mattis Murr's got queens in the small blind.
In the words of John Hurt from Spaceballs, oh no, not again.
As you'd expect, he re-raises. It's a 3-bet to 310,000. Gamez in the big blind. Folds. It's back on McDonald. Mike pulls back his initial bet and 4 bets. He re-raises to 700K.
They're both super deep, so I think just calling this is fine, and I also think 5-betting, aiming to get it in is probably fine too.
Murr. Counting out a 5-bet. He elects to re-raise to 1,275,000. Mike shoves a 6-bet jam.
Mike could have called, but it would be a huge pot to have to fold to a flop bet, and he knows he's got blockers against aces and kings.
Hang on. Murr folds and shows the queens.
I don't want to say 5-bet folding queens is bad, but...
Bad fold, probably.
Bad is accurate.
Mike regains the chip lead.
You know, when you look at Mike McDonald and his parents, you know he's never eaten a sandwich crust in his entire life.
I still can't quite believe he got Murr to fold those queens. Hello, well, I'm James Hartigan. You're watching PokerStars TV. We've taken a brief hiatus from our live coverage of the PokerStars Championship Bahamas main event because the tournament is on break. During that time, pleased to say that Lee Jones is with me in the booth.
Webs.
Lee, of course, the communications overlord for PokerStars, a chance for us to run down what's happening in the world of PokerStars and hopefully answer some of your questions as well. Lee, where would you like to start, online or live?
Let's start online with the $1 Million Card Hunt.
I'm glad you brought this up, Lee, because this is something that we've been pushing here on PokerStars TV.
You've got a promotion going on.
Well, we've got a competition going on. And just a reminder, if you do today's challenge and you win a hand with the 3 of diamonds, you're eligible for our contest. We'll run through the details of that during the next level of play. But Lee, it's actually quite useful that you can give everyone an overview of how the $1 Million Card Hunt actually works and what people should do if they want to take part.
Yeah, so basically the card hunt is a puzzle piece or a puzzle board that comes up in your challenge window on the client, and it just shows a bunch of playing cards. And for instance, as James says, the 3 of diamonds could be entered, or the ace of clubs, or the queen of hearts, whatever it is. If you get those cards in your hand and you win the pot with that hand, then you match off those cards. Like, let's say that you have the queen of hearts in your hand, you win the pot, and then the queen of hearts is on your puzzle piece. Well, then that piece gets collected effectively. When you finish the whole board, when you've collected all the pieces, it's just like Pokemon. Collect them all, and you and once you've collected them all, you get some kind of prize. And the prize can be as little as $1, but it can be as much as $5,000, which you immediately put in your pocket for the Bahamas Championship next year.
Fair enough. And this started at the beginning of the year, and it's running for another week or just under a week?
Through the 16th. And PokerStars is giving away over $1 million.
Don't do that. It's really creepy.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
But yes, hence the name $1 Million Card Hunt.
Hey, nothing gets by you, does it?
like to think that's why they have me here. Okay, so we've got that promotion running till the 16th. We've got our competition here on PokerStars TV, which we'll run through during the next level of play here in the Bahamas. Let's talk about the event in the Bahamas.
Indeed.
Lee, I mean, obviously, we know about the tournament itself. We know about some of the #Stars fun. Something that's very close to your heart, because I think it debuted in New Jersey last year at the first ever festival, is the Twitch booth.
The Twitch booth. We actually have out on the floor, and I should have brought a picture, and I'm really sorry. I'll tell you what, I'll take a picture and tweet it so everybody can see it. What hashtag are we using now?
PokerStars TV.
PokerStars.tv. Excellent.
Don't put the dot in the hashtag or it won't show up.
Right. Got
Just
it.
hashtag PokerStars TV, all one word.
Perfect. We have set up a high-end gaming station in one corner of the Players Lounge here at the Atlantis, and we've had people coming through and streaming on Twitch on that system. And as a matter of fact, Kevin Martin came in and said, well, can we stream two at once? And we were like, let's get another table. So yeah, totally. So now we have two systems sitting side by side, and they are, we've had people like Jason Somerville, Randy Liu, Kevin Martin, Jamie Staples, who's going to be he's definitely not streaming right now.
No, he is going to be on our feature table alongside Barry Greenstein when we come back from break.
Boy, the old and the new on this.
Absolutely. As Matt put it, VHS, the internet.
That's cold. But yeah,
Barry was definitely a Betamax man for sure.
But yes, so basically what they're doing, and it's really cool because it means that the Twitch audience has pretty much whenever you guys aren't on the air, can come in and watch. They're playing live, and they're bringing in guests. And we've had Bill Perkins and Jeff Gross and various other luminaries just kind of like, because they walk by the booth and they see the guy streaming, and they're just like, you just want to jump in and say, hi.
Well, I mean, we know that, and we knew this from last year, Lee, that obviously a lot of the regular Twitch streamers, when they're here, they can play on PokerStars.com while they're in the Bahamas, and they were streaming from their rooms last year.
Yeah.
Well, it's much more fun to actually be in the main tournament room and take in the kind of atmosphere of the event.
It's so cool because, like, for instance, I was doing some streaming a couple of days ago, and I was doing hand reviews because, of course, I can't play on PokerStars, right? But I was doing hand reviews, and I was talking about the VR stuff going on.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden I said, oh, I'll tell you what. And I just picked up the webcam, turned it around, and said, there it is, right? You can watch it right here live on TV.
Now, the whole thing with the VR booth, I just want to tease very quickly that we did get involved in the VR experience here at Atlantis.
That's what I heard.
For our podcast, Poker in the Ears and Eyes. And that podcast will be debuting here on PokerStars TV probably in a couple of days' time. And, of course, the podcast will be available to download from all the usual places.
So, wait a minute, we can see you and Joe jumping around, and acting like idiots, and Matt.
I think one of us behaved like a bigger idiot than the others, but I'm not going to say
no names here, right?
One, no. Obviously, one of the reasons why there's been such a buzz around this event, as well as being the first ever PokerStars Championship, and to a certain degree, there's still a very strong sense of familiarity about this from previous years. But one thing that is different are the number of spin and go qualifiers who've come to play in this 5K event. We first debuted this in Monte Carlo last year. I think we had 120.
Really?
135 spin and go qualifiers.
135 spin and go qualifiers here at the event, and you just get the coolest. I mean, they're not grinders, they're not professionals, they're not semi-professionals, they're just guys that happen to bink a ticket in the spin and go qualifier in one of these spin and goes. And it's amazing. We have a guy named, great name, Amgalan Mongol. And he's from Mongolia, as you would hope. And he's one of two qualifiers from Mongolia. You guys, I'm sure you followed Morris Dadoun while he was...
We had him on the feature table yesterday. Fantastic story. Obviously, not a spin and go qualifier, obviously a charity tournament winner instead, but pretty much the same thing here for next to no investment and having the absolute time of his life.
Do you know our PR folks took him out to dinner last night, and both Aaron Paul and Kevin Hart came by to say hi to him,
Wow.
And the thing was that, like, Aaron Paul comes by and says hi to him, and then Aaron Paul, very gracious, and then leaves, and Aaron Paul turns to someone and says, who is that? It was epic. It was just perfect. But then Daniel came over, and like Morris was almost speechless. He said, I got to get a picture with him. So we've had that guy. We had a guy, a sailboat captain from Costa Rica who won a package, and he just was randomly playing, and he really didn't know what he had won.
But this is such a common story we're hearing, Lee. We had a guy, again, when we recorded the podcast, our super fan, who, because he's just firing up spin and goes left, right, and center, never actually looks at the spin. That's the best part of the game for me. I don't actually care about playing the poker.
You just want to see the little wheel
spin
go around.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But people are playing this 3-max hyper, not realizing what they're playing for.
Yeah, and apparently he called up his friend and he said, yeah, you should go play these things. I just won some kind of ticket. And his friend is like, oh my God, I've spent 8 hours a day the last 2 months trying to win a ticket, and you just like fire one up, win one. You don't even know what you're doing. So yeah, we've had all kinds of people winning, and the stories are fun. The people are fun. They're over the moon to be here, and I just think that really adds to the buzz.
Just before we move on, Lee, a couple of quick questions from Twitter. Again,
Hi,
I
Twitter.
appreciate that you may not actually have the answers immediately, but maybe you can do some digging when you come back to us.
I've got my pen ready. I will get the answers.
Excellent. Robbie says, do you know when the schedule for WCOOP 2017 will be announced? Obviously, WCOOP normally runs in September, but I mean, I would say to people that's probably the best date in the calendar to mark. But exact dates and exact tournaments, when do we normally hear about that?
It's usually about a month in advance. And the reason is, James, is that there's so many moving parts. We have live events to align with. We have promotions to align with. You have to kind of look at the September calendar and say, you know, where like one of the big Jewish holidays falls in it. You know, there's all this stuff that goes on. So usually somewhere July or September, July or August, the word will come out.
Okay, and a kind of semi-related question about our online festivals. This one from Goose. We had a mini W Coop. Why not a mini T Coop? We want more.
Okay, I'm just going to write that down. We want more T Coop.
Well, more minis, I guess, because this is something that really started with Scoop, the idea of the 3 buy-ins.
Right.
And then kind of like with W Coop last year, there was the mini W Coop that ran alongside it.
And then we had the mini Coop.
Sure. So it's a case of whether we do that with everything. So with the T-Coop about to kick off on PokerStars, I appreciate it might be too late for this year, but in the future, whether it's something that can be done for all online championships.
Certainly it's something that we could consider. I mean, I haven't seen the numbers from the mini W Coop, but, you know, at least now we have the data to back that up. And so we'll definitely look into it and see if if it's something that makes sense. And I'm glad you mentioned T-Coop because it's coming up. I mean, we're out of here I leave here the 15th.
Yes, likewise.
And T-Coop fires on the 18th.
It does indeed,
so it's
running
like,
until the end of the month.
We're right into it. So essentially, once you're done watching these guys on TV, you just fire up T-Coop 3 days later and play for 12 straight days through the 29th. Main event on the 29th is got a $2.5 million guarantee. And here's the thing, people. There may not be a mini T-Coop, but the satellites, one Stars coin or 11 American cents.
Yeah, and just to clarify, Lee talked about the main event having a $2.5 million guarantee. The guarantee across the entire thing, $15 million.
$15 million, 65 events. So there's something for everybody. And, you know, James, you and I have talked about this for a decade now. But the coolest thing about these big festivals on PokerStars is that maybe you're a Badoogie player or a 5-card PLO player or whatever, and it's tough to find enough people when you want to play or whatever to get in and play. But when we put the festivals on, it basically is this giant gravitational pull, and all the PLO players show up, and all the Badoogie players show up, and everything. So whatever it is you want to play, you know, you're going to have a field of 200 or 300 people playing your game.
Well, finally, talking about festivals and back to live events, and again, something that is happening straight after the Bahamas.
London town.
Exactly, the first PokerStars Festival of 2017, and a reminder that we kind of have those 2 tiers of live event now, the championships, the big major stops, and then the festivals, which were the local tours. And yes, the Hippodrome Casino, my favorite place to play poker in London, is hosting the festival at the end of January. Why are you staring at me strangely?
Because PokerStars employees can't play there.
I occasionally get special permission because I'm there in a promotional / marketing capacity. People like playing against me, Lee, because I'm a huge fish and I'm dead money.
What?
Anyway, for everyone who will be there.
Everybody that isn't a PokerStars employee, go to the Hippodrome, and it's let's make sure we get this exactly right. It's 22nd, in the middle of T-Coop.
Yeah.
January 22nd through 29th at the Hippodrome. 8 days, 22 events. There's a high roller. There's a 400K guarantee main event.
Yeah, and I believe there's lots of other fun stuff as well. And there's like a party in the nightclub as well.
No doubt. Yeah, that like the downstairs nightclub or whatever. Yes, that one. And then there's a 2200 high roller. So there's just and if you've never been to the Hippodrome, it's dead center in London. You can go see a show and then go over and hang out at the Hippodrome, play poker.
I mean, it's right on the corner of Leicester Square. You've
Right.
got everything within
and
a
the tube
stone's throw.
stop, like when you leave the tournament, you're about 8 meters from the tube stop.
And Lee, it's been a while since you've been in London. I don't know if you know now, but most of the tube lines now are running 24 hours a day.
I have heard a rumor, and so it's on Central.
It's on the Piccadilly and the Northern Line. Leicester
Piccadilly
Square.
Northern Line. That's blue and brown, I think. Black and brown.
Blue and black. Piccadilly line's blue, Northern line's black.
Okay, blue and black. Yeah, those lines are running 24 hours, and so get thee to the Hippodrome and play in the festival. And it's the first one of 2017. We're going to have a big time.
Yeah, now sadly, I don't think I will be able to play any of the events, regardless of any restrictions that may be placed on my status as a PokerStars employee. But my fellow commentator, Matt Broughton, might be able to make it there. So you might be able to say hello to Matt at the Hippodrome, which is an awesome venue.
Fantastic.
And I do recommend you check it out, even if you're just going there for a drink,
And
to
the
be honest.
restaurant is great and well-priced.
Steakhouse. Oh,
yes, absolutely.
Can't say enough good things about it. So, Lee, we're going to have another lowdown. Is it tomorrow, or
Tomorrow.
the day after?
Do it
Tomorrow. So more from Lee tomorrow. Keep those questions coming. Tag them PokerStars TV. And we've got more live action from PokerStars Championship Bahamas coming up in 3 minutes' time here on PokerStars TV.
Poker School Online is the place to learn poker or improve your poker skills. To join, simply log into the PokerStars client, visit the school section, and choose your school password. Poker School Online is packed full of free poker bonuses, allowing you to practice and play in real money games on us. Take part in our regular monthly promotions where you can win seats into bigger PokerStars tournaments. There are free scratch cards where you can win daily tournament tickets via scratch and match. Each day, you'll have 2 free cards. Just scratch off the cards and you could win a prize. Another popular challenge is our Beginner's Bankroll promotion, allowing you to work your way through our poker missions, improving your game, and earning your free poker tournament tickets along the way. And if that's not enough promotions for you, there are unlimited tournament tickets and $5,000 free roll tickets you can earn via our Refer a Friend promotion. Simply refer a friend and you'll both receive prizes. Once you've built your confidence, it's time to compete in the Poker School Online. Skill leagues with $44,000 in prize money up for grabs every month, with up to $5,000 going to the winner. And if improving your game is what you're looking for, we have poker courses from Hold'em to Omaha, cash, sit and goes and tournaments, along with quizzes to test your newfound knowledge. There's live poker training where you can watch pros play poker in real time, view their hole cards and ask questions directly. See the live training schedule for the next session. Our poker forums are always buzzing with questions, advice, and tips. You'll find all types of players from beginners to pros discussing all areas of poker. Now you've heard what's available, it's time to get involved. Simply join Poker School Online. You may even be eligible for our welcome bonuses full of tickets and cash. Welcome to Poker School Online.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the PokerStars Championship Bahamas, coming to you live from the Atlantis Resort on Paradise Island. It is day 3 of the main event. We've got 76 players left and we've got a brand new featured table for you. I am Matt Brown, here's Joe Stapleton.
Hello my babies, Matt. We got to address something really quick.
Okay, well before you do
fine.
that,
Fine, let's cover
we need
poker.
to, yeah, we need to introduce the new table to you guys. So this is our new lineup. Byron Caverman is the top of the table in chips, over $500,000. Smit Trivedi, Barry Greenstein, some new up-and-coming player.
Da Bear.
Hendrik Latz, we watched earlier on yesterday. On
I
the
love
table.
Latz. I love every kind of Latz.
Jamie Staples, get ready Twitch, go crazy. Daniel Wyman, Jack Jung, and Valentin Messina. Phew! Just about got through that.
That's Jamie Staples. He's here. Okay, one thing. So I've spent some time with Byron Caverman.
Sorry, is it Caverman?
Caverman. So
okay.
we'll nip that one in the bud.
Okay.
Although I do like shouting Captain Caverman as much as anyone else. Next, even though Jamie Staples is in a pot, this thing that I saw in the chat a million times in Tony Turner Alvarez's tweet, how much do fans need to donate for clip-on mics during video portions of your broadcast? Holding the mics like it's stitched to your upper lip, bro. So some guy just tweeted to us, put 2 hands on the mic, tapes to the rest. Look, these mics, they're not cheap. They're not old. They're kind of state-of-the-art.
They're kind of probably one of the most expensive singular items in everything we do, I guess.
Yes, and so they're like that for a reason. So they don't pick up outside noise, and when you see your NFL commentators or your football commentators and they've got headsets on, that's because they're in a room.
They're in a room about 16 miles from the action.
And a soundproof room. And they spend millions of dollars on the room itself, which we don't have. So we spend thousands of dollars on these microphones, which you must hold to your mouth so that only your mouth noise goes in and no other noise.
And also, considering how many times people said, all we can hear is the Russians, all we can hear is the Russians, those guys are sitting just like 10 feet away from me. So this is how I sound with the mic to my lips. This is from an inch away. This is from 2 inches away. This is about 6 inches away. Now, so you can see that if we don't have them up by our mouths, you don't get to hear what we're saying. I would just sound like this. And Jamie has won that hand. That's no good, is it?
So yeah, so it's all like that for a reason. And it's just sort of annoys us. It's like those guys who look homeless and then you tell them, oh man, you want $1? And they're like, this outfit costs $1,000. And it kind of pisses them off.
Yeah.
That's kind of how we feel. So anyway, we're going to move on from that. One name that we kind of glossed over here, Valentin Messina, who is from France. He was runner-up to Jean Monturi in Malta, and he was a party to what I think is one of the best photographs ever taken on the EPT that Neil Stoddart grabbed when he was just beside himself after losing that match, and he's being consoled by Jean Monturi.
Yeah, of course, that was brilliant.
Great photo, and sorry that he had to be on the
receiving end.
Yeah, the business end of that one, but hey, somebody has to.
And so the good news, Twitch hasn't stopped basically scrolling up my screen since Jamie Staples appeared. Here is your boy finally. He's doing okay in chips. We are now at level 17. This is an hour and 30 to play. The blinds are 3,000, 6,000 with a 1K ante. The average stack right now is 291,000. I can tell you that only 3 of our players are above that. You saw Byron Caverman over 500,000. Barry Greenstein 374. Jamie Staples 235,000. So just shy of 40 big blinds. Valentin and Jack, the shortest stacks, both with identical stacks, 20 big blinds. Smith Travidi. Got the UK flag. Don't think I'm familiar with this lad. Check, check, post flop, check, check, post turn. Now the 7 of diamonds, 39,000 in the middle. Hendrick raised it up pre-flop. Got the call. Check, check, showdown.
I was just about to guess it with the card. I was going to say 6s.
Oh, you would have been
Pocket
right.
6s,
well,
man.
Look, we'll
I
give
was
it
just
to you
about to say it.
I love this dealer's hair. That looks like incredibly clever and intricate. And I applaud it.
Becky with the perfect hair. Her name is probably not Becky, but it could be. Could also be Jane.
It might be Jane. Very pretty names.
How you doing in the free roll, Matt?
I am out of the free roll.
Who won your $100?
I have no idea.
That is a long screen name. Was that abbreviated or?
No, I just don't know. No, I must admit, I kind of ran out of the way to try and accommodate Lee's lowdown and just sort of chucked it all in with pocket nines, and somebody called me. I think I got called by 3 people, which is good. That's the way to play against us in the free roll, is just keep calling us. And somebody with a big Broadway hand won. Congratulations to you. I'm sorry I don't know your name, but well done nonetheless.
It's a run good patch.
You can't hug every Lats who's just been jammed on.
Yeah, a raise to 14,000, all in from Jack Dong. All in on the call. And this is going to be for Jack's tournament life. He has got the suited ace-4 against the pocket queens.
Classic race.
I'm not so sure. Good luck, all-in player.
Hey, a couple of spades. That'll help you out a little bit.
11 outs after the flop. That's no help. Ace or a spade to keep Dong in this? No. Actually, they're both. Oh no, I was just going to say. I just about. Do you know what? You just when you want to just check, you're not about to.
On board.
They're both going to know they're not. No, his queens are still going to play for some reason. Jack is out of there. Mr. Jack Dong is going to leave us, but he is going to get a decent payment for his troubles. Remind you, everyone that came back today already in the money as we grabbed our way through the bubble at the end of yesterday's play.
He gets to tell my favorite selective bad beat story, which is, you believe it, I lost full house to full house.
Yeah.
Can you?
Oh, yeah.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Was that?
I hear you very soft.
Oh, hi, Lex. You're live on the air.
For some reason, we've got Lex live on the air. That'll be an error. Don't draw attention to it, though, Joe.
Oh, no, okay, fine.
Oh, he's gone again.
That was just my brilliant Lex Veldhouse impression.
Do you know what? I thought that was God. I thought I was finally being called upon to
Sounds
cash in.
confused enough to have been God.
Hello?
What? Is this thing on?
Fast action.
All right, I think I can hear you guys now.
Yeah, hi, Lex.
Oh, Lex is going to just come straight in, mate. Hello, we welcome into the ether. Where are you, Lex?
I'm in Holland.
In Holland. We welcome from Holland.
Sounds like he's in the Holland Tunnel.
Sounds like he's in the Holland bathroom. Lex Veldhouse joining us. You've been streaming already for a while today, I guess. Oh, he's gone.
Now that we want to talk to him.
I was quite sad I didn't have a live stream for that.
Well, that was Lex. We hope you enjoyed Lex briefly. I think that's one of his best sessions with us. I think he contributed.
Just keep it short and sweet.
I was very surprised too.
I think the thing is people mostly get off on just like hearing his voice. But if you have too much of a good thing, the value lessens.
You got to leave him wanting more.
We will try to see if we can get Lex back.
There are a lot of very interesting deep conversations.
I must say, having had the luxury of having Kevin Martin in the booth, physically in the booth, and Lee, it does make you realize that Skype is awesome, but it ain't the same as pressing flesh.
No. No, skin on skin.
So it's more enjoyable than the average 100K of interview.
So Messina is the original raise of this hand. By the way, Matt, do you remember that very attractive woman who I frightened at the gym?
Yeah, she didn't look happy to be said hello to by you.
That's Valentine's girlfriend.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she did look like she was going to call security on you, and all you did was smile and say hello.
We had that like gorilla.
So, under the gun raise from Valentin.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. I never saw your face, so.
Has been called by Smith. It was a check from Valentin post-flop, a bet from Smith to 19,000.
Interesting call from the under the gun raiser.
Yeah.
Don't expect him to hit that board too often with an under the gun raise. Maybe something like nines, jacks, ace 10.
Eights.
Sure, eights is something that's in his range there.
So he did make the call. The turn, the 3 of hearts. Valentin Messina checks.
Yeah, you can see why Trivedi would check behind there. You may not necessarily want to make this pot too much bigger. Give your opponent to check raise you all in if you're semi-bluffing on the flop. Take the free card. And Valentin Messina fires that river. 25K, does not get a call.
Okay, we're going to try once again to welcome our Team Online Pro, our Team Pro, Mr. Lex Veldhouse. Can you hear me?
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
I've just got to wait for Joe's incredibly loud sound effect to die down. I think I heard you were there.
That's Lex's intro music, thank you.
That's everybody's intro music. Don't try and make him feel special. How
I
are
have
you,
a general
Lex?
intro music thing.
Sorry, say that again for me?
I have a general intro music thing. Joe doesn't have a special one for me.
Well, I haven't played for anyone else today.
I don't know if that counts.
I'm very limited in the amount of sounds I'm allowed to have here. So, unfortunately, I have to reuse some of them. Lex, do you have intro music on your stream?
I usually just play like techno or whatever I play during my session. I just play that during the countdown.
So you stayed home from the PCA. I saw on your Twitter to... it's not the PCA. Everyone stayed home from the PCA because we're here at the PokerStars Championship. You stayed home from the PokerStars Championship so you could focus on streaming.
Yeah, every time I'm away from the stream, I think, oh, why am I not streaming? Because it's what I like to do best now with poker and stuff. So I figured it's just smart to focus on this. And, you know, like live tournaments are fun, but I've been traveling the last few months a bit of the last year, so I just wanted to stay home and focus.
Like the likelihood? Yeah.
Let's see what these guys are talking about. Oh, of course they stopped as soon as we did.
You got a number in your head?
I'm thinking.
This was a raise to 13K from Smith Trivedi in the cutoff.
Where's the bag right now?
And then Barry Greenstein from the small blind has popped it up to 40,000.
And you're not going to Australia?
Are there any further details?
Probably not. Probably not. Maybe 11%.
Are there any further details that we have to know? So your flight was delayed in Toronto?
In Munich. In Munich.
In Munich?
Yeah. And I missed my connection in Toronto because of it. And they said it was on the flight. That's all I got.
Okay. Have they responded to your? Have you like emailed them yet or?
I filed a complaint, yeah, and then I tried calling.
Hey, Lex Franco has tweeted to say, I don't understand why PokerStars don't employ poker professionals to commentate. These guys hardly talk poker. Can you go ahead and analyze that last hand for us, if you wouldn't mind?
Yes, so Greenstein sometimes pretty tight, so when he raises you run.
I would say you know 90%.
Yeah, that's that taken care of.
I mean, the cool thing about like a guy like Greenstein is
I was gonna go less than that.
he plays pretty tight, but he realizes it, so he'll pull some moves too. You know, like you kind of always expect him to have it, and it's kind of annoying, but you still sometimes feel like you're being messed with. So he can play smart, aggressive too.
He just has a tremendous self-awareness, doesn't he? He knows exactly what people expect of him, and he just manipulates that to his own benefit.
Yeah, the 100% c-bet in the big game wasn't quite in that category.
So, Lex, is there something to that, like when you're playing against someone super tight, to just saying like, okay, like I know that pre-flop I might be a little behind, but I can call anyway and maybe stack them?
Yeah, in some spots if you're deep enough, but most of the time the mistake people make against tight players is that they think, oh, you know, but this time I'm going to get him or I'm going to bluff him, or they get annoyed and I want to play loose against them. But you actually hurt them a lot more by just not playing pot when they just play a pot, you know?
Well, that makes a lot of sense. Just don't give them the opportunity.
I'm so wise now.
You really are.
I mean, I would never do this, of course, but...
Yeah, don't do what I do. Just do what I say.
Lex is one of the only pros who used to could sometimes understand. I used to have a strategy that when a guy beats you in a pot, what you do is you play every single pot you can with that guy until you either get your money back or you go broke.
God, I mean, I did that today even.
Really?
Let's quickly take a look at this one. This was raised up under the gun +1 from Hendrik Latz. Got the call from Jamie Staples. Post flop, it was a check from Latz. Staples bet 16,000, gets the call. We are off to the turn with 76,000 in the middle.
Well, that's a good card for Latz. Like a lot of hands that he's gonna check call with on the flop, some queen jack, maybe some queen 10, you know. the queen is going to be pretty decent for that. Also, just kind of like a scare card for Jamie, because if Jamie's betting a pair to protect, or, you know, like when I say protect a pair, it means like betting an 8 or a 9 to prevent somebody getting a free turn and to get some money in the pot, or, you know, that queen is not a good card for that. So I expect a lot of checks here from Jamie as well. But then again, lots could also be pot controlling a lower pair because he doesn't really like the 9-8 of hearts that much, and he wants to take it easy with like a pair of 7s or 6s. And in that case, that would be good to bet against that, because you don't want to like make it too easy for your opponent to play out of position and just pot control your way to the river with like weak holdings. Is that enough strategy?
No, that's great. That's good. I'm really happy. Thank you, Lex. Genuinely, that's awesome.
We weren't not talking because we weren't listening. We just didn't want to stop the flow. It was all good stuff.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's just, you know, it got, yeah. It's.
No, it makes sense. And now it's a bet of 42,000 into the 76,000 pot.
A lot more of Les's range is gonna become clear now. I mean, this bet from Jamie is gonna weed out a lot of 8x hands, a lot of under pairs that he could have. And if he calls here, he's gonna be reasonably strong. Like I would say, like minimum, like decent 9, like Jack 9 or something. And that's like the minimum.
Well, we're off to the river, which is a king of spades. Spadaroo.
Spadaroo.
160,000. Check again from Lats. Option on Jamie. Check, check. We get a showdown. And Jamie's got the ace queen. And it's the 9. Oh, ay, ay, ay. Man.
Sorry, Twitch.
Sorry, Twitch. That's not a nice one.
Boy, I wonder if Jamie Stables is excited to be at the feature table.
That turn, man.
Yeah.
On the feature table, that turn.
Luckily, we asked him.
That's all right.
So, let's see.
Table. I started really well, pretty much doubled my stack in the first level or so. Table's pretty tough now, lost a couple tough pots, lost an all in ace 10 to 9-8, so sitting on around 190 right now. Gonna have to be patient, I think. Barry Greenstein just moved on my left, which is really cool. The first time I played with him was at the PokerStars Festival in New Jersey, and I've listened to his book, Ace on the River, maybe 10, 20 times or something. So to me, like, he's a real star of the game, someone that inspired me to play. So it's so surreal and such an honor to be able to play with him here at the PokerStars Championship. Well, I don't think I would be here if it wasn't for all of the love and support from my community, you know? So I just owe them a ton of gratitude for rooting me on through the ups and the downs, and I'm hoping we can make it pay off. The first ever PokerStars Championship Bahamas, I mean, that's the dream. It's priceless. So I'm going to go for it.
Of course, that was before he just lost a massive pot.
Yeah, that was back when he was happy. Happy and shiny.
Well, he's still kind of shiny.
Looking a bit flushed. Looking quite overly excited, I might say. And I understand when we had Kevin in, he was saying, you know, Kevin really praying that Jamie does well here, because this is just a huge deal for these guys. This one, incidentally, started by Mr. Jamie Staples, got re-raised by the Bear, and decided better on.
40 to 1. 40 to 1, yeah. So I put 100 to win 4K. Can you get some more action? 40 to 1. Yeah. He since said he thinks it's a bad line.
Well, he was right on his second one. On his second snap.
It's actually happened to me before too, where I never got it back. But
Now,
yeah, 40 to 1. So
an interesting question that came out of that little clip with Jamie is when he said that he'd listened to Barry's book. So there's like an audio version. Do you think it's like narrated by Barry? Is this something you're aware of, Joe?
This is my book, Ace on the River, by Barry Greenstein.
So if I don't get it back,
Senior.
He thinks it's incredibly likely.
And now I'd like to tell you about my experience at EPT Baden.
The day began, as I recall. Wow.
Barry's got one of those Chicago accents occasionally. The Bears.
If I had a book and there was an audio version of it, I would want Snoop Dogg to narrate it.
That'd be great, like Robinson Crusoe, narrated by Snoop Dogg.
I made a fizzle, my nizzle.
I mean, have you seen those Nature Channel videos that Snoop Dogg narrates? It's so awesome. I could only imagine if he does your book.
All I know is there's a section of Barry's book where he talks about whether or not you should bone the night before you play a poker tournament, and I probably wouldn't want to hear that in Barry's voice. Just reading it was enough.
Meanwhile, we've got a little bit of a situation here. Messina raised to 13,000. Daniel Weinman got it all in for 124,000. Back to Valentin.
Box versus box.
Who's talking?
I don't know. Is there a mirror, or is that two different people?
It's like the evil Kermit,
exactly.
normal Kermit mirror meme.
Exactly. Evil Captain Kirk with the eyeliner and the ripped shirt. Other than that, identical. This one gets through. Daniel Weinman, stick around. 152,000 for him now. So, Lex,
Okay,
do you think there'll ever come a time when there's almost no pros at any of events because they're too busy streaming?
Nah, I mean, streaming is not for everybody. You really have to like it. You have to like Twitch as a thing, like the streaming as a thing.
Alex just like give guesses on everything.
I mean,
nowadays?
most
I've
of the
never met him
streamers
before.
watch Twitch before they even started.
I guess,
so
yeah, I think a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely think there's always gonna be like a niche amount of people. It's gonna grow, but it's it's not like everybody's gonna move to Twitch. It just doesn't work either.
You guys should go meet right now.
Yeah, we were talking about this the other day. You've really just like really taken to it. I must say, do you know, I'm kind of surprised. I wouldn't have pegged you as like one of the guys that would just like totally dig it and just make it what you do, because you have to give it everything, don't you, to make it successful?
Yeah, I mean, consistency is the most important thing, and there's so much work that goes into it, so there's like no time to play poker around it or anything. But I mean, I watch Twitch. I used to watch Twitch 4 or 5 hours a day myself, just have it on in the background. So I really loved the thing that streaming could bring, and I've always liked Twitter as the platform the most out of all the social media, because I could talk with people, like I could reply to their questions or their comments or stuff they said, and Twitch brings that even closer. So it's like a combination of a lot of things I like, and that's why it's really effortless for me to just take to it that way.
Lex, I'm currently playing in the PokerStars TV free roll, and there is a $100 bounty on my head. I shoved from under the gun with 2 9s for about 1,500 chips, and 8 of the players at the table had me covered, and 7 of them folded. What do you think of that play by them?
Yeah, that's any 2 boys. That's any 2. You need to get that bounty.
We've got a straighty runner flushy board out here. A Trivedi Caverman. Caverman was the original raiser. Check on both the flop and turn. Look at that. You can read it for yourselves. I am obsolete.
That's a nice graphic. This is pretty much saying, like, I have a queen, or I don't have enough to check down with, and I just hope you're gonna fold like some check through ace or king.
Caverman, known as one of the tankier players in the game.
I don't really like the small size of the bet, just because it's such a, like, I either have something strong enough to bet or I have nothing at all and I just can't really check. I'll bet a little bit bigger, because I think that Caverman is gonna have a pretty easy call. So then your bluffs are gonna get called a lot and your value hands don't really get value.
Man, when did Lex get so grown up? I mean, this is all real. This is good stuff.
Well,
Joe.
somebody had to.
It just all makes so much sense. I just sort of go, yeah, that makes sense. Just soak in.
You can't even really troll him.
Messaged Mike and said I want
We're going to head outside because one of our remaining female players, Gail Beaumont, is up against Clement Tarmakov. And it is ace-king versus kings. Oh, and that looks like a cheeky flush. A double up for Gail. That's the way to improve with the clubs there. Cheeky.
She's good.
And it was an ace-queen there.
Oh, forgive me. Sorry. It was all moving very quickly. I have a cold. Meanwhile, Benzimani.
What are you doing, Ben?
What are you doing, Ben? Oh my God.
Sorry, we don't know how he left us, but he left us.
Rip.
Thanks for playing. 72 players left in our main event. Third level of the day right now. Still got over an hour to go on this one. Just again, recap where we are. 3,000, 6,000 on the blinds. 1K ante. Currently our guest, Lex Veldhuis, joining us from Holland.
It's on you.
Could you do that every single time someone stalls? That would be great.
Oh, I do that live too.
Oh, so the tournament went for
Your turn.
Yeah.
At least, you know what? If there's an aggressive action, I always don't mind. If this guy would just like think for that long and fold, well, it's not even that long. I guess I'm just a little bit edgy because as soon as I joined the booth, then I saw that Byron Kaverman was there, and I was like, oh dear lord, we're gonna have a lot to talk about in between hands.
Who's on your team? Some big Russian guy who was pretty good. And
It is something somewhere like, I mean, it's all you could. There's always two sides to the story because somebody can think as long as he wants, but it's really important for everybody that poker stays interesting, you know.
It certainly helps us.
They said they want to do it, but you know, Jason doesn't want to get up at 9
This
o'clock.
was a 14K raise from Valentin Messina, re-raised by Hendrik Latz to 34K.
What are the blinds at? Like 3-6?
Yep. 3-6 with a 1,000 ante. And he lets that go. That's another one for Hendrik, who is gone.
Kyle, the best player.
I really like this check with the set of nines, I have to say. I think both played that hand really well. I think that Jamie's river check was really good, but I don't know, not to harp on about it, but it just showed like that, you know, what I said that Jamie, that Lutz was really strong after calling the queen. And that's why Jamie didn't even decide to value bet a hand that strong. But I think it's really important to know, like, a lot of people just immediately assume, oh, I have a set of nines, there's some draws on this board, I need to bet. But what specifically do you want people to have, you know, on 9-8 deuce with two hearts? Like, it's very important that if you're going to be weak in certain situations, that you also want to be sometimes strong. Like, make sure that you're not always predictably weak when you check a board.
Well, I know what he wanted him to have, Lex. He wanted him to have a second best hand. Easy.
Easy. Well done, Joe.
Thank you.
You showed Lex, didn't you? Unbelievable.
Action's on your boy, otherwise known as my brother, Jamie Staples.
Right about 150.
Is he on the ropes? Like, how many big blinds does he have?
He's okay, actually.
20.
He's got 20.
Depending on who you talk to, that may be okay.
Yeah.
That may be on the ropes.
Yeah.
For Lex, I mean, he's
That's like-
moving with any two. For Daniel, he's okay.
Yeah.
Oh, like he's so good at tournaments, huh?
And there is
There
the
we go.
all-in triangle.
How much is it?
I think Twitch needs to send their energy towards him.
This is going to be a pretty strong shove. If you have ace queen here raising, this is going to be a pretty tough call. Like, I don't think Jamie's messing around here much. Also, you raise from early position.
Yeah, under the gun +1 for Daniel Wyman. Now put to the big decision.
He knows it. 113,000 the call, 151,000 in the middle. Not a stellar price.
Did you know it was a pay bubble?
I'm pretty sure this guy has ace queen. I don't know.
Javara would have had a little parentheses 1 for you.
How does Javaro tell you there's a pay bubble? Pay bubble? Twitch is going crazy.
Yeah, I'm just kind of silently watching it scroll past.
That's so nice, isn't it?
It is good. It is. Everyone's starting to come out of the woodwork.
Rebecca's dad says, call him, Lex.
A lot of energy must be passing through the universe right now. And Mr. Staples does not have to show his hand. He has won. He is back in the game.
Now he's in good shape.
He's got 25 bigs to play with now, 150,000 on the nose.
Come on, trash talk him, Jamie.
Can you imagine that if, like, on the feature table, Jamie Staples just suddenly turned into this foul mouth?
What now? What do you guys want, huh? You can't even call it all in? Get some!
He just replied FML. And that he misjudged for how long you've been already here in the Bahamas.
Yeah, it was like 2 days ago. I'd been here like 4 days or something.
What?
He said he only thought I was there too.
Oh,
but
I do worry that Jamie might need to take his jumper off, because every time we see him, he's looking slightly hotter and redder than before. I don't know if it's just that pressure of the chance of being called all in there, but it looks like he's
that one's gonna feel good.
getting more and more red as we see him. Raise here from Hendrik Lantz, 14,000. This is a 3-bet from Smith Trivedi. 38,000 now.
Well, Jamie ain't thinking about flat calling the 3-bet.
Nope.
He is all in again, second hand running.
Jamie, take my energy.
This is gonna be pretty strong, I think.
Hendrik says that's quite unfortunate as he folds around to Smith.
This is a good sign.
Lex, we're leaning towards strong holdings here as well, right? Like maybe not quite as strong as as confident as we were last time, but even still, it's not really.
Yeah, I think Jamie's just not gonna mess around in this spot too often, but it is two big stacks playing against each other. I think Trivedi didn't really have a decision there. He just wants to save a little bit of face because he wants to 3-bet Lutz in the future, and if you instantly fold, it becomes a little bit clearer. There's still stuff that's strong enough to 3-bet that he could fold against the shove here, so, you know, it's not like he's Hollywooding. This is the type of tanking I wouldn't mind, because you're protecting your future play, you know?
As long as it's not excessive.
Yeah. I mean, the people that think they protect their future play by tanking 5 seconds every hand, you know, like, I need to do this every hand. No, you don't. You just fold your bad hands and you think about your good hands. You know, like the people who take like 7-8 seconds every time they look at their cards to not give away anything. That doesn't do anything. But this is important. You know, if he's gonna be 3-betting people a lot, and the first time he shows like, oh, I didn't have anything, then people remember that. So, and who knows? Maybe he did fold a decent hand. You know.
So this is an under the gun from Byron Keverman, made it 14,000. It's working its way around the table. Small blind folds, big blind of Daniel Weinman. Gonna defend. We've not really mentioned much about John Engeldow. Who's also, you've seen on your screen a couple of times, hasn't got involved yet. Let's come to our feature table with 130,000. We shall come to him whenever he gets involved. Right now, it's a check from Daniel.
See, like, these are the spots that Byron has played thousands of times. You raise under the gun, big blind defense, and it comes like a Broadway flop.
Yeah.
Those are the kind of situations we expect somebody to act quickly. I'm sorry, like, it's just that there's a lot of, you know. All right, so he bets. Let's see what the big blind does.
Do you think he... Okay. Yeah, 15,000. Looked like he meant to put some more chips in there and then just went with the number that was in his hand.
yeah, there was something went on with the chips there. So another jack on the turn here, the jack of clubs, 69,000 in the middle. Another check from Wyman. Remind you, it went check, bet, call, post flop.
Hand for hand in the free roll, buddy. It's 2 days in a row I cashed.
Man, you are the beast.
I've cashed in 100% of my MTTs in 2017. Just thought I would throw that out there. Lex, do you have any catchphrases in your stream while we wait for Byron Tankerman?
Just Arnold Schwarzenegger stuff.
Like get to the chopper, that kind of thing?
Come with me if you want to live.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. Just like Schwarzenegger stuff. I mean, we have some catchphrases. Like half of them I don't think I can say here.
Understood.
Yeah. If you have any doubts, probably don't.
Yeah.
It's a rule I've been trying to teach Joe, but he's taking a while to get to it. If in doubt, don't tell that story.
There was that one time on I think it was, you weren't there, Matt, but it was W Coop Radio where I tricked a PokerStars executive into saying the MFer word.
Oh, really?
Not thinking he would ever say it.
And you went for it?
Yeah.
No
Live.
delay, no chance
delay,
to buzz it out.
We bleeped it for the replay, but yeah.
Nice.
Good job. Joe excels at tricking people into losing their jobs. I've got a small list on my phone I refer back to just to remind me to never trust him. So post-flop it went check from Wyman, bet of 15, then the call. This time Wyman believes and Byron takes that one down, gets himself up to exactly 500,000 on the nose with blinds and antes considered. $500,000 for Byron Kaverman. Shortest stack, Daniel Wyman now with 17 bigs. Valentin Messina with 18 bigs. In fact, as I say that, let's actually just show you everyone here on our feature table and how things are looking. Especially those guys on Twitch wanted to know how Jamie Staples' stack is doing. Much more comfortable now. Back to 36 big blinds with 50 minutes still on the clock.
Are you playing for the win, Barry? Is that your strategy?
Just playing because there's nothing else to do here.
Sorry, I don't remember the specifics, but a few years ago, didn't they start like initiative on 2+2 to make you say LOL document?
Yeah, I know about that.
How did that go down?
Better than anyone could have imagined. Raised a lot of money for some poor kids.
Such a good guy.
Can't really make a joke out of anything having to do with poor kids, can you?
You can't. That's the thing is, there's just nothing really to troll Barry about. Such a nice bloke.
I always wanted Barry to do a fake commercial for a product called LOL Donkaments. If you're playing at the table and someone has really bad breath, try LOL Donkaments.
$60,000. What happened?
We are going to step away from our featured table because there's stuff happening outside. I can tell you Jason Mercier is all in versus Murad Akhundov. Murad has Jason Mercier covered. Ace King versus aces. Just hold. Ooh. Ooh. So a double up for Jason. Gonna have over $500,000 now. Also, we find Chance Konuth versus Marcin Kapowski. And still playing out 9-7-8-3 on the board already. All in and a call. Aces again. We bring you all the aces with our outer table coverage. Versus 8-9 for a flop 2 pair. And boys and girls, mums and dads, I'm afraid to say that is Chance Corner out of the main event. With a smile on his face and cash in his hand. Any more outer tables? It's all happening out there. No, I think we're okay. I think we've caught up with ourselves.
Just tell him how much the massage is.
Look at him, he's had a lovely time. Oh, slow-mo. Down the road, that's where he'll always be. Back to the feature table. Can tell you this one was a limp here. It's just blind on blind. Byron versus Hendrik. Post flop of a king 7-6. There was a bet from Byron of 6,000 got called. The turn, the ace of spades. Keverman again being the aggressor with 14,000. 2 hearts, 2 spades. 46,000 up for grabs.
Yes, everyone, I was the person to manually pause the free roll. I'm sorry, I had to just take a minute to argue with some people on Twitter.
Because some people don't realize how much power you wield over PokerStars as a company and the client online. I think a lot of people think you're just like a presenter and a host who's just paid to like commentate and chat and do like links. They don't realize exactly the huge depth of control you have over the tournament, the clock, the prize payouts. I've seen some of the tweets you get. Few people understand how powerful you are.
And some do, is the problem. Not enough people understand how powerful I am at PokerStars.
I guess, yeah, that's the way to word it. Byron living up to his reputation here, just thinking about something. No action yet, just a world of possibilities.
These spots are pretty interesting now, though, because when somebody calls a small blind, these days, especially when people are pretty deep, people turn up with like king and ace type hands a lot. So this is a board that he definitely can bet a few times without looking too weak. It's a really small sizing, again. But, I mean, you know, Lutz is going to have a lot of like a 7 or a 6 here a lot, where he's just thinking, yeah, okay, so you know that you have the king and the ace in your small blind calling range. So you're going to make it seem like you're betting for value here anyway, and the 7 and 6 are going to be in a pretty tough spot.
What's so interesting on the other side of those chairs that everyone's all leaning over? I mean, I don't really care what it is as long as they keep doing it.
Classic Joe. Oh, Joe. I'm a bit worried, Joe, if Jamie Staples doesn't get involved in another hand soon, I think we might lose a lot of our audience.
No, they'll hang out.
Discipline.
Hendrik lets that one go.
Okay.
And the rich get richer. 532,000 for Byron Keverman now.
You want to see what Lex thinks of this interesting factoid that just come through?
Thought you were calling for
Tell me.
We're halfway through the day. We've lost 57 of the 125 players who started.
Whoa.
Wow, quite a reaction.
That's almost half for half. Nope, we've lost 59 now.
Wow. So we'll crown a champion later on today then, right? About 9 o'clock tonight, I would imagine?
9:30 at the latest.
9:30 at the latest, yeah.
Look what happened.
I'll move that reservation at Nobu, yeah. I'll make it 10 just to cover us.
I just see though, like he limped a hand as strong as King Queen. It's like the trend of the last few years or whatever that people started realizing. I actually think I make more by playing those hands a little bit slow and playing against a random big blind than I do when I raise and they call and they play me in position.
Well, our boy Jamie Staples raises this up, 14,000 under the gun +1. Round to the button of Byron. Just calls it.
Where did this dude come from?
John Engledow. he's been here for a while.
Really?
I mentioned him. I mentioned him about 20 minutes ago, and we've still not really seen him. First of all, I just thought he was a friend of one of the players.
I think he just walked in when the darts were over.
Yeah.
I was down the pub watching the darts.
Where did this come from?
Found these chips on a slot machine in the casino. I thought I'd see if they work here. I'm all out. So here we are. Action on Jamie out of position on an ace-9-8 rainbow board. 45,000 in the middle. The bet from Jamie Staples is 21,000. When Joey's multitasking to this degree, I never know when you're busy on the keyboard, whether he's like batting away trolls on Twitch, whether you're teasing people in the free roll, whether you're setting up 6 dates for this evening. It's always a real like Schrodinger's cat kind of scenario for me when I see Joe busy on his laptop.
The answer is yes.
All of the above.
I'm actually trying to get to the bottom of what's happening in the free roll. It's been manually paused for about 10 minutes now.
Well, didn't you lent on that lead over there?
No, I know, but I tried to unpause it and it didn't work. They told me not to mess around with it too much. Maybe this is why.
I'll check.
Justin's on it.
Justin, my very own Justin.
Kings versus King Jack. Tough to get paid there. Ace on board.
Man, Kaverman is very close to approaching the 600,000 mark. Nearly 100 big blinds. Been a good level for him, and still 42 minutes on the clock. And the aforementioned mystery man in the seat 1, straight from the darts, John Engledow. Hasn't really got involved. Got to watch out because he is now, that is the man. He's got less than 20 bigs. We've got 3 players, John, Valentin, and Daniel, now 19, 18, and 16 big blinds respectively. Lex is still enjoying that joke. It grows on you.
Won his way here in a Bluetooth poker league.
I think we've lost Lex for a while.
Lex has gone to plaid.
Valentin Messina, one of our short stacks, makes it 13,000. Those precious chips.
All right.
You back with us? You okay?
Oh man, that was just so funny. It's just somebody sits down, is wearing like a vacation shirt, and just where did this dude come from? As if he's not supposed to be there.
Hey, I mean, security here is pretty tight, but you know, every now and then, something just slips through the cracks.
I mean, I wish I could do an English accent because I would just really go to town on this guy right now. What's this? What's this going on here?
Hey, nice to meet you all. Lovely to be here.
A little bit of poker.
Oh, I've seen this on the telly.
Is this the all-in game? That was my favorite.
Is this the all-in game?
When I would play in Vegas sometimes, and a guy would stroll up and be like, "Is this the all-in game?" And then be like, "Yeah, have a seat, buddy."
how much money exactly have you got with you, and how much more can you get? So we got a three-way check there. It was an 8-5-4 flop, 2 hearts. No one fancied it, and now the board has paired a 4 of diamonds on the turn.
So just to let the viewers know, I said, can we find out what's happening in the free roll? It's been paused for 10 minutes, and the response I got was, sorry, no. So we can't find out what's going on in the free roll. I tried. Maybe we could have Lee Jones. If anyone in the Isle of Man is listening.
I don't know. Email.
Oh, we're asking. Okay, we're asking.
Email ideas@PokerStars.com. And say, have you got any idea what's going on? Byron Caverman deciding whether, having had it checked post-flop and turn, whether now is the time to strike.
I think your name, if your name's gonna be Byron Caverman or Caverman, it's mandatory you have to play clubs.
Certainly.
He's betting, we be folding.
Yeah, he who bets wins, Rodney. Easy peasy. And again, more chips sliding towards Byron Caverman. Now 619,000. We're going to head out because, rather interestingly, we have a clash between our current chip leader, Pascal Lefrancois, and the starter day chip leader, Nick Memon. I can see that we have all the cards out. It's an ace, 5, 9, queen, 6 with 3 clubs out there.
Heard a cry of pain.
Check, check. It's a rivered flush, and that's fine. Lefrancois has got still over 1 million in chips, so I don't think we need to cry on his behalf. Everything will be fine.
Pascal Lefrancois, hot off his GPL Season 1 win. The Montreal Nationals.
My fiance.
And Pascal missed his flight to the GPL Finals. Came in, smashed all of his matches, then missed his flight home. Told me he's missed 3 flights in his entire life, and 2 of them were on that same trip.
Good times for everyone.
5 folds, 6 folds, 7 folds.
He's something of a big deal, so it's okay to get his back on camera.
See that raises to 15,000.
Byron Caverman knows this one up from the hijack. 15,000. And our mystery man on the button, John Engeldow from the UK, calls. Know nothing about him. There are still quite a lot of players. We've got 66 players out there, so it's no real surprise to see some faces that we don't feel like we've encountered at any point throughout our coverage so far. It's always just a bit weird, like when we're down to the last 3 tables and you suddenly see a name and a face, you think, how have we been here for a week and have not seen this guy or said his name at all? Like, how did he manage to creep through?
There'll be
all
another
these
one,
places?
yeah.
There
There'll be
will
another
be.
one on day 5.
So 3 players on this one. Jamie Staples is first to act from the big blind, checks it to the original aggressor, Byron Caverman. On a King 7 board, flop. Ooh, nice tap.
Hold. Hold. Seeing if there's a camera I could show just Twitch.
John folds, as does Jamie.
They're broadcasting on Twitch right now.
Oh.
So I'm trying to see if I can find a camera to show them. Oh, thank you.
Pete Blow, he's a troll, but he's funny. Apparently there was an argument at one of the free roll tables and security were called, paused for the safety of all players.
Well, who's Twitch feed or is it PokerStars?
It's PokerStars Twitch feed. I think it's on Facebook and YouTube as well.
Also, our friend Christine Mashman, whose email address, again, I'll just give out, ideas@PokerStars.com. If you've got any problems whatsoever with anything in your life, just email ideas@PokerStars.com. She'll help you out with that. Or if you've actually got a legit idea.
Are
but
you allowed
mostly-
to ask for ideas? Because I got to come up with a new tight 5 for 2017, and I'm tapped.
I'm just worried that Christine doesn't have enough to do on a daily basis. So yeah, if you need any ideas, if you're thinking, I was going to have a dinner party. I know that 2 of the guys are vegan and one of them doesn't like seafood. Any ideas what I could serve? Ideas at PokerStars.com. It's part of our concierge service, so I'm sure she'll be absolutely happy and delighted. She has already tweeted the word don't, but I'm pretty sure she meant do.
I'm waiting for the helmet, and then you just tape a selfie stick. You just put it right, you know. Just
Sorry.
Here.
Love you, bye. She loves the attention, really. Daniel Wyman has made it 12,000. Folding round to the button of Smith Trevedy. He folds. Jamie Staples small blind. He folds. Barry Greenstein, he folds. I don't know why I bothered calling that hand, because that just went in absolutely nowhere. You think they could like flag us in some way when they're all planning to do nothing? Just to, I could just chill. I could just sit back.
Oh, come on, guys. I have aces and no action. That's my impression of Daniel Weinman.
Nice.
Oh, come on. Every time. Different Daniel Weinman.
It's so nice when you get some anti-chips when you're so short. Feels like you're on the way up again, you know, when you win a pot like that.
Right, because if you're colorblind, which most of us are in 2017, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Hey, it's 30 chips.
Chips are chips, baby. Hey, all chips are the same in the dark. Am I right, Broughton?
Hey, man, good point.
Where you
well
get
done.
naked with those chips and rubbing them all over your body.
Yeah, you can't tell the 50 cents one from the
No way,
5,000s.
that's right.
Apart from if you're in Europe and there's those rectangle
The
ones, they get
plaques,
caught
yeah,
right in the.
They will cause some damage.
If you get a corner, one of those corners, right in the old sweet spot, right in the old junipers. This one is round to Smith. He's going to make it 13,000. Into Jamie Staples' button, who again has gone a bit red. I always worry slightly. I don't know if he's just excited.
Could be what we call in the business a little bit of bar tan. Some people get a little red in the face when they drink.
I don't know. Did Jamie Staples strike you as the sort of guy that drinks
I
while
think
he's playing poker?
I don't know about this early in the day, but I think Jamie Staples, to be honest, looks like he'd be one of the most peer pressurable people imaginable. Like, I guarantee you, if I was at that table and I was like, Jamie, we're drinking, he'd be like, okay.
Hey, I've got you shot as well, because you look like you could use it. Oh, yeah, thanks. We've seen Stapes do that to other well-known people.
I really wish I hadn't.
Ace 7-3, 2 clubs down, heads up between Jamie and Smith.
Mr. Foxall and the still paused free roll says, if it's canceled, I better get my money back. I lost 2 flips and got 19,000th.
Going out into the field again because Pratush Badiga is all in. Decision is on Nick Mosa. He has called. We are going to see it. Pratush has got pocket 9s versus ace queen.
9's holding. 9's still holding. 9's hold.
That's all good. And it's a double up for Mr. Badiga. Oh, however, we do also hear that Mr. Lucas Greenwood, who featured on our table up on the stage earlier on, is out with last year's champ, Mike Watson. A bit of consolation. I mean, there's money as well. So, you know, that in itself for consolation, 11,560 euros, dollars, should I say.
I can tell you right now, Matt, you can't put a price on the friendship with Mike Watson.
You can, it's $11,560.
I'm so sorry, Matt. You can. You absolutely
Right,
can, and
okay.
it's right around 11 grand.
Because he hadn't been anywhere until the money started getting sorted out, so.
He's like, hey, buddy, about that makeup.
About ton of payback, yeah? Mr. Hendrik Latz has raised this up. Under the gun +1, 14,000. Right into the jaws of Jamie Staples, who snaps at it with a call.
What you got, Dan?
Oh, don't ask him that. He hates it when people ask him that. He gets really angry. Look,
Some people ask it every single hand though. How much is it now? How much is it? Well, it's gonna be 10 or 15k more or less.
Yeah.
You know.
Remember the last hand when I counted it all out for you?
Yeah.
A little bit less than that. So three-way to the flop, 53k in the middle. King, Jack 3, 2 spades. Big blind first to act, Daniel Wyman. Checks. To the pre-flop aggressor, Hendrik Lantz. Continuation bet from Hendrik. 53,000 in the middle. 19,000 to bet. I like that. I like that bet size, Joe. I don't know about you, but I feel very comfortable with that.
Yeah, it's a great bet size. Lex?
Yeah, it's okay.
Oh, it's very reliable. It's like, it must be like what it was for Luke Skywalker when Obi-Wan's died, spoiler. And you know, it's not like you're talking to him constantly, but you're aware he's there, and if it's needed, you'll just suddenly hear, remember, 5 minutes to the break. You go, thanks, Lex. It's just there when you need him.
Except if Obi-Wan were like way more, you know, sarcastic.
Yeah.
Oh, great job with the lightsaber.
Oh. I mean, when I said trust your force, I didn't mean turn the targeting computer off. I mean, that's just stupid risk at this point of the rebellion.
Plus, I can't imagine Obi-Wan having blow-up Fridays.
That'd be something. It's gonna look pretty strong for Jamie. There's gonna be like some with Jamie's stack. He's gonna also flat call with some really good hands pre-flop. Hoping maybe, you know, the guy in the big blind moved all in because he was shorter as well. Maybe not push him away because it's pretty easy to get towards all in anyway when you have a strong hand, when you have 20 big blinds. The good thing about betting the smaller size on the flop though is that you can bet a little bit easier on multiple streets.
Yeah.
So if you have a hand like ace queen, if you bet big, then all of a sudden Jamie's range is now so strong that you can't really bet the turn. But if you bet small, he's gonna have a lot of jacks in there, maybe some other stuff like straight draws, and now you can bet the turn as well and get folds from that.
Well, it's 34,000 the price now for Jamie Staples to consider.
Ace is full on Twitter. Asks, hi guys, can you tell me if Mike McDonald is still in the tournament? Yes, we can tell you. Thank you for your question.
Always nice to hear from the viewers. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much. We welcome all questions.
Let's it go. And Hendrik Lantz takes that one down. Doing pretty well for himself, Hendrik Lantz, in this particular session. $500,000 now in chips for him.
I don't know about that one.
Just going to quickly remind you about one of the challenges we have for you going on today. It is, of course, our world-famous card hunt. You could win a $530 ticket to the PokerStars Championship Panama satellite that's running. You need to firstly start today's card hunt challenge on PokerStars. That's part one of your challenge. And then while you are completing the puzzle pieces, you need to win a hand with the 3 of diamonds as one of your hole cards. The 3 of diamonds as one of the hole cards in a winning hand while completing that challenge. And once you have done both of those things, you need to tweet the hand ID, your player ID, use the hashtag PokerStarsWin. We will draw the winner at random, and 3 runners-up will receive an $82 feeder ticket to stand a chance of joining us in Panama, which I think would be nice for everyone. We'd love to see you there. Lex, we're going to let you go. Anything we need to know about what you've got coming on in the next week? What are you up to with your twitching?
I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, and then I'm going to be streaming a lot, also during a T-Coop that's coming up.
Yeah.
So expect me to be online like 6 or 7 days of the week.
Good man. I like your commitment. I don't know how many years you can keep it going before we just find you dead in a basement somewhere, but I applaud your efforts.
Well, I survived PLO, so I'll be fine.
True.
Lex went really deep in the lukewarm Earl Grey last year's T-Coop.
Jesus. All right.
All right, I think on that bombshell, we'll let you go. Lovely to speak to you. Thanks for giving us your time, Lex, and have fun with the rest of your week.
All right. Thanks for having me. Bye, guys.
Cheers, guys.
Bye, Lex. I'm so sorry.
Such a great response there.
I'm just so sorry about that one.
Under his breath. Oh, Jesus. That's fantastic. We're still, incidentally, everyone that's still wondering what's going on in the free roll, we're still trying to find out what's going on. We apologize. The good news is it was free. And look at the fun you've had. I hope you've been chatting to your table mates, making new friends.
Yeah, that's what you do.
That's really what it's all about.
It's a social game.
Social game.
So I promised, I did a Twitch competition earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And I promised a Twitter competition for later.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do now is just set up, I'm going to get everyone ready. Get everyone on Twitter ready. I'm writing down the answers so Matt can verify.
Not really seen a lot out of our boy Barry Greenstein. Hasn't really managed to get his ship floating on this particular level. But is pretty handsome in chips and doesn't need to worry too much about it. And that, in fact, is a walk for Hendrick. No one wants a piece of that hand. What a dreadful orbit that was. Come on, dealer.
It doesn't speak much English. Had a Deshaun Jackson Eagles jersey on. I know he also wears a Cutler jersey. And someone said, do you think he knows what position Deshaun Jackson plays? And I said, I don't know. And I don't know if it says Eagles on the front. I said, if you just ask him the question, what team is that jersey for? I bet you 1,000 he can't answer. You know, he won't answer correctly. So the guy said, well, we got to know that. He wears it like 3 times a week. I said, okay, I'll bet you 1,000. So we bet 1,000. He's like shrugs his shoulder, doesn't do anything. But you can't ask anymore. So when I said, well, okay. I said, I bet you, you know, it says Jackson on the back. If you want to parlay it, I'll bet you he doesn't, you know, even though he's got to take it off, he's got to see it. I bet you he doesn't know it says Jackson on the back of the uniform. You can have on the back of the uniform. You want to parlay it. So the guy says, okay, 1,000. I'll bet you another 1,000. So we asked him, do you know what it says on the back of your uniform, or on the back of your shirt, your jersey?
Sorry, can I see this?
Again, he, you know, shrugs. He, actually,
sorry,
he didn't
I
shrug.
just don't see
Now
it
he's kind of getting
Thank
upset, and he just said F you to the guy. You know. Now the guy throws me another $1,000 chip. I said, okay, I'll give you one last chance to get your 2,000 back. All this guy ever wears are this Cutler jersey and this Deshaun Jackson jersey. Maybe one other football jersey. I don't know if I've ever seen him not in a jersey. So like, can we see him 5 days a week or something? I said, if you ask him the question, what sport is that jersey for? You can get your 2,000 back.
No way.
Oh, Barry.
He got me stuck. Nah, he just...
Well, we're going to just abandon this story because meanwhile we find that Alan Kessler is all in with Ace Queen versus John DeBella's 5s. So Alan going to need to connect and does not connect. And Chainsaw is out of here. Peace. The 5s are good for DeBella. Don't forget they held up against Ace King earlier on today. Sometimes the best hand wins. I know that's going to probably blow the minds of a few of our viewers, but sometimes when you get it all in with pocket 5s against Ace King, you just go on to win the hand. 63 players left in our main event here, the inaugural PokerStars Championship event. Also the first, just to make that clear.
What? Box 5. I'm box 5.
Welcome to the Bahamas PokerStars Championship.
All right, we ready?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, so this competition is for Twitter. Once again, I will allow Matt to reach into my sack.
Oh, sweet.
Into Stape's Ungrateful Christmas Gifts. I will give away a prize pack of ungrateful Christmas gifts that were given to me over the holidays, which I will then re-gift to you. So Kevin Hart played in this tournament.
Yes.
He played in the 100K.
already.
He did.
He played in the 50K. I'm about to list.
Stapleton, not Staples. Stapleton is talking behind my back right now. So.
I am, but I was talking about a guy you love, Barry Greenstein. Your favorite actor, Kevin Hart. By the way, quick shout out to Barry, who I would not be here if it weren't for Barry. Barry gave me some of my first jobs in poker. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Let me live in his house when I was homeless. Seen Barry with an open road before. Not a pretty sight. So we're moving on. Back to Kevin Hart. I'm going to read 5 Kevin Hart movies in the order in which they were released. You on Twitter must rank them in order of my favorite to my least favorite.
Wow.
If you get it right, you win a Stapes Ungrateful Christmas Regift prize pack. Are you ready, Matt Broughton?
What do I have to do?
You're just going to play along like you're a listener.
Okay.
The movies are Drillbit Taylor.
Never seen it. Never heard of it.
Ride Along.
Never heard of it. Never seen
We
it.
going on another ride along.
Never heard it. Never
Or
seen
as I like to call it, we going on a ride along again. That's Ride Along 2.
Okay. Not heard of it. Never seen it.
Get Hard.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Central Intelligence.
I've heard of that one, but didn't know he was in it. I've never seen it.
So you got to rank those 5 movies in order of my favorite to least favorite.
Okay.
And I will say that I have not seen one of them, but that can go as the last one.
Oh, okay.
So,
but won't you feel stupid if when you watch it, actually you love it? And
it
it's your
could be my
favorite?
most favorite. I will read you the game. I will say, look, there's been a change in my favorite Kevin Hart movies. We're going to do the game again.
Whoever we said won is going to have to send back the prizes, because that's the only fair way to do it.
So use the hashtag PokerStarsTV. May the best person who can determine my favorite Kevin Hart movies win.
Okay. I feel so stupid. I've just never heard of him. And even when I saw him, I thought, I still don't think I know who this is.
You want to marry my sister? We going on a ride along. The plot of that movie is, I just said it.
Right, okay. It was very good. I really enjoyed it.
Do you know what a ride along is?
No.
That's like when a cop takes a civilian in the car with them for the day.
Oh, okay.
And in the case of this, hilarity and danger ensues.
Isn't that how Breaking Bad starts? Is with Walter White gets a ride along with his brother-in-law, and that's how he gets to see about the world of.
I believe it is.
Yeah, so I do know ride along. See how I just brought that back to Aaron Paul as well. I made it all about the Bahamas and the experience of the main event. Thanks. You're watching PokerStars TV. Thanks.
Scott Berry, who submits Ride Along 2, Get Hard, Central Intelligence Drill. But Taylor, you blew it. You know why?
No.
Didn't use the hashtag PokerStarsTV.
How did you see it then?
Because he @replied Stapes.
Oh, okay. Anyway. There's a hand underway, so let's look at that. It's blind on blind. It is Smith Trevedy versus Jamie Staples.
Quick interjection again about the competition. Sam the Manic Flea, who says guessing second, fourth, third, first, fifth. Not going to fly.
Right.
Gonna need you to list out the titles of the movies.
Oh, that's a tedious thing to make people do, Joe.
I know, all those characters for a bunch of free crap.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, some people are doing it, so clearly some people think that's absolutely worth the squeeze. 13,000 into the chops of Jamie Staples.
Germany for that concert. I told you I was going with Ali, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Yeah. I so wanted to see him in Munich, man. That was.
In case you're watching us on the radio, the flop is King King 8 with 2 hearts.
Yeah, I talked to that back then, right? Like
yeah, I haven't, but yeah.
Yeah. He told me some of his stories.
Yeah. I haven't heard those stories. Gonna have to. That's gonna be a few weeks.
All in from Jamie Staples. Twitch, get ready. Oh, it's okay, Twitch. Stand down.
He changed his mind. No, wait, everyone folded.
It's all good. 26 big blinds for Jamie Staples now, the man from Twitch. 15 minutes left on this level before our next break. Interesting stat for you. 8% of the field is previous champs. Let's take a look at some of those guys. Jason Mercier is out there. Next to the David Peters look-alike with a beard. Another former champ. Mr. Mike McDonald. Timex out in the field next to Sam from our previous featured table. Davidai Katai always looks exactly the same. Decades can pass, he just always looks the same. And then we saw him rocking his pocket fives over and over. John DeBella sat next to Adrian Mateos from Spain. No, I think we're okay. And massage go in the background. Just going to mention that. Nothing else. Just saying.
Buenos dias, Adrian.
Hola, el comentador.
Mateo.
See?
How was your nueva year?
It was muy bien. Gracias.
Bueno nueva year?
Bueno. Gracias. Yourself?
Mine was fantastico.
Really?
The DJ?
So that
the
was,
DJ?
So the German
See?
He played that
community,
musica?
they asked
The
me
El DJ?
to say
Oh, the
something in
DJ.
German, okay?
Yeah.
He
I said,
played
no,
my
this is silly, I'm not
favorite
gonna do it,
song.
okay?
Yeah.
And
Hump around?
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah.
Hump,
like
hump.
12 minutes later, your
Yeah.
LOL, document
Crisscross
is
make a
starting.
hump, hump.
Yeah.
Daddy
After
Mac and make
talking
a
to you, I said,
hump,
okay,
hump.
Listen,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Mateo.
say a sentence, but you
See?
have to.
I must
spend,
go.
you have
Okay.
to donate at least $100 to Barry's foundation. And yeah, and 10 minutes later they said, okay, we got the money. And
Children Incorporated.
what's it called?
Children Incorporated.
Okay.
I'm not sure
Back on Dios.
officially how long I have to wait before I don't
You can
get
check out the thread
El
on
Comentador's sign-off, but now we all learned something.
Man, there's somebody on Twitter that's very close on this answer, and I have to double check it.
I said
Mystery.
It's amazing
I
with only
said,
5
it's
options,
something-
just how many
apparently it's an
variations of the
insight,
wrong
and it's
answer are
something along the
feasible.
line, my
Nope,
reputation
so
is on
close,
the
but
line,
no.
not yours.
Michael Molinar, who wrote 25134. Robert Towers, who wrote 25431.
No, let's just get the Twitter out. And
I don't
see
know what
we
that
can do
means.
here.
This is the sort of competition that, as well as getting the order of films that Joe has as preferential, you could probably also open the safe in his room. If we just keep entering all of these different options, one of them is going to pop that bad boy open.
I will say that if you could open the safe in my room, you could literally open anything or website or bank account.
Just the same password
All
across
the
all of the
same password.
staples.
Oh, yeah.
Stapleton's passwords, just crack one, crack all. Sorry, I went to say your name as I read on the screen Staples, and I put them together. Jamie Staples has just called from the button here. Small blind of Barry Greenstein, Valentin Messina in the big. I would imagine if Barry calls, which he doesn't, he raises to 20,000, the old devil. He's been around way too long to let anybody in for free.
6 balls.
So back round to the aforementioned Jamie Staples on the button, considering this raise. Going to have position against the legend, that is, but decides better of it. Barry Greenstein just ticking over, really. Still pretty much where he came into the feature table. Around 60, 63 big blinds right now. Jamie has slipped down a touch. He got himself up into a more comfortable 35 bigs, now about 24 with just over 10 minutes left on the level. Hope you're enjoying this coverage.
Is
We're
it a
having a
charity
nice
of
time.
your choice, or are you
No, I was like on the board of directors for a while, but you know, I got involved with them a long time ago.
Oh, nice.
In a galaxy far, far away.
What's weird is I'm reading these answers and I'm just reminiscing about how great some of these Kevin Hart movies are. I just can't.
Is he someone else you're relying on to further your career? Because you seem to be mentioning him a lot in a very positive fashion. What? Oh, okay.
Definitely seen all of these movies. Matt? Can you just give my Twitch stream some free promo? No numbers needed, Playboy. Big fan. Less of a fan if you don't. Sure thing. Everybody check out Lex's Twitch stream. That's Lex Valdhouse. Nope, that's not correct.
Barry is raised from the button, 13,000. Just Daniel Wyman on the big blind going to come along for the ride. 62 players left. Amazing that stat I brought you a while back. 8% of the field, previous champs. That's fantastic.
That's really cool. I hope that I hope that lasts and or grows.
The only thing I have to say about that is we're saying previous champs, but this is the first ever PokerStars championship. So, I mean, we can't say the word previous. We could say people who are champions in a completely different series.
We
of
can still call them
events.
EPT champions.
That's true.
This is just not the EPT.
And all in from Daniel Wyman makes it very easy for Barry Greenstein to make his decision.
I totally had it this time, and nobody called me. Why do they never call when I have it? Daniel Weinman.
Well, I spoke about the sort of day that Barry Greenstein has had. Is actually up $250,000 on the day. We can see the winners and the losers here. Jamie Staples slightly down, 63,500. Big winners, Byron Kaverman, 354,000. Hendrik Latz also just over $250,000. Same for Smith. Biggest loss is Valentin Messina, has lost 236,500 on the day, down to his last 66,000 with 9 minutes on the level. Remind you, we're at 3,000, 6,000 with a 1K ante.
Lucy Kate says, no idea about your favorite Kevin Hart films, but has anyone ever told you you sound just like Steve-O?
Steve-O, oh my gosh.
Gotten that one before, actually.
Apart from the early appearance of Joe, when Joe had a really high voice.
I did have a
Hello,
high voice.
my babies, and welcome.
It's taken me a while to develop my stream voice.
I made a dreadful mistake the first ever voiceover job I got. I started talking and this really funny voice came out. And I was aware of it, but I couldn't stop it. And then I was trapped for a whole year.
Now, was it just that you didn't... Uh-oh, hold on, we'll get to that in a
Hold
second.
tight there, big boy, because Valentin Messina is all in for his last 65K. We just highlighted the horrible day he's had and how it has left him short. This was actually raised by Smit Trevedi. Under the gun +2, made it 13K. And now this shove. Barry had also, it's a classic squeeze, really. It's a classic squeeze. But now, Smith is over the top of that. I would imagine Barry will get out the way.
And here we go. See an ace-king versus 2 9s like ride-along. This is ride-along 2. One of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
Yep, and it is the ace-king at risk. Messina is going to need to connect, or he is going to be out of here in 62nd place.
It's my favorite Nicolas Cage movie, Gone in 62nd.
I watched that. Do you know, I actually watched that about a month ago. I don't know why. Well, that's not too bad. I mean, if you're going to not connect, then at least you've got 15 outs. Hit the ace, hit the king, hit the jack, any heart. It might be too many outs.
I think it's just enough this time.
Oh, splash. And now it all spins round, and it's going to need to be a straight flush. Just one out. The jack of hearts.
Here we go.
Smith is going to have to double up Messina.
I knew it wasn't going to be the jack of hearts because somehow if it was, James would have known to be in here.
Yeah, funny how he has that instinct.
Yeah.
This one's going to make the edit.
This will be the Facebook hand. I'm going to have to be in. Excuse me, if I could
Excuse
just
me,
get
can
it
I
up
just,
this
Matt,
one.
can I just take, oh, James, just using that microphone.
So, Messina doubles up. So, interesting tweet here from JD. No, we've got some outer table action.
Yeah, this is our boy Stig Moen, who is not only one of the spin and go qualifiers, but he's also one of the Norwegian stream comms guys. He does our job only in Norwegian. He's actually all in here against Tom Janssens. Tom Janssens making a decision. Stig was very nice, came up to me on the first morning, had no idea who he was, and he introduced himself to me. One of the global team of commentators. Abalava Klinger Klager. That's his catchphrase on the Norwegian stream. You'll always hear him say that.
I'm very excited.
There you are. We'll see how he does. It's the perfect storm of fellow communicator and sit and go qualifier.
As I was saying here, interesting tweet from JD.
Yeah, keep going.
John Engeldow is my boss. Come on, let Ignore the Tattoo win you some chips. Show them who's boss, boss.
Good, strong tweet there. By the way, just to warn you, Joe, we've only got 5 minutes on the level, so you probably need to find... Has anyone actually got it right yet?
No one's gotten it right yet.
Oh, wow. I mean, let's be honest, this isn't the sort of competition that's strong enough to roll over into another level.
No, it really isn't. I'll give everyone a hint real quick, I guess. Someone may have gotten it because I haven't scrolled through all the answers yet. But I mentioned on the podcast that a good friend of mine, a good old friend of mine, wrote the movie Central Intelligence. So I might be biased toward that particular movie. So that's a good start right there. But by the way, unfortunately, because I added a clue, now we have to add a gift.
Oh, God, we're really going to get through these things. Okay. Well, you may have seen your screen there incidentally. I mentioned the break is due in 4.5 minutes. Coming up, a PokerStars moment. John Duthie, the man, the myth, the legend, going deep here in the Bahamas in 2010. I mean, 2010 was 7 years ago now. I mean, that's ridiculous. We're all so old.
Question for you on Twitter. Can you tell me the chip count of Ronan Gory, please and thanks?
Yes, I can. Nice big question.
Thank you for your question.
Mr. Barry Greenstein opens us up 13,000 from under the gun +2.
Oyston, who says left to right, just the order the movies came up on Google search, but don't know if it's the movies, but Lazy Points. Not really sure Lazy Points is really a thing ever, anywhere. And secondly, 2 of the movies included here were not a part of my list. So you blew it.
Are people able to have more than one guess, by the way?
Not really.
Not really. Okay, there you go, John.
I'm not really going to get that on top of it, but not really.
Well, 3.5 minutes to get that winning combination, boys and girls at home. Don't forget, hashtag PokerStars TV for Joe's lame competition.
Why is it lame?
I'm joking. I just like to troll
I
you.
have your back on the competitions.
Well, you don't have to.
I just think it's the right thing to do.
Well, I think
when
you're wrong.
When you're a team.
You think it's the best thing to do to lie to someone.
Sometimes.
So Mr. Greenstein continues post-flop, 18,000.
That's 35,000.
Steve the Pirate, who says, easy, best to worst, drill bit, ride along, get hard, ride along to Central Intelligence. Steve, you blew it.
Oh, that was very good of you there, Joe. You lured us all in.
Not so easy, is it? Does anyone think the feature table deal looks exactly like Barry Greenstein, younger version? We'll get back to you on that one.
I'm going to be honest right now. When Barry Greenstein raises pre-flop, continues post-flop, continues post-turn, I want to believe. But Byron Kaverman, he does not. He's come along for the ride, and we now find ourselves with 149,000 in the middle and a jack on the river. Yeah.
Come along for the ride along?
Oh, dear.
We going on a ride along. We going on a ride along again.
I've got a horrible feeling that I'm not going to enjoy the films of Kevin Hart. Would that be a good guess, would you say?
Central Intelligence, I loved it. I really loved it.
I think I nearly saw Central Intelligence, and then I saw some reviews of it that weren't particularly positive, but that was in the English movie press, so maybe it is very American, US-centric kind of humor.
All of his movies are the kind of movies that just get destroyed by the critics and then all make over $100 million.
Right,
so
okay.
I can get behind those movies occasionally.
Okay. So, in the end, it was check, post river. And it looks like Barry started off good, and despite quite a scary board coming down, ended good. I wonder what was Byron playing with there then? Meanwhile, let's head outside, because I can tell you that John DeBella, one of our previous champs, is all in. Decision right now on Ben Phillips. See, the board is double paired, sevens and deuces and 2 spades, 2 hearts. There's already 400,000 in the middle. And Ben has called it. Oh, this is the nuts flush draw, but is he already dead? Because DeBella's already made the full house with the deuce. Phillips is out, and that means that DeBella is now new chip leader.
Wow, really?
With 1.1 million.
Johnny DB.
He said,
Meanwhile,
"Really?" I
we've
said,
got
"Yeah,
6 seconds on the level, Joe. Have you got a winner for me?
We're going to have to carry it over, which means I'm going to add another present
Pull out a wad of
from the
hundreds, put it on
ungrateful
the table.
re-gift. Keep
He
them
said,
coming,
"Here."
guys.
Here,
And
give
here comes
this.
your boy,
Give this.
John Engeldow. He's
That
coming
was
back
all
from
they
the
had
break
in
with
his
double the
pocket.
chips, or not at all.
And everyone at the table
Or
was
just
like,
some blinds and
"What's
annies.
this?" I said, "You guys won't believe it. I mean, people do stuff like this."
Most definitely the last hand at this level before we take a break.
What you've done generates things.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's really amazing you have such an impact.
Right, yeah. Well, you know, what people don't realize is poker players play poker because they don't care about money the way regular people do. So once they say, hey, you know, you can actually do something good with it.
Let's
it's
be
a
honest,
natural
John
fit with poker. That's why poker's always
has been pretty quiet for the last hour and a half.
Players help people out. I mean,
I don't know why people are so reluctant to split up the ride-alongs. Final clue.
You know, when something bad happens, some poker players are always the ones who.
I also get a real kick when people misspell the word intelligence.
That is a particularly amusing way to get
Central
something wrong.
intelligence.
So John Engeldow survives. He's pretty short. He is Shorty Short McShortington from the town of Shortsville. He's just got 10 big blinds. The big stack still Hendrik Latz with 570,000. So our players are going on a break now. We are going to do exactly the same. Come back in 80 minutes for more here from our main event coverage in the Bahamas.
And the action is going to begin with the Canadian player Darren Keys. And he will look down at Ace Queen. And he will raise it up to 125,000. A pretty standard raise size at this stage in the tournament.
Yeah, the trend over the last couple of years is to raise it to 2.5 to 3 times the big blind. You don't see many people making it 4 times or 5 times like they used to.
Now, can we expect a legitimate re-raise from John Duthie? Wow, he will make the call.
Duthie just calling, looking to maybe flop a big hand and stack keys.
Well, Prazbanzi is the short stack at this feature table.
Praz, I expect to move all in here with ace-10 and not very many chips.
Praz himself, the winner of a World Series bracelet, a
All
member
in.
of the hit squad. He makes the all-in.
A pretty standard move, and I expect that he'll get a call from either Keys or Duthie here. Keys may find a fold with Duthie flat calling behind him.
I'm all in.
No, he reshoves.
1.45 million.
He's all in for just under 30 big blinds. I would be surprised if Duthie folds here. He's got it well covered, a big hand, and a great hat.
Not sure about that myself.
Well, better than Praz's at least.
I'll concede.
He looks like he's leaning towards folding. I don't know why, but
oh, he has folded the best
wow.
house.
Ace king. Ace king. Wow.
Keys is surprised by the fold as well.
I don't know why he wouldn't be.
But Prazbanzi is dominating, as we can see from the percentages. He's a 3-1 underdog, and that is not a great flop for him, is it?
Well, it's not a horrible flop. You know, obviously he's looking for a 10, but now he can hit a jack for a straight. So he has 4 outs, not in as bad a shape as he could be on a flop that includes 2 queens.
Easy. It's easy now. More outs, yeah.
Not that easy in the grand scheme of things. He's still a huge underdog with just 1 card to come.
Ooh, ace king of hearts I had too.
Yeah, Duthie folded the ace king of hearts, which is a pretty big hand on this board, but obviously behind the keys.
Oh, It is the jack on the river.
Wow.
4 out to gets there for Prazbanzi.
What can you do?
Sick. Sheer skill, Praz. Sheer skill.
It's because they made me wait. They made me wait. That's why they gave me a bit.
Tell you what, you saved me. You saved me.
Really?
Yeah, I had ace king of hearts.
Part of it. It's all part of it.
Yeah.
So after that hand, Praz moves up to 960,000. And John Duffy's been playing poker long enough to know that suckouts are par for the course in this game. With so much at stake in a game of poker, emotions can run high, players can lose their cool, and outbursts can occur.
You're gonna be the only man to like do something like that, baby.
Here are 5 times we witnessed maximum tilt.
You come to my game and you're wasting my time.
At number 5, Ryan D'Angelo thought he was teaching Ben Zamani a lesson at the PCA 2010 final table, but it ended up being a demonstration of rather poor etiquette.
D'Angelo's going to bet here. He should get Zamani to fold the ace high.
It's quite a smallish bet though, isn't it, into a pretty big pot.
It was about 1.4 million in the pot. He only bets 375,000, about 25% of the pot.
I like that. Should get Zamani to fold, but he doesn't. He makes the call with ace high, and the rivers are blank. Ace high's good.
Ace high is good, but it's going to be pretty tough to win with this. If he checks, he's going to have to bet to win this pot.
575.
Question is, if D'Angelo thinks he's light here, can he take him off the hand with a raise?
Yeah, I think if D'Angelo decides that he's going to get involved here, he should be raising.
Instead, he calls.
You win.
He calls. I guess he puts him on 6-7 or 5-6 here.
No, Ryan's sister. He's lost.
Oh my God! I called you with queen high, dude. Queen 6. Oh my God. Oh God, that hurts. I thought I might have the best hand. I didn't think he'd call with the worst hand. You're so bad. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Is he talking to himself or Ben?
It's the sickest thing ever. Like, oh my God. You really called pre with that? So bad.
Oh, he's talking to Zamani.
Wow.
You 3-bet queen 6 pre, so I don't think you can point fingers.
Yeah, I guess, but that's the sick. What are you doing, Ben? Oh my God.
I think it's time to move on, Ryan.
What are you doing? So bad.
Strong words from Ryan, but at least the entire poker room wasn't exposed to his venting. At 4, check out this blink and you'll miss it moment from EPT 10 Barcelona, as Max Greenwood gets it in good, only to lose less than gracefully. Kings against jacks with just 1 card to come. And it's a jack!
Oh boy.
A brutal beat for Greenwood.
Kidding me? Oh. Maximum Greenwood, maximum tiltage.
A tad shouty, but clearly an honest reaction. Oh, God. Christ. The jury's still out on Tony G in the big game. Was he genuinely upset, or just trying to push Andrew Roble over the edge?
I'm gonna bet 50.
Tony bets 50,000.
See if you're a real man.
50,000.
Tony's playing mind games to make it look like he's trying to buy it, and he's even making it personal. Yesterday, he told Daniel he was going to put the pressure on Roble, and he's doing it now.
Oh, I want to call the clock. I want to call the clock. Come on internet you play like in 1 second. And when you come here now, you come to my game and you're wasting my time.
On the internet, people
On your
don't bet
bike.
3 times a pot every
On
hand.
your bikes! Get Amanda! Amanda, bring a tricycle.
Call the clock.
Bring your tricycle.
It's ridiculous. These kids are coming here, taking me on.
Tony, calm down, please.
Tony, I need to know, did you bring a bike for me? So if I ship it all in, do I get a bike? Like at least, do I get a novelty prize?
Now you're mocking the man.
Now, you're on the clock. You've got 1 minute, and then we're going to do a 10-second countdown, all right? That is floorman Tom Keene putting Andrew Roble on the clock.
This is all part of Tony's mind games to try to get Andrew steamed enough to call.
Okay, you're at 1 minute. You got 10-second countdown. At 10 seconds, your hand will be dead. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Fold.
Let's see a deuce 9. A deuce and a 9, Tony G.
Good fold.
He didn't show, so it's a good fold.
Good fold. Made the hero lay down.
What did you have?
Pair of sixes?
What'd you have, ace queen? around that.
Credit to Roble for keeping his cool. The same can't be said for Vanessa Selbst at EPT 8 Berlin. Going deep in the main event, she found herself seated opposite her friend Kevin McPhee. Cue completely unnecessary conflict. Vanessa re-raises a 4-bet to 79,000.
Against just about any other player, I think this is the point where Kevin would probably ditch this like an ugly date on prom night.
Whoa, he's just 5-bet to 131,000.
Ayah with ace-9 offsuit. Now take what I just said about Kevin and apply it to Vanessa.
How much do you have left?
You know, like this many. This is absolute insanity with these two hands. Did we get the graphics right?
Come on, Wayne.
She 6-bet shoves.
Double Ayah.
Still probably have the best hand. Title defense. 2 years later, I call.
OMG, he calls.
You have ace jack?
No,
I have a pair.
I have ace 9.
Correct reaction. You're complicit in this too, Selbsty.
What just happened?
Huh? Think that's a snap?
Snap fold, yeah.
I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
Nice hand. Nice call, I guess.
The flop has an ace on it.
Because you're Vanessa Selbst.
McPhee takes the lead. Vanessa needs a 4.
Sick race.
Nice hand.
McPhee set to get a huge double up here. And another ace for good measure.
The needle. She can't believe it. I can't believe it. Can you believe it?
As hard as it is to believe, that just happened.
Very nice hand.
My plan was to call, but I
It's
wanted
a
to
good,
make
no,
sure.
it's a nice
I
hand.
mean,
It's a good hand.
Does Liv even know what happened?
She's about to find out.
The worst play I've ever seen. What? He like goes after me every time. I have no idea why. He's a friend of mine. You put that on TV. It's the worst play ever. I don't know why friends going after me, but he does it every single tournament. He goes after me.
Liv's face says it all. Well, no countdown of blow-ups would be complete without the poker brat himself. In fact, he may be deserving of a top 5 of his own.
Way.
At number 1, here's the best of the worst of Phil Hellmuth Jr.
A lot of players would feel forced or frustrated into calling here, but great players, they fold here sometimes.
Oh, man.
That's only sometimes. Let's see if Phil can get away.
Calls.
King, I only play the nuts like you, buddy.
Dario wins a $55,000 pot.
If I have it.
Oh boy, that's gonna be the one.
It's just unreal what happens to me at this place. I mean, I'm just so sick of it, you know? I mean,
I had the best on the chart, I had the best hand on the river.
the guys have 2 outs every pot we
Yeah,
play.
that's the best hand pre-flop. And I had the best hand pre-flop, unless you're
Yeah,
ace-7.
nice hand, buddy.
Actually, come to think of it, maybe this one is worse.
Tony G makes the call.
Phil looking to the cameras for answers.
Is this for real? Are they recording this? I mean,
Are you recording this?
is this for real? I mean,
No, Phil, you're not being punked.
yeah, it's for real.
He does fold.
Nice, nice, nice. It's just so much fun here. I mean,
I wanted to give you the opportunity to participate, but you did. That's all.
don't worry, Tony. I just had pocket 10s. That's all. I just had a bad feeling you had the queens. Yeah.
Wait. This outburst is probably more deserving of first prize.
Call.
That's 10 grand. Phil calls. Sees the bad news.
He has a full house.
You didn't raise?
At least maybe we'll get the blow up we're all waiting for.
I know you got a flush.
The 9. This guy's raising.
He's got a 9. You
Explosion's about to happen.
Bring the trike.
Bring the trike.
Oh, you can't drive a bike.
God, it's extraordinarily. It's just so unlucky. I'm really getting sick of this. 4-5 offsuit.
Please, the game all evens out.
Bottom pair against top pair. Bottom pair against top pair. Where he's going to pay me off another 7,000-8,000, but no, he fills up and wins 14 for me.
You're a disgrace to the game.
Where do you come up with that?
I'll tell you. Can I tell you one thing, Tony? Can I tell you one thing?
No, you're a disgrace.
Can I tell you one thing or not? Or are you just going to interrupt me? Because if you interrupt, go ahead. I just won't say anything.
Yeah, let him talk. I want to hear. I'm curious.
Can I tell you one thing? I wish that I weren't a bad loser sometimes, but it's 10 times as bad to be a bad winner. And you're a bad winner, my friend.
Well, that Helmuthian explosion concludes our top 5 blow-ups.
That's so sick. Oh my God.
Keep watching PokerStars.tv for more countdowns.
Kidding me?
Play PokerStars.net Spin and Go Neymar Jr. Edition, and you could win a 5-ounce solid gold poker chip in just a few minutes for free. Go for gold and win big, fast with a Neymar Jr. Edition Spin and Go from PokerStars.net.
Open for a raise to 140,000.
There's Tyler Ryman on the button with 2 queens. And it looks like he's just going to call here. He's calling. Maybe he's setting up someone to re-raise and try to squeeze behind him.
Duthie with aces.
Oh, wow. Now, if you'll remember from our graphic, Duthie's second in chips, Ryman is third in chips. And it's going to be really, really tough for Ryman to get away from this hand if Duthie re-raises.
Duthie makes it 540,000, and this is what Ryman was trying to set up.
Exactly, yeah, he's hoping to get a raise behind him, and he's gotten it. He just might not want it as much as he thought he did.
An aggressive player like Duthie could be doing this with a wide range. He figures queens are probably good here.
I'm all in.
And he shoves, and John insta-calls.
And Ty knows it. He knows it. As soon as he just immediately called it, he knew he was beat. He set up the play.
Good luck, whatever happens. Good luck.
He just happened to run into aces.
It's a nice act of sportsmanship by John Duthie with 5 cards to come.
Such a huge spot right here. So close to the final table. Aces versus queens to take over the chip lead of the tournament.
And there's the queen on the flop.
Wow. And no reaction from either man. Duthie on the inside has to be steaming.
But he doesn't let his emotions get the better of him. And nice to see that Ryman didn't punch the air or stop whooping and hollering.
King on the turn. The only card that saves John is an ace on the river.
Just needs to dodge either of the remaining aces in the deck.
2 outs for John Duthie. He's going to be crippled by this hand.
Wow.
And Tyler Ryman becomes chip leader.
Felt it coming as well.
Yeah, I'd probably be a little upset if I were John right now. He sees the vast majority of his chips shipped over to Ty Ryman, who now has over 10 million.
Very good instincts. I knew that queen was coming. Damn it.
New Beat the Clock by PokerStars.net. All the excitement of poker condensed into just 5 minutes. Survive those 5 minutes, you win, guaranteed. Beat the Clock by PokerStars.net.
Welcome back to the PokerStars Championship Bahamas here at the Atlantis Resort on Paradise Island. Day 3 of the main event continues. 2 more levels to play today. And we come back with 59 players remaining from the 738 who started. New level. Blinds going up to 4,000, 8,000 with a 1,000 ante. Same lineup at the feature table. Joe Stapleton is still here.
Same lineup on this side of the booth. Hello, my babies. Another pasty Brit on that side.
Yes, we've tweaked the lineup slightly. Matt Broughton out, Hartigan in. Hello. So let's get going. Cards in the air once again. Level 18 underway. Everyone is now locked up. $11,560. Everyone aiming for the first prize of near enough $500,000. These are the stacks of the 8 players we are watching right now. Just before the break, we saw John DeBella win a huge pot and move up to second in chips behind Pascal Lefrancois. They are the 2 players in the tournament with 7-figure stacks, Joe.
How many with 7-figure stacks?
2.
John DeBella
and Pascal Lefrancois.
Love both those guys. All right.
And yeah, and then they, apparently during live stream, everyone was cheering, really happy. And then I said,
okay, cool story. Matt, James. Actually, while Matt's here, we do have a winner in the competition we started.
Oh, in that case, we need Matt to plunge his arm firmly into your sack.
Yeah, put your whole fist in there now. It took us, there was a level change, so that's an extra gift. And there were 2 hints that I gave, that Central Intelligence was first and that you had to split up the ride-alongs. So Matt, you got to reach in my sack 3 times. Congratulations to Zach Bryan, who correctly identified that Central Intelligence is my favorite Kevin Hart movie. Drill Bit Taylor is my 2nd favorite Kevin Hart movie. Ride Along is my 3rd favorite Kevin Hart movie. You want to marry my sister? We going on a ride along.
I have barely heard of any of these movies.
Get Hard is my 4th favorite Kevin Hart movie, and Ride Along 2 is the Kevin Hart movie that I haven't seen yet. It's on my iPad. I'm just waiting to get through all 7 seasons of Friday Night Lights. Then it's Ride Along 2.
Are you enjoying Friday Night Lights?
I am, but probably for the wrong reasons.
Matt, what have you pulled out of Joe's sack?
There's so many hot teenage girls in that movie, in that show.
This is a packet of napkins.
Actually, they're mapkins, James?
Oh, because they have a map of London on them.
Because they have a map of London, and people think that because you lived in London that you would want to have napkins with a map of London on them.
That's what Barry Greenstein
So that's
thinks.
why that's an ungrateful Christmas regift. This is, in fact, not an ungrateful Christmas regift, but I've been trying to give away that thing for years.
It's a bet raise fold mouse mat.
Correct. So they're a little poker paraphernalia for you. And
finally,
oh, look at this. If you celebrate Hanukkah, it's a gelding.
Have a Hamley's Christmas. It's a chocolate coin from the finest toy shop in the world.
So there you go. Oh, sure, let's do one more.
One more. It's, what on earth is this? Bowling Zombies. This is actually quite good. Real wooden pins and ball. So it's a bowling game where the pins look like zombies.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna go with bite.
Meanwhile, back at our feature table, blind on blind, unraised pre-flop, Staples versus Greenstein. It went check on the flop. Greenstein bet 13K on the turn. They check it to showdown on the river. And Barry wins it with a deuce.
The old deuce.
So Barry Greenstein currently playing a 50 big blind stack. Tournament average right now, 375,000, slightly below the 50 big blind mark.
Lats is laxed.
We've got 4 players at the table with fewer than 20 big blinds. Those players being Valentin Messina, Jamie Staples, Daniel Weinman, and John Engeldow. Engeldow has 10 bigs. He is in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
And obviously we'll bring you news of any huge hands from the outer tables. But if you want to read live updates, plus take a look at the current tournament leaderboard, do check out the PokerStarsblog.com. I was trying to remember when he was on our feature table yesterday what Hendrik Latz, who has the table chip lead, by the way, is best known for. And I remembered it was in Monte Carlo a couple of years back where he felt that he got slow rolled by Mark Telcher. And he kind of gave this disgusted face as Telcher turned over the best hand. And Telcher's like, what, you think that was a slow roll? You think that was a slow roll?
Oh, I remember the reaction by Telcher. I don't remember Latz. Mark Telcher cannot be held responsible for any slow rolls incurred by his sister.
Weinman has opened under the gun. It's been called by the short stack in the hijack. Messina folds the big blind. And these guys will go heads up to the flop. 8-5-3 with 2 clubs. Well, this is a slightly awkward spot for Weinman, knowing that his opponent has only 8 big blinds behind. He checks the action. Engeldow moves all in, and Weinman folds.
Folding again. I never double up. Come on. It's my Daniel Weinman impression.
Ah, Weinman.
Different Weinman.
I get it.
He seems pretty cool, to be honest.
Yeah, I've been wondering for a while. You remember Chao Zhang that used to play in the... Do you still play? Yeah?
At the blind field.
Oh, okay.
So we don't know too much about John Engeldow from the UK. We know this is his first main event cash. Live earnings of just over $42,000.
We do know that one of his employees' work is watching. JD, John Dixon. Dixon. John Engeldow's my boss, he says. Tell us more about John Engeldow, John Dixon. We are curious. I said he looks like he just wandered in after watching the darts.
Funny story about that, Jamie. Like 2 or 3 years ago, at a Turbo event here, one of the last events, he showed up.
Really?
And Jason was like, "Chao Zhang, is that you? Like, what's going on?" And he said he was just here on vacation and realized there were some poker tournaments. And then hopped in the 10K Turbo. Had the whole room laughing. It was pretty hilarious.
So a button raise from the bear. Weinman with the decision in the big blind.
1-3.
And Weinman shoves. Can we still call Barry the bear?
The bear. Sure, why not? I mean, bear comes from Barry.
Sure, I do feel that that nickname has probably stuck around longer than the Robin Hood of poker.
Yeah, I mean, Robin Hood of poker probably, no offense, is not super applicable anymore.
We'll go with the bear. And folded to Weinman's shove. And we're heading to the outer tables where we see our former feature table, Scott Stewart in action against former chip leader Dan Coleman.
All in.
All in and a call. No call.
Well, I hope we didn't waste our time coming over here for an all-in and a fold.
There's a raise from Coleman followed by the all-in from Stewart. I thought I heard Coleman say call. Well, now he's called.
All in and call. Table 2.
Kings against nines.
Not looking good for Coleman, although I'm probably not going to shed a tear for him if he goes out.
Queen, queen, 8. King still massive favorite.
Very little help for nines.
Turn card a king. That's it. It's over. Coleman drawing dead.
Shut to the window, shut to the door.
And that's it. Daniel Coleman's out.
He was chip leader at one point today, right?
Correct.
From chip leader to chip bleeder.
He is gone. And also out, Nacho Barbero, taking us down to 57 players in the Bahamas main event.
That's nacho cheese. Oh, he looks like he is not taking it super well. Either that or he's got a migraine.
picking up the action here. Under the gun raise from Latz, defended by Caverman in the big blind. Caverman check called flop for 20K. He's checked the turn. By the way, updated chip counts have just come in and confirmation that Pascal Lefrancois has dropped below the million mark, 955,000. John DeBella, the only player with a 7-figure stack, 1.2 million. So DeBella, a former champion of this main event in the Bahamas, the current tournament boss with 57 remaining.
Oh man, how awesome would that be? John DeBella.
He says, I don't know what it is, it won't let me on. It knocked me out. I went next door to my friend's computer. I can't log in. You got to stop the tournament. And I said, well, I don't think I can stop the tournament. And he says, well, you know, this is a lot of money. You know, it's like, you know, 1.7 million for first or something like that. I said, well, the only guy I know is the guy who runs the tournaments, but he's in London. And, you know, he said, well, wake him up. So I said, okay, hopefully he's up watching this thing. I call him, he's in bed. I tell him what happened. He gets up, he gets them to stop the tournament, to figure out what happens, to stop it for like a half hour. They figure it out. Chow gets back online, picks up, I think, Pocket Queens, goes out 10 minutes later.
on what site was that?
PokerStars.
On PokerStars.
I said, you know, you should have waited to get a hold of me.
And how long was that ago?
Maybe 10 years ago.
10 years ago.
Action folded around to Barry Greenstein, and he's raising.
Sick brag bear. Sean on Twitter asks, what's payouts, guys? Payouts, Sean, is what happens is when you go broke at this point of the tournament, you get paid a certain amount of prize money. Thank you for your question.
Well, I can tell you that the current payout is $11,560. If you want to see the full breakdown, head to the PokerStars blog, because we are off to the outer tables again. We're going to check in with John DeBella. And this was DeBella's ace-queen against Kevin Andrew Mahafa's kings. No help for DeBella. A big double up for Kevin. And I think that will put a big enough dent in DeBella's stack that he will have lost the chip lead.
Is no one over $1 million anymore now? So JD did get back in touch and says John Engeldow is the owner of J&K Glass. His family are watching, so I guess he better be nice then.
Hello, John's family.
Wouldn't it be great if J&K Glass, like every glass installation, came with a joke that they wrote JK on?
You've just given them a great marketing idea. I hope they use it. So to answer Tony's question, we are not playing down to a certain number of players. We are playing a certain number of levels today. This being the penultimate level of the day, the fourth of 5.
Correct.
So yeah, we're going to play level 19 after this, the 5-10 level, and then we will call it a day. Coming back tomorrow for day 4.
Scarier than all that.
3-bet from Wyman wins him the pot. We're interested in other big names on the leaderboard right now. We mentioned DeBella and Pascal Lefrancois at the top end. Ryan Reese is also a top 5 stack right now with 775,000. Jason Mercier is in the top 10. Also above average. Adrian Mateos, Mike McDonald, Cliff Josephy, Christian Harder. So still a pretty stacked field with 56 remaining.
I love Christian Harder. His name sounds like something a reverend would shout at you. Christian Harder! You're not Christianing hard enough, James.
That is very true. A raise from Valentin Messina. It was one half of a duo that played heads up for 14 days in Malta. It's actually close to 14 hours. In fact, it may well have been 14 hours.
We've got John Engel down to hand. More info coming in from Tom Price. Says he plays in my home game every Thursday. Great guy, plays 6-4 off all the time.
Well, he's called out of the small blind here. Smit Trivedi, the other Brit at the table, has called out of the big blind. We've got a 9-7-3 flop with 2 clubs.
Hey, 6-4 off, flops a gut shot.
And if one of the cards is a club, I'm guessing he's got backdoors.
There you go.
Action check to the pre-flop aggressor. And Messina only has 14 bigs behind. He'll continue, betting into a pot of 62,000. 22,000 gets a fold from Engeldow. A call from Trivedi. Ace of spades on the turn.
You know, we have a history of some pretty epic heads-up battles here in Bahamas. Valentin Messina has a history of some pretty epic heads-up battles.
That
This
is
could
true.
be a very dangerous combination. Is Jack Salter in this event?
Check, check on the turn. King of spades completes the board. Grigori's just asked on Twitter, where is this PokerStars event? The Bahamas. More specifically, the Atlantis Resort on Paradise Island, which is attached to Nassau by 2 huge bridges. Trivedi leads river. There's 106,000 in the middle. He's bet 66,000, which is roughly 2/3 of Messina's stack.
I guess this becomes a difficult decision if you river to king. You know, Messina would be continuing the flop with most of his range. He continued for about 1/3 of the pot.
Yeah.
Which tells me he wasn't super interested in protecting anything. Goes check, check on the turn. And my guess is if Messina had an ace, he might have bet the turn. He also would have called faster here on the river. You know, some pair. Can be a tricky decision with pairs lower than a king also.
Grigori asks on Twitter, where is this PokerStars event? Grigori, it's in the Bahamas, or more specifically at the Atlantis Resort on Paradise Island, which is attached to Nassau by 2 big bridges. I'm assuming you didn't mean to press that button.
Nah, there's 2 faces, and they both have the same symbol. One is a burp.
Sorry, guys.
Grigori,
One
would
is
you like me to tell you about the times that Paradise Island and Nassau have appeared in the James Bond movies?
Well, that can go on for a while.
CF, one of the skits that we filmed here in the Bahamas in 2014.
And finished in 2015.
Which is actually true.
Aw, the sketches.
I know, we were just about making them workable.
I'd say like a solid 7 out of 10 of them were watchable by the time we stopped doing it. Hey, maybe we could do the sketches for the webcasts now. That'd be fun, right? Do them during the breaks? Webcast? You know how like when you're in a bad relationship, it takes a long time, and then a few years later, you're like, I don't know what was so bad about that. It was actually kind of good. That's how I feel about the sketches right now.
I'm waiting to see what the response is going to be. Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen.
How about some Snapchats?
Is Messina still in the tank here? 3.5 minutes?
He's still tanking.
What's up, buddy?
I think he and his girlfriend are into scuba diving, which would explain the tanking!
You do realize that the feature table is like the other side of that wall.
Ah, he's French. Look, it's a big chunk of his stack. I'm having some fun here. We're deep in this tournament. 54 players remain out of 738 that started. This is for pretty much his entire stack. He's getting a little worse than 3-1. So we're looking at this from Messina's angle. Let's take a look from Trevetti's angle. Maybe he's going to do something as soon as I start trying to talk about it. But Messina was the raiser, right? And he raised under the gun +2. So that, you know, narrows his range generally. There was a call. 2 pair. Kings and 9s.
And Messina mucks.
And he is left with 31K in chips, which is 3 big blinds.
Ooh.
Maybe he could have raised there and gotten him off it.
Super incredibly awful danger zone. Need to work on that one. Let's head to the outer table, shall we?
All right, let's do it.
This is Paul Ephraimson all in against Cliff Josephy. Kings against 10s and a 10 on the river. Cliff Josephy rivers the 10. Rivers a set to eliminate Paul Ephraimson.
Did you say this guy's name was Ephraim? He should tell his brother to go get the Porsche.
Jamie gets in touch on Twitter, hashtag PokerStars TV. He asks, James, where is this PokerStars event? Jamie, it's in the Bahamas. To be more specific, the Atlantis Resort on Paradise Island, which is attached to Nassau by 2 giant bridges.
James Stewart Dawson says, okay, so I've just got back from playing poker and the casino is showing the live stream. It looks good. Where is it?
The event is taking place in the Bahamas, or more specifically, the Atlantis Resort on Paradise Island, attached to Nassau by 2 big bridges.
Michael Panic asks, I
don't even know what that means.
I think it means, where is the event taking place?
I'm not sure I can keep this up, to be honest. Well, Artem, for one, wants some Bahamas Bond trivia.
Oh, God. Oh, sweet Lord, Randy Lou, save us.
Don't worry, Randy Lou is going to save us, assuming that Joe can take his unwanted Christmas presents off Randy's chair. How rude. Don't make the man sit on some mapkins. So yes, we are thrilled to be joined right now on PokerStars TV by Nanonoko himself, Randy Lou, in the booth.
Yo. Hello.
Good to see you, Randy.
Hey.
We had another member of Team Pro Online with us earlier on, Kevin Martin, who I know you're going to be playing against in that special Twitch Stars sit and go tomorrow evening.
Yeah, I need some revenge because, you know, they all cashed the main event. And I'm just like, oh, I wish I could rebuy.
Well, this one, Jamie Staples, who's also going to be playing in that game, he's still in. He's now guaranteed at least 11.5K.
More coming.
So we've seen a button limp from Trivedi, and Jamie Staples is all in.
Get him, Jamie.
And both Barry Greenstein and Smith Trivedi fold.
Well, that was the fastest fold ever.
James, I have a somewhat sober announcement to make. I'm taking all the chocolate out of the ungrateful Christmas Break gifts. I don't want somebody to eat it and then claim we made them sick. You know what I mean? It
Yeah,
sounds like a lawsuit.
I think giving away food is always a really, really bad idea.
Yeah. So plus also I was hungry. So, win-win.
But hang on, what about the people who've already drawn chocolate prizes?
They're getting other prizes. It's
okay,
fine.
Well, I'm glad you're full now. What a nice guy.
I'm gonna put it back now. Actually, I changed my mind.
The rappers.
Randy, where did you fly in from?
The USA, back in Sacramento.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not from Canada.
Yeah, you didn't seem pretty excited about the answer. Let me change it up. Fiji, how's that? Does that sound better?
Well, no, I was hoping you'd come from Canada.
Why, so you can do your joke?
It's not a joke. It's a little Canadian history lesson.
No, please. Please. I've
It's okay.
heard that joke so many times.
I'll find a way to work it in later on this week.
Barry Greenstein in action, raising small to big. Valentin Messina, of course, is in the big blind, and Barry's raised enough to put Valentin all in. He's got 3 big blinds.
Yeah, you're calling if any 2 at this point, even though your hand sucks.
One of them's invested already, of course.
Barry never wins these. I like Valentin's chances. Oh man, Domination Nation.
How is that possible? You call all in hoping to have 2 live cards and find yourself dominated by 1 spot.
So good. He's value shoved.
And it's the years that me and Randy were born in. Isn't that crazy?
That's right. That's right. Wait, which one are you?
85. I'm 1 year older
Oh,
than
no,
you.
I'm 85.
Oh, I guess I'm a year younger than you then.
Hang on, that can't be right.
Yeah, that was a good call.
Oh, wow. Domination rotation.
I told you, Barry doesn't really run well in those spots.
I hope the ace comes on the river. For no reason.
Just for the book synergy. And that's why I named my book Ace on the River.
8 on the 8.
Oh, 8 on the river. Sorry.
So Valentin Messina doubles up to an 8 big blind stack. So we're still 8-handed on the feature table. Hendrik Latz, the big stack. Valentin Messina, the shorty. John Engeldow also hovering around the 10 big blind mark. And Barry Greenstein has dropped below the tournament average, which is 425,000 with 52 players remaining. Still got an hour left on this level, another hour to play at 4,000, 8,000 with a 1,000 ante. So Randy, since busting the main event, what have you been doing here at Atlantis? Have you been playing poker or enjoying many of the other activities that the resort has to offer?
I've been doing like a Busto stream from the main event a few times on Twitch, over at the Twitch little area. I wanted to go swimming with the pigs tomorrow, but unfortunately the waters are too rough.
Sorry, swimming with the pigs?
Yeah, swimming with the pigs. You haven't heard of that?
I know that this used to be called Hog Island because it was populated by pigs.
And that was before I even started Tinder here.
So
You wanna look with me?
I didn't realize they went swimming though.
You look together?
Yeah, they're in the water, just hanging around. I wouldn't say you're doing like backflips or anything in the water, but I wanted to do that tomorrow, but unfortunately the waters are too rough, so I won't be able to do that. So I've kind of just been hanging out and trying to find out how to rebuy into this event. It doesn't seem it's possible.
Alas, no.
Is it true that the most popular swimming with the pigs package comes with a BLT lunch afterward? Because that seems a little messed up.
And a granola bar.
I got it. No, I don't know.
That seems cruel to me. I don't know.
I was like, what's wrong with BLT?
This bacon's extra salty. Well, you were swimming with it moments ago.
You know, I love coming to these streams just to listen to your jokes.
Thanks, buddy. I love having you to bounce my jokes off of.
Hups asks on Twitter, hashtag PokerStars TV, where is this tournament? It looks nice. Well, Hups, the PokerStars Championship Bahamas takes place in the Bahamas, more specifically at the Atlantis Resort on Paradise Island, connected to Nassau by 2 big bridges.
Can you ask Randy to put his mic to high lips, Pelez? There you go. You guys are really supposed to touch it right. Did we clean them? You're supposed to press it right on there. I know you're trying to grow a mustache for the last 7 years.
Is this better?
Yes, now we can hear you. Now we can hear this great analysis you're going to do about this hand. Barry Greenstein raised 17,000. Byron Kaverman calling out of the big blind. Now, I know everyone defends their big blinds huge these days, but with someone with a tighter reputation like Barry, you're still going to defend it just as wide?
You can still defend it just as wide. Especially if you think you're a good player, you're just going to call like any 2 almost. You can make up excuses when you've done pretty well to make some loose calls, actually. And it's never really bad, because if someone like min raises or a little bit min raise, you have like perfect pot odds to really call.
And then basically you just have to tread fairly lightly post flop, and you have
you know, I think if your opponent likes to barrel a lot, like just bet, then actually calling from the big blind is not as nice. But if your opponent plays a little bit more straightforward, like maybe he checks down his ace highs, or he bets once and just kind of gives up, then calling from the big blind becomes a lot better, because now you're probably going to pick up a little bit more pots than usual. But if you keep on flopping let's say you call raises like king 5 offsuit, and you flop bottom pair and you check call 1 probably, right? And then, you know, you're just hoping it gets checked down. But if your opponent is a barreler, and you just end up check calling 1, check folding turn, because how often do you actually turn the hand, right? At least that's how I think about it.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I mean, I'm more of a call out of the big blind and then call twice and fold kind of person.
Mm-hmm. And if someone knows that, right, then they just 3-barrel. But some people just aren't capable of 3-barreling without like a good hand.
I can't do that either.
Yeah.
So I'm a very deadly combination.
So you're the one I want to call.
You're the one you want me in every tournament at every single seat of the table.
Yeah, I actually always try to make sure I register the very beginning tournament so that before you bust, basically.
Yeah, definitely.
I want to be there.
No, actually, you bring up a good point, because there are a lot of people like to show up late, and even though, look, I joke around about being not very good at poker, but I feel like there's certain things I can see, and I want to be in my seat immediately, because that's when all the other guys like me are there, and you want to be there before I bust.
Yes.
You want to get some of those chips.
Very, very true. And, you know, if you make a mistake early on, you know, you still have, if you start with 30,000 chips, let's say you make a mistake, you lost 7,000 chips, you still have 23,000. It's like more than 100 big blinds still.
That's right, and the blinds are low enough that it doesn't do a ton of damage to you.
So we're picking up the action here.
Let's.
Blind on blind, unraised pre-flop. Caveman bet 8,000 on the flop. He's now checked the turn. Obviously this 4 of diamonds completes the flop flush draw. Latz takes over the betting. And Caveman folds.
Showed him a card. What card did he show him?
It had some white on it.
I think it was a picture. It must be a pair.
Well, we're heading out to Mike McDonald's table. And we pick up the action on the turn. It's Timex against Damian Steele.
He's a fuzzy little bunny.
The board is 2-5-3-3. Mike has bet. 2 of hearts, 5 of hearts, 3 of diamonds, 3 of spades. There's the call from Steele.
Christian Harder.
Oh, big pot building here as this hand goes to the river. That card is the Jack of Clubs. Action's on Mike. Thinking about this very carefully. Loading up to bet. And that is a virtual all-in. He's left himself one yellow chip, one 1K chip, his card cap. Everything else in the middle. Oh, this pot was already big, and now it is huge.
150, 180, 185, 200, okay? 220.
And Steele clearly has a decision.
237.
It's 237.
So the board again is Jack high?
Yeah, the board is Jack 3-3, 5 deuce. Reading it backwards because the Jack came on the river.
Okay. So I guess we got here late. Not sure what the pre-flop action is. All we know is this is a massive pot.
This is a massive pot with one chip remaining.
Is there anything to be read off of that?
No, sometimes people just forget that they put a chip on top of their card protector as a card protector, right? He could go all in and, you know, Timex could fold.
Right.
It's possible.
Timex can still get away from it.
He can still get away. Well, I mean, if you got like 10 high, yeah, I'm actually going to fold for my one chip.
You know why, Randy? All it takes
the chip
is
in a chair.
Chip in a chair. You remember when I said that?
Yeah.
2011. That's when I invented that.
We initially thought the phrase came from 2009, but research actually concluded that Joe didn't say it until 2011.
I didn't say it in those terms in 2011. Like I was getting there in 2009. Like I was starting to... I knew I had that phrase in me. It wasn't until 2011 that I said it like that. All it takes is a chip in a chair, in those exact words.
Well, it's a tough spot for him, clearly.
Well, Steele has counted out the call, and he makes the call.
Let's see him.
Well, Steele tables ace-jack.
Pair of jacks.
A flush draw on the flop, and he rivered top pair, top kicker, and Mike has mucked.
Jacks are good.
Yeah, I probably would have called that.
I'm hearing that Mike showed pocket fours and then mucked when he saw the ace-jack.
What a pot.
And Mike is going to be forced all in from the ante on the very next hand.
That's disappointing. Not that I'm rooting super hard for Mike personally, although I do like him, but I just love a good story. You know, he's gone so deep in the PCA before.
But there is a good story. Could still happen.
That's true. The chip in a chair story is still a thing. Randy, not for me, but if someone out there were wondering if that was a value bet or a bluff.
That would be a bluff.
That was a bluff.
I think at some point he thought, on the flop, he probably thought he was value betting, I'm guessing, because it's like a number. But then, like, as your opponent keeps calling, you're like, okay, I don't think my hand's a value bet anymore. I'm going to turn it into a bluff.
And what better hands do you think he was expecting to fold? Hands like 10s and 9s?
I think, like, maybe if the guy had, like, ace-5 would have been top pair on the flop. I think it was 5-3-2 from what I remember.
The board was...
Yeah, 5-3-2. So if you had ace-5 or 5-6, I don't think those hands are probably going to call. So
got it.
Trying to get those hands to fold are like 7s or 6s.
We've gone all in here. Wyman open to 16K. Caverman 3-bet. Wyman moved all in. Caverman folded. So back to Mike McDonald. And we find him all in with 9-5 against Pratish Padiga's ace-deuce.
Hey, live cards, and he is going to way more than double up.
Jack 8-6, queen
No
king,
love.
nope, ace high holds, and that is the end of Mike McDonald.
Oh, Mikey. He did say that he felt like he was playing his C game.
He has a hole in his bag.
Oh, nice guy. Well, of course there's a hole in it. How else is he going to get the stuff in?
There's another hole in the bag.
Oh, a second hole.
Another elimination. Tom Jansen also eliminated. He was KO'd by Ryan Reese, so that takes us down to 49 players. And Mike McDonald tweets, bluffed a bunch, it never really worked. No PSC title for me.
Okay.
Good luck to those still in. Well, those still in include Barry Greenstein, although he has been moved off our table. We do have to keep the tables balanced. He was due to take the big blind on the next hand, so they have moved him to one of the outer tables.
You're not being moved here, are you?
No, not the bear. Seeing him is so rare.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't anybody care? What about you over there? No, just dead air. Show a little flair. Come here.
I wish I could dealt a pair.
There you go, Randy. All right, Randy Lou, everybody.
So Byron Caveman open to 18K. The short stack, John Engeldow shoves for 65K. Caveman calls. And the Brits at risk. King Jack against Ace 9. He's got roughly 40% equity.
Oh, lots of folks in the heartland of the UK rooting for a king or a jack right now. And they are not JK. Oh, it's almost his little business there.
It's flipped around.
Oh, not a terrible flop for King Jack.
It's funny because he actually has the outs covered. The ace.
Yeah, Caberman does not want to hit anything.
Yeah.
Just wants ace high to hold. Turn card to 9. That's the straight for Engeldow. Now has to fade a queen or a 9 on the river. It's a deuce. He survives.
Double up.
Told you not to hit your pair.
I know, what a terrible player Caberman is. How terrible.
Just laughed at him. Hit your pair.
So halfway through the level, and we have 49 players remaining in the PokerStars Championship Bahamas main event.
I feel like it's okay for like an amateur to be like so excited that they doubled up to laugh a little, right?
I think everyone should be excited. You know, everyone's taking it too seriously these days.
Right.
It's when everyone to just be jumping for joy.
But like if you're Fedor Holes and you've won like $48 million this year and then you like hit live cards and then you laugh at an amateur as they walk away, I feel like that's not quite as acceptable as an amateur just being so overcome with joy that they've doubled up that they just can't even keep it in.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah. I really don't get upset at anyone who just kind of having a good time. It's exciting, you know, to get all in. You think you're a river card or one like that. I wouldn't laugh at someone, but like, ha ha ha, what are you doing? Like he shoved all in with like 5-4 offsuit and lost, you know. But I think it's okay to be a little bit excited, but you don't want to like rub it in.
Intent means a lot, right, Randy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like, you know, if you win the final hand of the tournament, I think it's okay to jump for joy, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely.
Valentin Messina all in. Shoving from the small blind.
Snap call.
Daniel Wyman calls in the big blind. 5s for Messina, ace jack for Wyman. Classic race at the feature table. And it's a race that Messina needs to win.
Always got the slight favorite, 55%. 5% edge with pocket 5s. Anyone like that? 5, 5, 5, 5.
Oh, this is a race, Randy. Do you want to help me do a race?
How do you do a race?
So you say... Here, this is a good one for you. Do you like Prince?
Who?
Okay, I'm going to skip that one.
Once again, Joe Stapleton assumes that poker players are across popular culture. King 9-6 on the flop. Seven on the turn. Messina just has to fade an ace or a jack on the river, and he has survived. Gets the double up.
So Randy, so a race, what we do is that, you know how in a race, one hand is like a slight mathematical advantage?
Yeah, yeah.
We take two things that are like sort of evenly matched up in real
Yep.
life, and we sort of say that's what the race is.
Right.
So like a window seat versus an aisle seat, one of those two has a slight mathematical advantage.
Yeah, it's the aisle seat.
For you, it's the aisle seat.
For me, it's the aisle seat.
Yeah, but for me, it's a window.
Yeah, I see. It's
because
close.
I like to sleep. Right, but it's close either way, right?
I like to sleep, but then I realize, and sometimes I need to pee.
Sometimes you want to get up. Exactly.
Yeah.
You're a skinny dude, though. I'm surprised you can't just like limbo around the person in the seat next to you.
Probably true.
Yeah. But anyway, so what we do is, like, this is one we save for the Bahamas. So, like, sometimes you go out to dinner, and you don't know if you want the grouper or the snapper. So, like, grouper versus snapper, one of these two hands has a slight mathematical advantage.
I got it. It's definitely in the snapper, right? It's you snap. I snap.
You snap call the snapper.
Snap call the snapper.
Is it just me, or is anyone else finding this conversation a tad painful?
A couple years ago.
Well, just you and the audience probably, but what does that count?
Two of us are enjoying it.
Happy about that fact. Did you not enjoy? Did you not, or do you not pay well?
Quentin asks on Twitter, where is Barry? The bear, Mr. Greenstein, he was moved onto one of the outer tables. He is still in the tournament, just not on the feature table right now. Being told that if Jamie makes it 47th or higher, this will be his biggest ever live cash. And that's when we ladder up a spot when we get down to 47. Right now, everyone's guaranteed 11,500. The next payout, I believe, is in the region of 15,000.
Over to Weinman small blind. He's got that short stacks. Looks like he's gone all in.
Meanwhile, a question on Twitter from James Pettinger.
I'll allow it.
He asks, where is this tournament? James, this is the PokerStars Championship Bahamas. So it's being held in the Bahamas. If you'd like to be more specific, it's at the Atlantis Resort, which is on Paradise Island. It's connected to the island of Nassau by two big bridges.
Oh, it's two bridges?
Two bridges, yeah. One going one way, one going the other.
No, 700.
Well, they both go both ways. You mean the traffic.
I usually throw my ante before my blind.
The needles.
They're very high bridges because big boats have to go underneath them. I don't know the specific elevation.
They've got a nice curvature to them.
I mean, we could send someone out to measure them. We've got people sitting around not doing very much. Send the runner out with a tape measure.
No, the runners are working very hard. If anyone who's not doing anything, a lot of the time it's you.
How did someone know that the elevation... Did someone Google that? 55 feet elevation, apparently.
Over to Weinman. Looks like he's thinking about re-raising all in.
I'd still love to see someone attempt to measure the elevation using the tape measure that was in Joe's Christmas cracker. Did Trivedi say call?
It sounded like it. Nope.
So someone else said call for him.
Oh yeah, Matt points out that we've actually given that tape measure away as one of your unwanted Christmas presents. Sad clown. So a reminder that if you want to keep tabs on the action at the outer tables, obviously we'll bring you the big double ups and eliminations, but constant updates available via the PokerStarsblog.com. Meanwhile, at the feature table, action on Valentin Messina. Starts his hand with around 15 bigs.
Much better shape than he was in a few moments ago. He had 30K in chips.
Seems like everyone's a short stack on his table. There's like 3, 4 of
Hey,
them,
you
huh?
ain't kidding, Randy. We got a Hendrik Latz with 75 big blinds, Byron Caberman with 50, Smith Trivedi with 49, and then after that, 22, 18, 16, 14. A lot of shorties. It's not a bad joke from Tony Turner Alvarez here, James. Two bridges. Which ones, Jeff and Bo?
Rim shot.
I don't think I have a rim shot. Not on those. Hold on. You'd think I'd have that one handier with all the jokes I make.
Nice tweet from Scott McKinnon, who reports on his experience here in the Bahamas. Fell over 3 chairs and met the brilliant actor that is Mr. Aaron Paul. Had a blast playing in the main event. And of course, he got that crucial selfie with Aaron.
Those are hard to get. This is like the one place you can get them.
They're hard to get in life, but not that hard to get when you run into Mr. Aaron Paul. He's a good dude.
Yes, that's true.
I saw him post for a book.
Too.
Did you?
Yes.
That's cool, man. I can't bring myself to ask for them.
Hey, you never asked me for one. That's right.
I would ask one for you, Randy, because I consider us to be actual friends. I hope that that's not weird for you.
Yeah, maybe I'm not coming back to the commentary booth next time.
Come here, buddy. Give me a hug. Sorry.
You almost hurt me there.
I know. I felt something crack.
So we think Damian Steele might be the current chip leader after that big hand against Mike McDonald. Up over 1.1 million. Ryan Reese also has more than $1 million right now. Meanwhile, this hand is on the flop with Messina raising. Trivedi calling out to the big blind.
This is a good board continuation bet. Generally, no one has anything.
Well, we did not see a continuation bet. So Messina, he knows what he's doing. We saw him finish runner-up in an EPT. What are some reasons that you might not continuation bet that board? That you hit it so hard that you
if I had like
set of kings?
If I had any set, I would check it back because his stack is so short. You know, like you're probably gonna be able to get stacks in later, anyways. I probably would c-bet pretty wide on this one. You know, like.
I mean, missing super hard, you'd probably still c-bet, right?
Yeah, if I have like jack high or 10 high, I'm gonna bet here, expecting my opponent to fold a lot. I mean,
would you not c-bet 2 queens, maybe?
I can see that. I can see the case for that. But
or just any of those decent pocket
pairs.
pairs.
Yeah, the decent pocket pair. I mean, but the lower they get, the more likely I'm probably gonna bet because more overcards can come. So
but you still probably c-bet like 8s and 9s, but maybe like 10s and jacks and queens you might not.
But I'm not surprised that he actually called a turn bet because, like I said, if you have air, you probably would have bet the flop. So it kind of looks like he has something willing to at least put a bet in. So that's why he called the turn, I imagine. These new graphics, I love it. Tells you the action now.
Yeah.
Here comes the river bet. It's kind of a small bet relative to the size of the pot and a turn bet. This one screams to me, I've got a king. Please call me if you're queens or jacks or whatever. Like, this seems like a... It doesn't seem like it's a big bet to try to make it someone fold a hand. You know, after you bet 22,000 on a turn. I would expect this to be a king a lot from the big blind, Trevetti.
Do you think Trevetti is going to value bet a 7 here sometimes? Probably not, right?
Probably not. Your kicker doesn't play, generally
Like
speaking.
you could maybe bet a 7 on the turn, but then once you get called, you're probably not going to.
You're just like, please, let's just check it down.
Yeah.
I think there's no coverage.
Yeah, he's looking at this like, man, this is such a small bet, and I've got like, he probably does have a hand like 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, you know, not pocket 7s, but A7. It's just like, wow, it's 27,000, 116,000 in there. I'm getting such good pot odds, but man, it really looks like he's got a king. I hope he calls and proves me right.
Yeah, of course, man. I want you to be right too. Although it's been a rough level for Valentin Messina, I'm not sure he can take it if he drops back down to 30K again.
He called.
He did call, and he's going to muck. There you go,
Yep.
king. Defends the big blind with a suited king. I mean, everything you said, Randy, makes sense. For the record, I was on your side on that one too. But you know, what's he really gonna lead the turn with there?
Look, he got called by clearly something not worse than a king, so no one's going to bluff 27,000 when he bet 22,000 on turn, trying to bluff someone. If it's not, it clearly doesn't even work, right?
It's a really bad bluff.
Tournaments, I understand, and it makes sense.
So once we have wrapped up PokerStars Championship Bahamas, the next leg of our new global tour will be in March in Panama. Yes, heading to Panama City from the 10th to the 20th of March. Qualify now for the main event by searching for Panama in the tournament lobby on PokerStars. Of course, we're giving away satellite tickets here on the stream in our card hunt competition. And if you can't make it to Panama, we will be streaming the last 5 days of the main event on PokerStars TV.
I'm excited to go to Panama. It'll be the furthest south I've ever gone.
Which doesn't seem like that's what people are looking for.
I'm pretty sure that's true. Technically, it's not South America, though. It's Central America.
Central.
Yeah, what I have to
I did not know that.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's the last one. Because it
Central
borders-
America is technically North America.
Does Panama border Colombia?
Thank you.
Pretty sure it does.
Yeah, keep
Borders
my
the ocean.
Coffee runners happy.
Yeah.
On 2 sides.
I'm gonna agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah,
I know the geography.
I know geography's not really your thing. Hey, I wanted to welcome Laverne to the broadcast. Says she happened on the tourney while surfing YouTube, really enjoying the poker and the commentary. We love new viewers.
Welcome, Laverne. Thank you very much for getting in touch.
Also, are you single? No, not that. Just watch. Sorry, I went too far.
Unfortunately, we're also losing a viewer. Stuart James Dawson says some of us have to work tomorrow, so now going to sleep thinking of bridges. Thanks, guys.
I got a bridge, I'll say.
Meanwhile, Tom Pennington says, looking forward to finding out what the Prince race was at some point.
Oh, it was When Doves Cry versus the other one.
Purple Rain?
That's the one. Producer Chris is messing with me, and this makes me very sad. He says, I've heard we have the rights to Van Halen's Panama as the title music for that event. Nothing would make me happier than to be able to say that over and over and over again, but I know we can't afford it.
Well, if Chris wants to make a financial donation to the cause to ensure that we can pay the royalties, he's welcome to select that track.
How much longer are you on dinner break for? 20 minutes?
Yeah, silence. I figured.
Yeah,
I figured.
Crickets.
It's more like a hoot. Sorry.
It's okay. You tried, Randy, and that's what matters. Did you win your first poker tournament?
What do you mean?
The first time you played a poker tournament, did you win?
Yes.
You did?
I did.
Oh, well, there goes that whole metaphor.
Oh. No, I really did.
Oh.
Yeah.
What were the circumstances behind that?
It
You
was
little
like
luck box?
it was like a 40-man tournament, like a little charity little thing, and I was the only one that kind of knew how to play. This was back in college, and I won.
Well, I was trying to make a metaphor because you went 2-2, 2-2, and I was like, well, you didn't really nail it, but you tried, and that's what matters, just like your first poker tournament, but it turns out you did nail it in your first poker tournament, so the metaphor is ruined. It's ruined.
This is going way over my head.
What? Let me just ask you a question you can't answer.
So this is even more painful than the last conversation.
What did you win in that charity poker tournament?
I won like a $200 gift certificate to like a department.
Outback Steakhouse?
No, it was like Macy's or something like that.
What'd you get at Macy's?
I don't even remember.
Oh man. Sounds good. That would eclipse my total poker earnings.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And on that bombshell, Jamie Staples is all in.
That's a snap call.
Yeah, so Staples at risk. It's queens against tens.
Well, this is good for him.
Absolutely, Jamie.
Let's get a sweat going though.
To 1 favorite to double up. Why does he want to sweat? What's wrong with the man?
Be careful what you ask for.
With hearts, is that fair? 97 with hearts, like let's be reasonable here.
Explains why he isn't taking off that hoodie all day if he likes a sweat. Well, an ace is probably as big a sweat as I would like.
Yeah.
He's now sweating a potential chop.
The chop outs. Yeah, chop outs.
No chop. And only a 10 eliminates Jamie Staples. The river card is a queen. So he rivers a house. And he doubles up.
You're welcome, Twitch. You're welcome.
That was the easy one.
Nice hand, good sir.
Meanwhile, we are going to one of our outer tables where it's Nick Maimone against Pascal Lefrancois. These are two of the big stacks. These are two of the chip leaders. Big bet from Pascal on the river. Two towers of blue with some green on top. The board, Jack 9, 7, 6, 3. Maimone trying to put Lefrancois on a hand.
Pascal, can you beat Ace Jack?
Maybe.
Ace Jack's a good hand on this board.
Didn't Ace Jack win another huge pot a few moments ago on an outer table?
Absolutely, it was the steel Timex hand.
If he saw that, he should call here, right?
If it's good there.
Got a 100% win rate.
Well, we do see a call.
Looks like
and
King Queen?
Francois
I think it was King Queen.
had Queen, which is good for nothing.
Ace Jack, the hand for Maimone, who takes the chip lead up to 1.2 million. Pascal Lefrancois down to around 500K.
James, what do you think of this statement here? Dane says Central America is technically Central America, not technically North America, as you said.
Well, I said it was in Central America.
I said that
You
Central
said that.
America is North America.
No, it's not.
Central America is its own continent.
Yes.
So there are 8 continents now.
No, Central America is not its own continent.
Correct.
Oh, no, of
it
course
is part
it
of
isn't.
North America. Dane C. Jorgensen, if you're going to be a know-it-all, be right. Sorry. Excuse me for a second. Sorry about that. You're watching EPT Live. You're not, though.
I agreed
You're
with
watching
you.
PokerStars TV.
That's
I
a
disagree.
dollar.
Yeah.
I'm up to $1 now.
You managed to get yourself all riled up, and then you put yourself into a corner where you end up getting fined for a known infraction.
I don't even have $1 anymore. What were you saying, Randy? I'm sorry.
I actually agreed with you.
Yeah, no, because you know when somebody's right.
Yeah.
Just what would possess somebody to write in to correct somebody on something in the first place, and then secondly, just be wrong?
What a bad guy.
Where do these people come from?
It's limp pot, a bet and a call. 973.
This Skype conversation's unbelievable. I'm going to let it slide because if James was ever actually proven wrong, he would have a meltdown like one of the robots on Westworld.
So where are we at in this hand, Randy?
Let's pick up the poker action.
Check limp pot, small blind versus big blind. Check call from Weinman. Now it's check again from Weinman over to Kaverman. Trying to decide whether Weinman has a 9 or 7 or 3. Most likely hands from Weinman probably. To check call bet here.
Meanwhile, Pete Blow's very excited because he's just noted a £50 spin and go in the lobby for a seat in the London Festival main event. Go for it, Pete. So it was 10k on the flop, 32k on the turn.
I mean, if Wyman doesn't have a 9, he's in some trouble because each of these bets eats up a lot of his 152,000 chip stack. And he is calling. So he has at least a 7 in my opinion. I think if Kaverman doesn't have at least a 9, he's going to check back this river. Almost always. In terms of value, at least. He's probably not even going to bluff here either.
You're half right. You said he would check back. You knew that the first check was coming.
Basically, in my opinion, if he bets here, he's got it. Given this, just the situation, the board. Someone limp calls pre-flop, check calls twice.
There's a recap of the action starting all the way at the top there with the pre-flop. That's a blind on blind battle. Weinman in the small, Kaverman in the big. Betting on every single street until the river so far. Weinman looking like he does not want to face a bet, but I don't know if that's intentional or not.
Tell me his hand and I can tell you. Well, Kaverman's taking. There's check. That's a give up check. Ace check high?
Can't beat ace check, I don't think, with the face that Kaverman made.
Yeah, I knew he lost the second he made that face and checked.
Captain Kaverman folds.
And you can see why he would not really want to face a bet.
Yeah, you're right on that.
Doesn't mean he wouldn't call. He would just rather have the free showdown, though, I think.
Yeah.
I had somebody write in on Facebook, James, about John Engeldow. I'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, I just want to remind you that tomorrow, after play concludes in the main event, and it could well be a shorter day in the main event tomorrow because we are cutting through this field really fast. We have a special Twitch Stars sit and go with prominent streamers including Jamie Staples, Kevin Martin and Randy Lewis with us in the booth right now. You'll be able to watch that cards up here on PokerStars TV right after play finishes on day 4 of the main event.
I hope you guys root for me.
Randy, of course I will.
We have to be impartial. Not being funny, Randy, like you a lot. Also like Jamie Staples. Also like Kevin Martin. And I'm sure the other 3 players at the table are going to be equally likable.
But if it's a race, someone has the edge, right?
So
Randy,
I'll give you the slight mathematical advantage. I've known you longer than I've known those other guys.
Thank you, Joe. Glad our relationship's back on par.
Yeah, buddy. We're BFFs, bro.
Well, Jamie's raised up to 18,000. Trying to show me up right now on this featured table.
Well, I mean, he doesn't have to do much. He's, still in the tournament.
True, you got me.
I think Jamie's very close to catching his all-time biggest live cash.
All right, see if I get some back.
And looks like Latz is calling. Defending the big blind.
Well, this is the one where usually Latz is going to lose the pot. Now this one for sure, if you have air, you're betting on 4-4-3 rainbow. There's the bet right there.
You're not worried that your opponent is going to call so wide from the big blind that they're going to have 5-6s and 4-5s suited and 3-4s?
They could have those hands, but look at all the other hands they could have too. 10-Jack, 10-9, 10-8, you know, 6-8, you know, just a lot of King-Jack. All these hands are they really going to check call here? Like, probably not.
Are players going to... So they're not going to peel with hands like King Jack and Jack 10 here.
I don't think it's that great of a play because your opponent really can just bet any flop in any turn and just hope. But look at
that's a raise.
That's a raise. Wow. Well, he's playing the hands you're talking about, them
Right.
4-5s and.
Or he's playing the hands you're talking about. It's just like, look, Jamie's not supposed to have really hit this either. So I'm not going to give this up right away. I can push Jamie around right now.
Yeah, this is kind of a bit of a game of chicken, I think. It's like one of those boards where both of them shouldn't hit there. And look, he's not folding right now. So if I'm Latz and I check raise someone and he calls my bet on here, I'm very scared that he's got like a hand like Jacks, 10s. They're not folding, you know? So I don't expect Latz to continue as a bluff too often.
Terrible card for the 5-6s.
But this is a good card for the big blind. You know, if he is going to make a move, usually it's kind of straight draw type hands. And, you know, they got some pieces
Something got there or got closer to getting there, so it does help him to continue telling his flop raising story, is what you're saying.
But, you know, with Staples, say he had a hand like ace king, ace queen, ace jack, you know, it's like, man, do I really need to call another bet right now? And he's got 200,000 in his stack, and it's going to start adding up if he's wrong. So is Latz thinking about the best play, or is he thinking, how did I get myself in this spot? I'm not sure. I mean, he's looking at his chips a little bit. Kind of looks like he wants to bet.
I mean, with Jamie's stack size, you have to think he's prepared to get them all in the middle after calling the flop raise.
I'll tell you, if Jamie calls this turn bet, and if I'm in Latz's position, I'm like, this guy's not going to fold to any river bet. And if I was bluffing here on a turn, I'm probably not bluffing the river. It would need to be like a 6 that comes out. Something like... Because it's very unlikely for Jamie to probably have a 7 in his hand, hypothetically. Unless it's like pocket 7s exactly, right? So...
Even then, not super likely.
This is a tough spot. If you're with ace king high here or ace queen high, I mean Jamie's probably, I don't know Jamie's hand. Of course, if it's a pocket pair in his hand, this is like a no-brainer call, and I think he is going to call here. I think Jamie's got a pair for sure. Wow. Well, if Latz had a hand like 6-7, he hates this river card. If he had a hand like that, or ace-2, he's like, did this card really just come?
And he's straight, and you are really...
Even if you have pocket 3s, your hand is no good now. It's just a pair of 3s with your full house of 4s, right? So, like...
But if you have jacks, you like it.
If you have jacks. Latz could have a 4 in his hand. It's possible.
4 is possible, sure.
It's not likely, given there's 3 4s out there already. If Latz shoves here, yeah, he just gives up.
Check.
Aces.
Good check, says Henrik Latz, who had 4-7.
Wow, I want to see Jamie's hand.
Just quads.
Just quads.
Just quads. 16, 4x4. It is, however.
Hello. You want biscuit? Yeah.
Jamie Staples' biggest live cash ever.
Yeah, now that we are down to 47 players, he has locked up $14,760.
By the way, it was very nice. Thank you. I enjoyed it. Thanks. What's your name? Steve.
Well, we are heading out into the field. That is the disappointed face of Sylvain Loosely. He is out. We understand he was KO'd by this guy, Ronan Gori, one of our spin and go qualifiers. He's the guy who knocked out Negreanu on day 2. His ace-6 cracked Negreanu's ace-king.
I remember the tweet. I did not remember the face.
And talking of spin and go qualifiers, Stig Moen has taken a seat at the feature table, one of our Norwegian commentators who binked a seat to the Bahamas in a spin and go.
What are you Snapchatting back?
Well, thanks for analysing that hand between Latz and Staples for us, Randy. We're going to release you back into the world, and we look forward to seeing you at the table tomorrow in that Twitch Stars Sit and Go.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for giving me that 55% edge. I hope you guys root for me. Come on, James. You can
I can do it. No, Co. Thank you very much to Randy Lou from Team Pro Online.
John Engeldow all in, as Callum Thompson on Facebook tells me. His nickname is Crazy John in the Benny. See ya, Randy. Boy, he can really move. Look at him. Jeez. This is a shove for 126,000, which is just over 30 bigs.
No, it's about 15 bigs.
15. Math is hard.
We're still at the 4,000, 8,000 blind level for another 12 minutes. Then we're going to take an extended break, a 30-minute break, and then we'll come back and play one more 90-minute level, 5K, 10K.
Are we going to have some dinner for dinner?
Possibly.
Good
Dinner.
Fold. Bad fold. For me or for you?
You know where we haven't gone in a while, James, is Carmine's. Wouldn't mind hitting up Carmine's at some point while we're here, eating a never-ending bowl of pasta.
Sounds good.
Francine, what do you say? You want to take us to Carmine's? Huh? Can we go to Carmine's, please? Please, we've been really good. I've been good. I've toned down the sound effects 20%. Can we go to Carmine's? Please?
Apparently, she asked for a 30% reduction.
She said 20 to 30%.
Yeah,
Yesterday was like 80% reduction.
Second level, I think. We came up, yeah.
She didn't really make it clear if it was just supposed to be the first day or the whole trip.
No, I think it was the whole thing, and that was very clear.
A lot of marginal hands. And some pretty good players, so, you know.
Basically, I think you're going to get to go to Carmine's, but you're going to be paying your own way.
Get the lights, get the next.
Well, yeah, of course I can go to Carmine's. I don't need permission to go.
A little cramped for
Oh, you do?
So it's nice to come up here.
You do.
She did buy me a suit, that's true. I won't wear it to Carmine's at least.
By the way, in 10 minutes' time, when we come to the end of this level, we're going to switcheroo the old feature table again. Coming to the main stage will be John DeBella, Adrian Mateos, Cliff Josephy, and Nadia Magnus of Big Game fame.
Well, I was going to hit the round of applause, but I want that to count towards my Carmine count. All right, let's talk about the card hunt, huh?
Yeah, details of the contest on your screen right now. A chance to win a Panama satellite ticket while completing today's card hunt challenge. Win with a 3 of diamonds. as one of your whole cards. Remember, you need to complete the puzzle and also win with the 3 of diamonds. 2 things to do. And then tweet the hand ID, player ID, hashtag PokerStars win. We'll draw the winner at random, and there will be 3 runners-up prizes, $82 feeder tickets. A couple of people on Twitter, Andy Gibbons being one of them, Paul Walsh being the other, saying that there is a Boris Becker lookalike sat over that side of the table. I know we like bad lookalikes, but that might be just too bad to be good.
Nah, I actually thought the same thing. I was going to make the joke till I read it twice on Twitter.
We just got, well...
And obviously, if I was going to make the joke, it's fine.
2015, we got tournament poker legalized, well, at least Norwegian Championship.
Right,
We always went to Dublin, we still do, but now we have 2 Norwegian Championships.
Okay, I do kind of see it.
Like in the beginning of spring, and then we have one in usually in November. Perfect. So we have the second one now this November.
In close-up, it was better than it was in the long shot. Which is bizarre, because normally it's the other way around.
It's a long trip.
I flew from London, it was like 10 hours.
7 races to 16,000. Need 8 folds, 10 folds, 1 fold. 3 folds.
So 45 players remaining now. We've still got 3 days to play, right?
I agree with Lucas Viana, who says, Smith Trivedi is the nuts. Don't change the featured table, please.
Sorry, it's happening. Well, that was raise and take it for Daniel Weinman. And just a reminder of who will be coming to the stage after the last break of the day for the final level of the day. John DeBella, who won the main event in the Bahamas in 2012. Adrian Mateos, another champion.
Thank you.
A winner in Monte Carlo in 2015.
Sorry.
Cliff Josephy made the final table of the World Series of Poker main event last year. And Nadia Magnus, who was a loose cannon on the big game. Was that season 1 or 2, Joe?
Nadia was season 1.
To the Norwegian commentators.
Ah, there
like
we go.
waiting all tournament to get me up here. So when they finally do, it's like for 10 minutes. That's cool. That's okay. They don't
Oh, poor Stig. The Norwegians have been waiting to see him all week, and he's going to get to spend like 12 minutes under the lights. I tell you what, Stig, make it to day 4. There's a very good chance we'll showcase you again.
You could also make it like many of my romantic encounters and just be brief but loud.
So the other players at the table we're going to have on the main stage: Kevin Andrea Mahafa, Pedro Cabeca, Jorge Lopez. And there is 1 empty seat at that table at the moment, so we could be getting somebody new as well, as we see Jamie Staples move all in from the button. Trivedi open to 17K, Jamie Chaves for 128K.
Again.
Both blinds are folded. It's back on Trivedi.
Jamie, take my all-in triangle.
Okay.
Is that okay fold or okay call? Okay fold.
So let's take a look at our new feature table. There is Nadia Magnus in the 8th seat. Sat next to her, Jorge Lopez, Cliff Josephy, Pedro Cabeca in the blue shirt.
You've been up here for a while, right?
Kevin Andrea Mahafa next to John DeBella and Adrian Mateos in the 1 seat. So these guys coming to the feature table after the break.
Buenos dias, Adrian.
Took me a while to figure that one out.
I guess we're going to be hearing a lot from El Camantador in the next level.
Now, where have we seen Kevin Andrea Mahafa from before?
Dude, I was going to ask you the same thing earlier.
I mean, I know we've seen him in a few hands today. Did he make a deep run in the Bahamas a couple of years back? Did he play some hands against Maurice Hawkins?
4 folds. 5 folds.
Round 3.
That's his time.
65th from Barcelona.
Maybe that's it then. Maybe it was more recent than I expected.
This is kind of nice.
What do you mean?
Not to be at the table.
Oh, yeah,
Kind of
yeah.
It's kind of feels comfortable.
Very relaxed, you know? Yeah.
Seems to be the most likely suspect.
Yeah.
Yesterday was so slow.
Do you get that often?
I feel dead in my head now.
Oh, you do?
Up here, yeah. I feel.
Where it got around, I see.
Time moves a bit slower.
He was
I feel like.
third
Spend one
in
tournament
a
inside
Eureka
your head.
event in Prague in December 2015, which, is that not the one we covered?
No.
Just wait till you reach my age, then it gets really bad.
It must be the main event in Barcelona last year. We must have had him on a feature table. No, the only Eureka event that we ever covered in Prague was last year.
Wouldn't that have been 2015?
No, this is 2017. So last year was 2016.
You mean 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, last month.
Okay.
7 races to 28,000. 8 folds.
I think I play significantly faster now.
Point being, we've definitely seen him before.
I've never played with you. We've played what? 2 or 3 times
very little,
maybe?
Very little, yeah.
And you always seemed, I mean, fine to me.
So just 2.5 minutes left on the level now.
There were a couple hands where I tanked for a long time, and I think that, and people just saw that. And
Today or
no, a while ago, 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, it's still probably slower than most. I mean, you play like the 25Ks with the shot clocks and stuff and do fine in those. So.
today was shot clock, right? The 25K. Yeah.
Okay. 1 folds.
I've lost Joe to social media. What's happening, Joe?
3 folds.
Just some more fans of Crazy John, who will no longer be at this featured table if he makes it through the level. John Engeldow. Luke on Facebook says, Team Benny, shout out, only millionaire who deals twice a week for free at a $50 tourney. John Engeldow's a legend, but the worst player at the Benny. How is he on TV?
5 folds. 6 folds. 7 folds.
Okay, see what I have to offer this time.
Jamie Staples has raised Hendrik Latz's big blind.
Round 3.
Latz defends.
2 players.
It's an ace-6 deuce flop.
10 checks. This is 4 bets 15,000.
C-bet from Jamie, a fold from Hendrik. And I think we'll squeeze in one more hand of this level, one more hand with these guys. A reminder that our new feature table has one of the tournament chip leaders, John DeBella, a former champion here in the Bahamas. Other players at that table include Adrian Mateos, Cliff Josephy, and Nadia Magnus. Last time we checked, Nadia was one of only 2 ladies left in the main event. I think Gail Bauman still alive, which means we have 2. Please tell me we haven't lost Gail Bauman.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
I need to know!
3 folds.
Looks like this is going to be the last hand. James, is it just me or do those cameras we're using now look like Cyclops Darth Vader's?
That was it. Did you get to play a hand?
No, I
No?
did not. No.
Yeah, I see it.
But it was fun hanging.
Skinny Cyclops Darth Vader.
Yeah, like little miniature Cyclops Darth Vader heads.
6 more.
Valentin Messina all in for his last 46K.
46,000.
Didn't make any mistakes, so the Norwegian commentators couldn't
Right.
get anything on me, so that's probably the best part.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of potential to lose, for sure.
Usually do the commentary for this.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, so I'm part of the commentator team. So
Awesome.
Seven folds, seed 8 folds.
That's great.
Lats in the small blind.
Right.
Lats and lats and lats and lats and lats and lats of lats.
They, I think they appreciate the fact that they get to play.
Right. Yeah. That's awesome. If I could speak Norwegian, I would tune in and I'd hang out. Right. Yeah.
Honestly, don't know what to do.
10 folds.
Folding's always a good option.
Or wait, how? What do I do here?
Looks like both blinds have folded. Messina's shove gets through.
Half an hour break.
And there will be a 30-minute break. But not before we tell you about another elimination from one of the outer tables. Davide Katai is busto. He was knocked out by Ronan Gorey, who we are now dubbing the spin and go killer. And apparently, as we see Ronan stacking chips, Davide not the only elimination to tell you about. Mikko Turtiainen is also out, taking us down to 43 players as we head into the final break of the day. When we come back in 30 minutes' time, we'll have a new feature table. We'll have 90 minutes of John DeBella, Adrian Mateos, Cliff Josephine, Nadia Magnus. More action to come from the PokerStars Championship Bahamas main event. Mizraki v Cody heads up to the flop. Mizraki with the best of it right now.
Checks his pair and gut shot. Cody, the original raiser, and he did it from early, so my guess is he's going to keep trying to rep strength. Plus, sometimes he can even bet ace high for value when Rob's calling with just a gut shot.
9,500.
Jake really doesn't have much of a chance of catching anything on this hand.
Mizraki calls. Boom. Ace on the turn.
As I was saying.
Mizraki checks a second time.
Good spot for Jake to keep firing. A lot of players are going to bluff the ace on the turn or check back when they hit it, so betting it can sometimes be a little tricky.
His bet of 18,000 has just become 39,000 thanks to a check raise from Robert Mizraki.
And Rob's raising here in what looks like a scare card, hoping that Jake's just double barreling or has a hand as weak as one pair.
Jake calls the raise. No straight for Mizraki on the river, just a pair of eights. He checks.
Mizraki couldn't pull the trigger on another bet. Good thing, too, because I think there's a good shot it gets called.
Jake has around 80,000 behind.
For most players, this is an easy check behind.
Not for Jake Cody. He moves all in.
Hachi Machi. I don't think this is turning his hand into a bluff. I think this is a really sick value shove. I just don't know how often it's getting called. Rob's not even beating third pair on board. I talk a lot about polarization, but this move is the opposite. It's a merge, and I love it. Sometimes better hands will fold, but mostly this is designed so when you're right, worse hands will hero call you, like the bat signal. The last time Rob thought this hard about a decision was over what kind of pomade to buy. Appropriate facial expression, check. Jake Cody giving away nothing.
Rob's seriously thinking about this.
That's what makes it such a great move, whether it gets called or not.
He calls.
All in call.
Rob just looked up Jake Cody lighter than a helium balloon. There must be some serious dynamic happening at this table. Absolutely masterfully played by Jake Cody.
Up to 286,000.
Rob Mizrachi rack focus to emphasize the pain. Nice.
To call or not to call? That is the question. If you're wrong, you'll look like a chump.
Oh, I'll bet a jack there any day.
But if you're right, you'll look like a champ.
Nice call.
We call. No, then.
Let's count down our top 5 hero calls. Number 5 comes from the EPT4 Barcelona final table. Sander Lilov's spidey sense must have been tingling during this hand against Greg Dyer.
Greg Dyer here deciding to race it up with 8-6. Maybe he's learned a trick or two from his favorite player, being Adam Junglin, who we just saw knocked out of the table.
Raises to 72,000, small blind pass.
Sander Lilov is the chip leader.
Call.
And he will call in the big blind with his pocket 5s.
And Dyer is checking back to see, what did I have again? I knew it was crap. 8-6, oh, okay, that was it.
Flop is 9 of spades, check of diamonds, 4 of spades.
And the question is, who's going to bet at this pot first?
Sender checks.
The answer is Greg Dyer.
You would think that that was enough to just take down this pot then.
11,000. Sorry, 110,000.
He could very easily
110.
have a jack, a 9, or a pair higher than 5s.
Well, you said 11,000. I said 11. It's not a.
So therefore, you should have to make the minimum bet.
Oh.
I mean, that's the correct rule.
Okay.
Mark Telcher's playing the role of tournament director.
Okay, great.
Well, what that in essence means is that Sander Lilov gets a free card right now.
24 is the minimum, right?
Yeah, that's the bet. 24.
24.
Stands for 24.
Unfortunately, Greg got caught up in his words, and he's been punished for it.
Turn card is a 7 of diamonds.
Well, now, Greg Dyer has picked up a straight draw.
And a 5 is sure to have caused a lot of action on this river.
That might be enough to get Sander Lilov to lay down the 5s. He might put Greg on a draw. A couple of spades, a couple of diamonds, the straight draw out there as well. And that's probably why he has called here.
River card, 4 of clubs.
And Greg Dyer misses on the river.
This is an interesting pot right now. I mean, I would not expect Lilov to make that call in the turn. But he has, and having made that call in the turn, he has to make the call in the river as well.
Well, Greg Dyer can only win this hand by betting. But can he make a big enough bet to get Lilov to lay down his hand?
Well, right now Dyer is hoping, in a sense, that Lilov was on a draw, because if he wasn't on a draw, he's already made up his mind. He called on turn, he's going to call in river, and that's what we see people doing so often here, getting called in these situations. But is Lilov experienced enough here?
330,000.
It's a big bet from Greg Dyer. And I'm not sure if I was sitting there with a pair of 5s, staring at that board and playing the hand back in my head, I could make the call, but that's what he does.
That is an amazing call. But it's not a good play by Dyer because he knows that Lilov made his choice in the turn.
Which is 8 high, and with a pair of 5s.
That's a pot of 1.1 million.
And that is a confidence pot.
Sander's instincts were correct, and instincts just get better over time. Take Eric Seidel, for example. He's played more poker than you've had hot meals. And Eric ate Dmitry Ivanovic's lunch in the EPT11 Grand Final Super High Roller. We're going to sweat with Eric Seidel here, which means we're only going to see his hole cards.
Sweating with one of the best in the world. I love it.
Ivanovic completes.
Check.
Seidel's hand is Jack 4 of diamonds. He's checked his option.
I like a free flop with this hand, sure.
Only 1 diamond on the flop.
Yeah.
Seidel has checked. And Ivanovic checks behind. Oh, there's another diamond. Hello, flush draw.
Finally.
Here comes a bet from Ivanovic, 300,000.
Totally fine with a call here.
There is the call. The river card is a heart. Seidel with just jack high.
So now we just want a free showdown.
I don't think Seidel's going to get it. Ivanovic bets 525k.
Well, for me personally, this is an insta-fold. I just don't see how we're ever winning here. Yes, we know he tries to win every single pot, but we're losing to some of his bluffs even. But Eric Seidel, not me. He's a really good poker player, and it looks like he's thinking about heroing.
Heroing with jack high? I still can't quite believe he is thinking about calling this. He's called with jack high.
Makes a call I wouldn't make.
And he's right.
And wins a pot I wouldn't win. In a tournament I would never be in.
Wow, behold the master at work.
That is 5-0 for the old-timer. Urbanovic is getting his lunch eaten, and he knows it.
Well, that heads-up battle against Seidel made Urbanovic rethink his approach to the game. At number 3, more super high roller supremeness. At the 2015 PCA, with the title on the line, Steve O'Dwyer found himself facing an audacious bluff from amateur Roger Sipple. Ace 10 for Steve O'Dwyer.
Uh-oh, Steve's doing the dominance dance.
He calls.
Plays it kind of slow.
The flop is Queen 8-8. It's a gut shot for Sipple. O'Dwyer still ahead with ace high. O'Dwyer's playing in flow. He's checked the action to Sipple.
And Steve can now call a lot of C-bets because it's a smaller pot.
It's a chunky C-bet from Roger, 750k.
And I don't think Roger's going to have much here very often.
O'Dwyer calls. A pot of 2.4 million. The turn card is a deuce. It changes nothing.
Can Roger dup? Nope.
Check, check on the turn. The river card, a 3. It's a brick. Sipple misses its draw. Ace high is the best hand. O'Dwyer checks for a third time.
I'm all in.
And Sipple bluff shoves the river.
Roger. Roger, what are you doing to me?
This is really tricky. Last time Raj did this, he was stronger than the drinks at the players' party. But this is not how most players are going to play their bluffs.
And that is certainly the kind of thing a player of Steve O'Dwyer's caliber is going to notice. We can see he has the best hand. A lot of players are going to fold in this spot, and if Steve does fold, he'll still have a 2-1 chip lead over Roger. But considering he has the best hand, if he heroes with ace high, he will win the tournament.
Father time is going to need some time.
Good call.
He calls!
It's over.
Good call.
Incredible call.
Ace high.
With that hand, Steve O'Dwyer wins!
Wow.
I didn't have you on a pair and you didn't have one. I didn't think you were going to make that call.
I was worried I had a 10 that blocks some of your gut shots. So.
At number 2, we revisit the EPT8 Berlin main event and Davide Katai's quest for the third jewel of the Triple Crown. Jack 7-5 flop, ace high still good. Katai checks.
Checking to the pre-flop aggressor. Chen should continue.
He does, 330,000.
Ace high will often be the best hand, just like it is on this hand.
Katai calls. Nine of spades on the turn. Changes nothing. Katai checks a second time.
See if Chen slows down as well.
He does, he checks behind. 10 of clubs on the river.
You would expect it to go check, check, maybe check bluff here. But it looks like we're going to see a bet from Davide Katai.
Is this a value bet or a bluff?
Pretty sure he doesn't want to call, so I'm guessing this is a bluff to try to fold out a 7 or a 5. Chen should be ditching this right about now. But he's not. I know he's not calling.
Well, this is certainly a bluff. A raise to more than 1.5 million.
To be perfectly honest, there are tons of hands Andrew could have here that have ace-3 beat. Tons. Katai is not taking his gaze off Chen at all. It's like me with a chubby redhead. This would be some kind of absolute sick soul read.
Yeah, call.
Awesome call alert.
Agreed. I don't know how often ace tray is going to be good in that spot, but it's infrequently enough that I'm confident in saying that is a losing play in the long run. But Davide Katai just made a soul read on par with Mystic Meg.
Katai went on to win the title and earn that coveted Triple Crown. Well, talking of players who've won a lot of tournaments, Jason Mercier is at number 1. Before anyone knew his name, he came to Italy in 2008 to play EPT4 San Remo, and he made the call that launched a career.
Okay, 5-9 there for Jason Mercier. Oh, he's suddenly,
wow.
Now he's suddenly... Now,
this is not something we've seen before, is it?
No, well, four-handed, you see. He's going to start opening up now that the four-handed, the right thing to do. Good for him. He's set up a table image.
Yeah.
He's going to capitalise on it.
80,000.
I can't see him getting called unless...
Anthony pass, small blind pass. Eric calls.
Eric's making a mistake here, I think.
Yeah.
He really is. He's calling just to try to outplay him.
Check.
So if you've got aces or, you know...
Two players, Eric check in the dark.
Let's see what happens here.
Oh, I hate that. He's checked in the dark again.
Flop comes.
Yeah.
5, check, 6. Jason checks.
Jason
Here
checks
is the
as
turn.
well.
It's an 8.
What's Koska's going to do now?
220.
220,000.
Betting 220,000 into a pot of 187,000.
220,000. Did he say call? Oh, well, he's picked up a
Jason
middle pin.
call.
He's picked up a middle pin
220,000.
straight with his pair of 5s. So he needs a 7 or a 9. Well, he actually, as it is,
He doesn't actually need
he's
anything,
winning.
but if he thinks he's behind, that's what he thinks he needs.
Exactly, yeah. That's what I'm thinking in my head too.
Board is 5, check, 6, 8.
Koska's didn't like that call.
8.
Okay.
I'm all in.
Eric all
Wow.
Very great strong play there. If Mercier can pick this up, this will be an incredible call. If he can. How much has he got to call here? 700,000. And his stack is 2,044,000. So he'll still be left 1.3 million if he calls and gets it wrong. Has he got a jack in his hand? Has he got an 8? Think it through. He's thinking it through. Checking out his body language. He's looking at Eric.
From what we've
Corner
seen,
of his eye.
from what we've seen of Jason, do we think he can make this call?
I've no idea.
Can he get a read on Eric Koskas?
I think he thinks his 2 pair are good here. I think instinctively he thinks his 2 pair are good. Remember that these guys play hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hands online. You know, they have a sort of feel for when they might be ahead. What's he got? He's got ace king. If he's got no pair, then I'm good. Could he have been betting a flush draw?
If his instinct is that his 2 pairs are good,
I call.
Just got to decide whether to
Wow.
trust his
What a
instinct, and that's
call.
what he does.
Showdown.
What
He's
a great call.
made the call, and Koskas will show he had absolutely nothing.
That is an absolutely excellent call.
He went with his instinct, he made the call, and he's eliminated Eric Koskas.
He has. It's a brilliant call. It's a brilliant, brilliant call.
Congratulations, sir.
Thank you.
It's wonderful.
Jason now has more than $17 million in live winnings, and crucially, we now know how to pronounce his last name. Well, those are our top 5 hero calls. Keep watching PokerStars.tv for more countdowns. Line still 3,000, 6,000. Action on Robert Mizrachi. A raise from early position with ace-10 off. Folded to Cody. And there's king-jack off.
Yeah, Jake's not folding this in position to Rob. These guys are both pretty deep, so it's possible Jake may elect to try to play a bigger pot.
Turning? How much? 1K?
Looks like he's going for raising chips. It is a 3-bet to 26,500. Rivet folds the ace-7 suited. Bookamer folds the small blind. Jeremy Kotler folds the big blind. Action back on Mizrachi.
This isn't a great hand out of position, but it's just good enough to defend his original raise with. Ace-10 is basically the cutoff because it's the smallest ace you can still flop Broadway with.
While Mizrachi flops top pair. Cody, with position and the betting lead, flops second pair. Mizrachi checks to him.
Now it's a bloated pot, and this is a flop no one can fold on. Jake's probably compelled to continue here most of the time. Rob's gonna call with all better hands, but probably plenty of worse ones too.
Jake's C-bet is 25,000.
Small relative to the size of the pot, but in a 3-bet pot, it's gonna be just as effective as a bigger bet.
Mizrachi calls. We go to the turn, which is the deuce of hearts, pairing the board.
Rob's now chopping with all aces that aren't ace-king.
He checks to Jake. And Jake checks behind. The river is a 10, giving Mizrachi a better 2-pair.
Really good card for Rob, because now he's beating all aces except ace-king, and he can value bet the aces that think they're chopping.
He's made it 38,500. And Jake Cody shoves. I didn't see that coming.
Holy shnikes, he has done it again, only this time it is not for value.
See how me cover? Yeah.
Rob bet the river so small, I think it kind of turns his hand face up a bit as a value hand, but not super strong.
No.
Plus, when Rob's bluffing, you instantly win the pot. Jake's trying to rep a straight or a slow-played boat, and I think he can do it pretty credibly in this spot.
And of course, last time he made this move, he got Mizrachi to call pretty light.
And a play like this only has to work around 60% of the time for it to be profitable, and it's going to work at least that often, I think. Rob's got the absolute worst hand he should be thinking about calling with here. It's the kind of hand you're going to spend a lot of time in the tank with.
Cody giving nothing away.
And I'm sure part of Rob's struggle here is he might just read this as Jake trying to blow him off a chop. And he knows he's beating all chop hands. I think anything worse than this is an easy fold. Anything better, and calling is a little easier too.
Wow. You want to get a read off of him.
Jake Cody's a harder read than Cloud Atlas. Stone-faced.
Doesn't make any sense. Last time he pushed all in, he had
just an ace, but it was good.
check the turn with an ace, then you hope I bet. Now you think I have an ace. Push it all in because you want to get me off an ace. Or an ace beat. Oh my god.
This is so long.
150. If I'm wrong, I'm out. If I'm right, got 400 and change. Oh my God. Did he have the same hand too? We do that with the same hand too. What would a 3-bet with? 3-bet with. 1 3-bet with Jack Queen. Pretty solid. That's all. 10-10. Ace King or 10-10. Or Ace Queen, Ace Jack, Ace Queen.
Grinder is stressed. It's so cute the way they actually care about each other.
The brothers go deep in so many tournaments together. They've shared final tables. Obviously, Grinder's got his own tournament to worry about as well.
Easily the most stressed out I've ever seen him.
Total bluff.
Ding!
Tough decision, sorry.
You think?
I don't know. It's one of the toughest decisions ever. If I'm wrong. If I'm right and I fold, it's not even bad.
Jake's gotta like the sound of that.
Obviously, this is a huge pot for both players. Cody could potentially move over the $500,000 mark. Rob Mizrachi could potentially make his 3rd deep run in the PCA main event. Hang on a second, Grinder is all in at the secondary feature table. Actually, he shoved on Chris Klodnicki, putting Klodnicki all in.
Hope Klodnicki decides faster than Rob. It's only an hour-long show.
We're watching 2 big decisions on both our feature tables.
Rob and Klodnicki both with marginal best hands.
Klodnicki calls, he'll double up.
1 pair.
The worst pair.
You got it. Ace, ace.
Grinder takes a big hit, but he's still in it.
He's left with 40K, so let's get back to his brother at the main featured table. Rob Mizrachi has been thinking now for nearly 8 minutes.
I haven't seen someone in the tank this long since David Blaine.
I call a clock. I hate to
Yeah. I was going to call a clock too.
Jeremy Cutler's called for the clock. Rob Mizrachi was actually going to call it on himself.
And Robbie the ring announcer off to find a floor man. Or woman.
When the tournament staff arrive, they'll put Rob Mizrachi on a 60-second countdown. They'll have to make a decision. Jake Cody hasn't even broken a sweat.
It's impressive.
All right, I call.
He calls! After 8 minutes and 22 seconds, he calls!
Cancel the floor person, and that has got to feel great for Rob. Props to Jake Cody, too.
It was tough.
It's not an easy call. Right?
It's not easy. I thought there was a chance he's going to do that with Ace Queen, Ace Jack, and somewhere.
Good call.
Thanks.
Put the heat on. It was a good bet. Said it was a good bet.
I mean, it was not easy.
Robert Mizrachi finally makes the right decision and doubles up.
Poker School Online is the place to learn poker or improve your poker skills. To join, simply log into the PokerStars client, visit the school section, and choose your school password. Poker School Online is packed full of free poker bonuses, allowing you to practice and play in real money games on us. Take part in our regular monthly promotions where you can win seats into bigger PokerStars tournaments. There are free scratch cards where you can win daily tournament tickets via Scratch and Match. Each day, you'll have 2 free cards. Just scratch off the cards and you could win a prize. Another popular challenge is our Beginner's Bankroll promotion, allowing you to work your way through our poker missions, improving your game, and earning your free poker tournament tickets along the way. And if that's not enough promotions for you, there are unlimited tournament tickets and $5,000 free roll tickets you can earn via our Refer a Friend promotion. Simply refer a friend and you'll both receive prizes. Once you've built your confidence, it's time to compete in the Poker School Online. Skill leagues with $44,000 in prize money up for grabs every month, with up to $5,000 going to the winner. And if improving your game is what you're looking for, we have poker courses from Hold'em to Omaha, cash, sit and goes and tournaments, along with quizzes to test your newfound knowledge. There's live poker training where you can watch pros play poker in real time, view their hole cards and ask questions directly. See the live training schedule for the next session. Our poker forums are always buzzing with questions, advice, and tips. You'll find all types of players from beginners to pros discussing all areas of poker. Now you've heard what's available, it's time to get involved. Simply join Poker School Online. You may even be eligible for our welcome bonuses full of tickets and cash. Welcome to Poker School Online.
Play PokerStars.net Spin and Go Neymar Jr. Edition, and you could win a 5-ounce solid gold poker chip in just a few minutes for free. Go for gold and win big, fast with the Neymar Jr. Edition Spin and Go from PokerStars.net.
Welcome back to the PokerStars Championship. We are in the Bahamas. More specifically, the Atlantis Resort on Paradise Island, connected to Nassau by 2 big bridges. I am James Hartigan alongside Matt Broughton.
I didn't know that. How fascinating. Hello, everybody.
And here we are on day 3 of the main event with 1 more level to play today. 90 more minutes of poker before we close proceedings. And we have a new feature table headlined by 2012 main event champion John DeBella, plus Nadia Magnus of big game fame, Cliff Josephy from the World Series final table, and Spanish pro Adrian Mateos.
You are so fortunate that it's not Joe Stapleton in this seat.
So the blinds are now 5,000, 10,000 with a 1,000 ante. It's level 19 of the tournament. 43 players remain from the 738 who started. And let's be realistic about this, Matt. We are going to play another hour and a half today. Tomorrow, day 4, our ambition is normally to get down to 16. I don't think we will be playing 5 levels tomorrow.
No, I think you are right, sir. I think you are right.
That said, if you're worried about tomorrow being a shorter day, don't forget we have got the Twitch Stars Sit and Go. Once action concludes in the main event, we're going to have some super streamers playing for a winner-takes-all prize, and we are going to stream it here on PokerStars TV.
Yeah, it's been very nice to have them all here. I must say, it makes a big difference being able to drag those guys into the booth. Just some of the names on your screens. We've had Jamie Staples, we've watched play today, Kevin Martin we've had in the booth, and Randy Liu. You can expect those guys and more at the end of the main event coverage tomorrow.
Serene gets in touch. Says, hello, PokerStars TV. Belated squeeze to you all. I will watch the replay later today. Serene, you are going to enjoy that replay. And trust me, you'll be squeeing a lot.
I would imagine it'll be squeeze central where you come from.
So the first hand of the new level was a walk. No, it wasn't. It was an under-the-gun raise from John DeBella, and he managed to win the blinds and antes. Here the action's folded to Nadia Magnus. She's going to raise the button.
Raise.
Adrian Mateos has folded the small blind. It's John DeBella's big blind. We know that John is among the tournament chip leaders with more than 1 million chips. We think he's probably 3rd on the leaderboard at the moment, behind Ryan Reese and Nick Maimone. So DeBella defends his big blind. We see an ace-8 3-flop.
Rainbow, rainbow, rainbow. $56,000 in the middle. Here comes the bet.
Bet.
Mind you, the blues are worth 5K. The yellows a single.
I think we've also got some green 25K chips in play.
Caipirinha. Oh man, that's one of my favorite drinks. I haven't had one in years.
Do you like pina colada?
I do.
Getting caught in the rain?
I do. That's a dreadful song. I was asked to learn that. Somebody had I did a wedding, and someone said we'd love it if you could learn that song. And I'm familiar with the song, like most people are.
Yeah.
But when you know the words, it's awful.
It's horrific.
It's about, you know, about a guy like kind of bored with his wife, so he puts an advert in the paper and he hooks up with some girl, and it turns out that the girl is his wife. And the last verse, Oh, and then we laughed for a moment. I'm pretty sure if I met... he honestly said, I waited with high hopes. She walked into the place. I knew her smile in an instant. I knew the curves of her face. It was my own lovely lady. And she said, oh, it's you. And then we laughed for a moment. And I said, I never knew that you like pina colada. Da, da, da. But that's the whole last verse, is how they finally hook up. And it turns out this dirty, dirty, loose woman that's agreed to meet a married man, it's his wife. And then they laugh for a moment.
Well, I guess they were both kind of cheating on each other with each other, so it balances out. It's a chop pot.
Maybe. Anyway.
Adrian Mateos is raised.
Also, I suggest you look that up on YouTube, because Rupert, I can't remember his surname, the guy Rupert that sings a song, Wears a Lovely Cardigan. It's a classic 70s video.
Well, I heard the word raise, which implies we've seen a 3-bet from John DeBella in the small blind.
Yep, using those Caipirinha green chips.
So action now on Kevin Andrea Mahetha in the big.
All in.
And he shoves. All in for around 50 big blinds and gets folds from both Mateos and DeBella. And that we'll see John DeBella drop below the 1 million mark. But still a top 5 stack with 43 remaining from the 738 who started. Well into the money now, with everyone guaranteed $14,760. The next money jump is when we get down to 31. Now, who on earth is that?
Right.
Okay, no, I know I don't know much about the soccer game, right?
Right, football.
But isn't that a Barcelona shirt?
Yes, it is a Barcelona shirt.
I know that
Well
because of Neymar. He wears a shirt like that, and he gave one to John Boyega.
There you go. Nadia is going to start things up for us here. 2 folds ahead of her in the hijack. She is going to make it an amount of chips. 22,000. I'd like to see that card protector again before I venture a guess at who it's meant to be. Nadia takes that one down. Raise and win. I think she was here last year. I know that we've seen her kind of within the last year, but I'm guessing not likely to travel the European side of the stops. Great hair. Look at that hair on the deal. It must take hours. Could be wrong.
Yep.
Going to be Jorge de Oliveira starts thing off here. Wow, he folded so hard he nearly took out the whole table.
Raise. C1 raises to 22,000. C3 folds.
Adrian makes it 22. Worked for Nadia last hand. We'll stick with this amount. Josephine is out. Winner, winner.
So the average stack right now, 415,000, so slightly more than 50 bigs. And at our feature table, all but 3 of the players have above average stacks. Those with fewer than 50 big blinds. Cliff Josephine, Adrian Mateos, and Jorge de Oliveira. He is the low man at the table, but not short stack with 28 bigs. action folded to Kevin Andrea Mahafa. And the Canadian is raising from the cutoff.
Pedro Quebec's button. And the blue top to the left of your screen.
Kevin has total live earnings of $245,000. His best ever result was in a side event at the Prague Festival in 2015. So the 3-bet has come from Quebecer.
Do you reckon he's got a daughter called Rebecca?
I sincerely hope so.
It's too good an opportunity to miss, isn't it?
I'm on.
Cliff
Oh,
Josephy, 4-bet shoves from the small blind.
Wow.
Do we still play the 4-bet alert?
Well, I don't know.
Just press a button.
No, I know what it's meant to look like. I just can't find it.
Just press a button. Thank you.
An extra 3 seconds is all I needed.
So the original Razor has folded. Action now on Quebecer.
Yeah. Andrea Mahafa couldn't wait to get out of there.
Pedro is 40th on the Portuguese all-time money list. 176K in live earnings.
Several 100,000 more than me. Always hard when the player's on the button, because your instinct is to think he's just making a positional raise and just testing out a player, but I just never know. In these positions here, Pedro's taking his time. Is it just because he wants to make it look like that's not what's happened, or has he got a genuine hand? It's just...
Can I keep that?
Never going to know.
So
Pedro folds. Meanwhile, there is another all-in on one of the outer tables, and it is Jamie Staples who has moved all-in.
Get ready, Twitch.
Action is on Ronan Gorey, the so-called spin-and-go killer. And he's going to call. This could be bad for Jamie. Ronan has been knocking out pros left, right, and center. Jamie gets it in, and he's behind. Jack 10 suited. Ace 8 suited for his opponent.
Oh,
flush on the river.
Sit down, boy. You're back in.
That's a
And
pro
Jamie
move. I should've
Staples
thought of
doubles
that.
up.
That's true.
I think I heard you say earlier on, this is now Mr. Staples' best ever result, I believe.
Yeah, you might remember in Dublin he cashed for around 11,000 euros. Well, now he's guaranteed at least $15,000.
Cool. Congrats, good job.
And go Ronan Gorey, the spin and go qualifier.
A lot of love on Twitch for that little result. It ain't over till the river lands.
Unless you're drawing dead on the turn.
In which case it's over before the river. Thanks, Raj. John and George. Half the... A lot more pre-flop raise and take it's here, isn't it? Very different dynamic.
We'll have to see if the actual pace of action slows during this last level. It's been all action so far today. A lot of all-ins, a lot of calls, a lot of bust-outs and double-ups. Things might slow down with 75 minutes left to play on day 3.
Folding round to just the blinds. Nadia in the small. Adrian Mateus in the big. Nadia just completes. Doesn't look like Adrian is going to give Nadia a cheap look at the flop. Top of the hour. That's some pretty thick, solid glasses right there.
Two players.
King 5 deuce rainbow, 67,000 in the middle. Blind on blind.
Bet. See, one bet's 30,000.
Adrian Mateus continues. 30,000 into 67,000. Yeah, I'm with you, Matt. I'm loving those glasses.
They are solid. You could drop them on the floor and tread on them and they wouldn't even notice. Whatever it was Nadia was trying to creep in for a cheap flop with did not connect there.
So we mentioned the 3 chip leaders at the start of this level, Maimone, Reese and DeBella. Should point out that Jason Mercier is in the top 5. Along with Jamie Staples, he is repping Team Pro. Looking to make a deep run in the first ever PokerStars Championship main event.
Jason's got to be fatigued by now. He had a late day yesterday, basketball this morning, long day of play again.
Sometimes it's good to keep busy.
Well, I agree, but there's busy and there's just being knackered. Clearly the boy is full of energy.
So the raise here from Pedro Cabeca, 22,000. This is Jorge de Oliveira. So 2 Portuguese players at this table. Jorge is pretty short. I mean, 27 big blinds isn't in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
But it does limit your options.
Do you think Rebecca Cabeca would go to Mecca?
Oh, God.
Just right. I can't help it. I'm just looking at his name. It's just such a beautiful rhymer.
So John DeBella defended his big blind. We have King 6 deuce, 2 diamonds on the flop. DeBella playing in flow. The pre-flop aggressor continues, and DeBella folds. So I'm afraid I've got some bad news, Matt, about one of our spin and go qualifiers. Don't worry, Ronan the spin and go killer is still in. However, Stig Moan, our Norwegian commentator, is gone.
Ah, what a lovely what a lovely man.
So Stig out in 43rd place, taking us down to 42. One hour, 10 minutes left to play on the day. As we are joined now on PokerStars TV by our final guest of the day. We welcome from Team PokerStars Pro from the UK, Mr. Jake Cody.
What's up, guys?
Jake, great to have you in the booth.
Great to be here. Oh, we've got Johnny Backs on the table. Nice.
Yeah,
yes,
we've got a
we
line.
have.
I saw he was actually on the table next to Kasuf on day 1. I thought it was hilarious.
Always good fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty stacked table here. We got 2012 Bahamas main event winner John DeBella. We got Adrian Mateus. We got Nadia Magnus, who is a loose cannon on the big game.
No massages.
It's going to be like 7 years ago now.
Wow. No massages.
It was a while back, wasn't it?
Got my massage right.
And we were just discussing, Jake, that 42 remaining, pretty stacked field. We've still got
Drea all day, and she's just about to come.
Jason Mercier. We've still got Ryan Reese.
Sick.
Nick Mamone,
Jamie
the current
Staples,
chip leader.
He's still alive, right?
Yes, Jamie Staples just doubled up. He's scored his best ever cash. He's guaranteed at least $15,000.
Come on, Jamie.
But could potentially go a lot deeper.
Potential for an interesting final table then.
For sure. And one guy that we're watching very closely is a player called Ronan Gorey, who is one of the spin and go qualifiers.
Oh, sick.
And he's been dubbed the spin and go killer because he's knocked out so many big names, including Daniel Negreanu, who he took out on day 2.
Just sniping them off.
Yeah, 135 spin and go qualifiers in this tournament, all in for $10.
I mean, that would be just such a sick story. So how are you guys doing? How's the Bahamas treating you?
Very good. Very good. No complaints. I mean, obviously, if you dare step outside, you get blown off into sea. But other than that...
Yeah, I did go for a walk this afternoon, and it's not as windy as it was the other day, but still pretty windy outside. That said, obviously so much to do here. Not just the poker events. Obviously, there is the hashtag Stars Fun. And I don't want to talk about it in too much detail, Jake, because it's a huge part of the podcast we recorded this morning.
Okay.
But we did have our own little challenge in the VR booth.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, so...
I've seen that. It looks fun.
We've been doing some VR gaming, and you will get to see that when we premiere Poker in the Ears and Eyes in a couple of days' time.
That sounds cool.
You've been doing a fair amount of vlogging during your time here in the Bahamas?
I've been doing a lot of vlogging, but I was putting it together has been the hard part. So I'm currently mid-edit. But I'm playing again tomorrow, so I don't know when it's going to be out, but hopefully in the next few days.
Last time we talked about the whole vlogging thing, Jake, it was still obviously a relatively new thing. You were kind of still finding your feet and trying out what worked and what didn't.
Yep.
But it was very much a solo endeavor. And obviously you were kind of like self-taught, really getting into the whole kind of editing and post-production element of it.
Yep.
Are you still doing it all alone? Have you enlisted any help at all?
Still all alone. I don't know. I like having full control of like the creative input.
I can understand that.
And it feels a bit more. I don't know. I felt like if I just handed it to someone, it'd feel a bit less satisfying to see the final product than knowing exactly I put everything together and all the cuts and music and stuff. Yeah. So I don't know if it'll always be like this, but for now, I'm a solo project.
So did we establish who that is actually meant to be on the top of Oliveira's chip stack?
Well, my guess is it's Lionel Messi. But I don't know. I did ask for another close-up, but I haven't seen one yet, unless I missed it. But I want to... That's my initial guess, but I want to hold tight until we see it up close again.
Yeah, I need to see a close-up.
I think it's a not very good Lionel Messi, but I could be wrong.
I mean, those little things, those bobblehead things, they never actually look like the people they're meant to.
True.
So
you know you've made it, though, when you've got a bobblehead.
That is very true.
It's probably
Do you remember in the mid-2000s when there were poker bobbleheads?
I remember Mike Matzow one, actually.
Yes, Greg Raymer, Chris Moneymaker, Phil Helmuth.
I bet they're still on eBay somewhere.
I actually have a Greg Raymer bobblehead in my closet at home.
In your closet? With all your secret poker stash you stole.
For special occasions.
Exactly.
Actually, it may not have survived the last cull of junk. Not to say that a bobblehead of Greg Raymer is junk, but just when you're short on space, it's not necessarily something you prioritize.
Yeah.
Do I throw out my new shoes or this bobblehead?
Yeah, it's not the kind of thing you're going to pass on to your children.
Did the bobblehead like have socks and sandals on?
It was mainly about the lizard specs.
Right, okay.
Right.
So let's pick up the action here. DeBella, the pre-flop aggressor. Cliff Josephy defending his big blind. Cliff check called flop for 30,000. Check called turn for 56,000.
Oh, I love this new graphic.
Oh,
superb, isn't it?
Yeah. It's actually called yet.
The green chips, John. I need 2 more just to even my stack.
Giving me some vlog ideas here.
It's a really handy, isn't it? Especially if we got a guest and we chat from one, and you go, right, well, let's see what's happened. And you go, bang, there you go.
You can just glance up and just if you're just tuning in too, you know what's happened.
Yeah, yeah. It's all part of the new PokerStars Championship guff.
It looks sick, really does.
It does look excellent.
So slightly preemptive, but Josephy did eventually make the call. We get the 6 of spades on the river. Meanwhile, Smitty tweets to say, early prediction for the title, I'm going with the Merce dog. Great, let's talk about Jason Mercier's potential win with 42 remaining, ensuring that he's one of the first players out at the start of day 4.
I'd go for Mateus.
Oh. Who's got the most chips, James? Whoever that is, I'll go for them. I'd love it if Jamie made a final table.
Yeah, that'd be cool, actually.
That would really shake things up, I think. That'd be good. But we know all too well, even with only 42 players left, the chip stacks right now are never really a great indication of how things end up.
So having check called flop and turn, Cliff Josephy now leads river. John DeBella's response, this is so sick. 140,000 into a pot of 230,000.
Pretty interesting line.
Pretty strong line, right?
My initial reaction is yeah, it's kind of hard for him to be bluffing, but...
Okay. Hey, Sang, good fold.
And Cliff Josephy chips up to just over 600,000, 60 big blinds. John DeBella still the table chip leader and still among the tournament chip leaders, playing an 85 big blind stack. There's the stacks of all 7 players we're watching on the main stage. You do have an empty seat. Of course, as players are eliminated and tables are balanced and tables are broken, they could get a new face on the stage sometime soon. Blinds 5,000, 10,000 with a 1,000 ante.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Barcelona kit for sure, right?
Even I got that, and I'm really bad at anything soccer related.
It doesn't look great, but I can't think of who it's meant to be other than the Messi. It's not.
It's a bad Messi.
It's a really bad. It's a messy Messi.
It's a messy Messi.
But I can't think of any other player that it's a bad version of.
Yeah. I was trying to think of like an older school player, but I've just not coming to me.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be.
Maybe it's like a bunk, you know, maybe it's an unofficial bobblehead. He got it off the black market.
We did have an issue at a previous event with bunk triangles. Now we've got a problem with bunk Messis.
You just got to have eyes in the back of your head around here. So this is a under the gun +1 raise from Adrian Mateus. He's got rid of all but the big blind. George with his bunk Messi gives it up.
Gives it up, yeah.
Have you found a groove for your vlogs now? The last one I saw, which was I'm probably a bit out of date.
Sure.
Like it was after you'd found out you couldn't film the games live, which was a big deal because that was kind of what people were really loving. But it was like the end of the last one I saw. You were kind of looking at the camera saying,
Sorry.
What do you want me to do, guys? Is there anything you'd like me to do? And I thought, oh my God, he's not already run out of ideas, has he?
Oh, no, not at all.
No.
I have lots of ways to do it without table footage, but there's a couple of casinos that I've been approved at, so I can continue to do
that's cool.
at the table footage. But I'm not completely sure how much I can say right now, but definitely will be more table footage in the future.
That's cool. Because I didn't know if it was one of those things, you know, when you start off and you think, oh, I've got so many ideas, and then after like 3 or 4 good vlogs, you think, oh, right, okay, I've kind of achieved, I've done the things I wanted to do.
I've actually got way more ideas than time and energy, actually. There's a couple of things I'm thinking about doing, project-wise.
Oh, that's good. Do you know what? It's much better when it's that way around, that you've got lots of stuff. If only you could get to it rather than going, oh my God.
Yeah, it's trying to condense it all down is the harder part.
That's the first one this entire tournament.
Wow, a walk for Nadia Magnus. As we head to Barry Greenstein's table, Tokyo members of Team Pro still in.
He's all in.
Well, he's in for now. He has been called. Alexei Opolykin has called him with jacks. Barry with queens.
Great spot for him.
So Barry set for a double up here.
Oh, wow.
I can't. I mean, if you...
Barry just has to fade a jack on the river. Oh, come on!
Gosh, that's the next book then. Ouch.
I think Barry must have him covered.
Yeah.
Close, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's going to be most of Barry's chips, though. He's going to be left super short. How can you do that to the bear?
Unacceptable. Well, Alexei will get a penalty, obviously, for just being rude.
Well, confirmation that Barry is left with 17,000.
It's going to be a good comeback.
1.7 big blinds.
Yeah, see, I'm already starting to form my fancy final table. Barry's definitely there. Joseph is there. Jamie Staples.
James Smith gets in touch saying, I remember getting steaming on shots with Jake and Liv Barry on the Isle of Man in 2015. Sick everywhere. I remember on the Isle of Man, was that where you introduced us to that game, Jake? Was it some form of Omaha which just involved a lot of tequila?
Yeah, that sounds very familiar. Well, I say familiar, it sounds a little bit hazy, but very familiar at the same time.
Through the fog of war, I can kind of...
I'm obsessed with this game at the moment. It's like an app called Charades, where like you'll pick a category, and then someone will come up and you hold it on your head, and everyone tries to describe what it is.
Yeah.
But basically like a drinking version of that. And another one where it's like an after dinner game where everyone has like a secret role. It's called Mafia. And basically everyone goes to sleep during the night, and then the Mafia kills people off, and they kind of give clues, and you've kind of got to work out who did it.
Oh, wow.
It's a lot more complicated than that, but it would take a long time to explain. But it's really, really good.
I played a lot of games over Christmas where like the PlayStation is like controlling it all, but everyone's on their mobile phones.
Okay.
And you're all linked up to it. And so there'll be games where you have to like enter a word. You're trying to trick everyone, like Boulder Dash or whatever those games are, where you're kind of putting in lie answers and you're trying to trick people into believing.
That.
So there'll be like, you know, who won this game, or I can't even think of, there's a question and you have to supply the answers and you're trying to trick everyone into it. But
Right.
It's very cleverly managed.
Yeah, that sounds cool actually.
Matt, I need your assistance.
Oh, gosh.
This tweet from Alan.
Right.
He has a suggestion for who the
oh dear,
little Barcelona figurine is. How do you say that guy's name?
Riquelme.
Riquelme, yeah. It looks like Riquelme, ex-Argentinian playmaker, player for Barca. I'll Google
Actually, it could be, now he said that.
It looks so unlike.
They kind of got slightly curly hair.
Yeah, I remember him being a bit more flamboyant than that.
Could be, That's a good shout.
It could be, actually. I'll give you that maybe, Alan. I mean, there's no competition. Don't expect anything in the post anytime soon, but...
While talking of competitions, Matt Broughton's got something planned for us, which we'll get to in a short while. Let's see how this hand plays out. Under the gun raise from Kevin Andrea Mahefa. And Adrian Mateos decides to re-raise from the small blind. He 3-bets to 78k. John DeBella has folded the big blind, so the action's back on Kevin.
Mateos takes it down.
So Matt, what is this contest that you were planning earlier on today and didn't get the chance to run?
Well, I thought I really wanted to make sure that at this inaugural and first PokerStars Championship, I didn't miss the chance to roll out a brand new competition idea I've got called Matt Broughton's You Couldn't Possibly Know and Will Never Get It. PokerStars Championship Edition.
I love the fact that you've put those 3 words on the end, which make it a completely brand new competition that we've never run before in a live stream.
Brand new format, obviously it's a completely new concept, but I'll explain it. I'm going to ask our viewers, this is both on Twitter and Twitch, I'm going to give away a dealer button, which as you know now are gorgeous, sexy objects. We'll run this on Twitch and Twitter, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick an ultimate champion by random to represent both Twitch and Twitter, and then get James to randomly pick a number. Anyway, we'll have a winner. So, as you know from my history, especially Prague, I never go to a hotel on one of these trips without some slight problem. Last year here in the Bahamas, I went for the whole week with no hot water, but didn't want to make a fuss. Prague, they put me in a smoking room for 2 days and then tried to kill me with this air conditioning thing that apparently you're not meant to turn on while you're in the room, and I slept with it for 2 nights. Not actually in the biblical sense. So the question is, on hashtag PokerStars TV and on the Twitch chat, what key item was missing from my hotel room that I definitely needed and ended up having to make one myself.
I think I know the answer to this because I've got a pretty good feeling that it was missing from my room as well.
Okay, well, no clues, and let's give them a little while before I open up the guesses to the floor.
Although in my case, I just rang the front desk and said, "I'm missing X, please bring me one," and they did.
Understood.
Oh dear, another elimination. Tony Tran KO'd by Jason Mercier.
Mercier adding to his towers.
And with Tony eliminated in 41st place, that will take us down to 40. That will mean a table is being broken, and it's Jason's table.
Oh, so we've got a new play maybe.
Looks like we're getting Michael Bartholomew, another Canadian. We've had so many Canadians pass through this table.
Thank you.
Like customs. A few guesses coming in. Fleshlight, no. Pillow. How would I make my own pillow?
But a pillow was my first thought, actually.
A kettle. How on earth would I make my own kettle?
Bed.
I know exactly what it is. I'm so convinced that I have this one right.
As you might imagine, as always, I took a picture of the DIY item.
Let me write down, just so you can all see it, what I think the answer is. And if I'm wrong, then I'm intrigued.
What was the clue again? It was missing from your room.
It was missing from my room. I would definitely need it, and I ended up having to make one myself.
Don't read it out loud.
So, remote control. How on earth would I have made my own remote control?
That'd be impressive.
That would be awesome. I would have had to have quite an extensive amount of small electronic components with me, just in case.
A little toolbox.
Bath mat?
What now? I can tell you that I have seen the correct answer on both Twitch and on Twitter. Bed. Yeah, obviously.
I mean, you can make your own bed.
Yeah, you know me, I'm very handy like that. As you know, I'm all about the woodwork. Ironing board. That's a good one, Alan, but it's not right. A Bible. Colm, you're absolutely right. There wasn't a Bible. I definitely would need one, so I wrote the whole Bible out.
I mean, obviously, because you're a good Christian boy, you memorize the entire thing and can easily write out every single word.
Yep. Toilet brush. Thanks, Jonas. What are you suggesting? That I would definitely need a toilet brush or something. A couple more people got it right on Twitch.
Toilet paper.
Actually, see that one? That's believable. Missing a coat hanger. It's a good answer, but it's not the right one. A toilet roll. A shower head. Interesting.
Cool.
I'm actually impressed that people think you possess the skills to make virtually every single item commonly found in a hotel room.
I know. This is... My room lacked a noose. That's a bit dark. Thanks.
I love the fact, though, that my response to this problem was to literally ring the front desk and demand one, whereas you actually went to the effort of constructing one.
I'm surprised you both need this thing. I've seen what it is now.
As always, the thing I like about running these competitions is not really the competition itself. It's just seeing the answers. Zach's suggesting that I made my own door handle. I mean, again, how would I do that? How would I make an entire door handle?
Well, this hand raised by Nadia Magnus. A call from Kevin Andrew Mahetha on the button and Pedro Quebeca in the big blind. A 10-4, 3-2 heart flop.
I've had some dreadful news about Quebeca, who I thought had a daughter called Rebecca Quebeca who went to Mecca. Turns out his name is Cabeça. So that's really ruined everything for me, the Portuguese viewers.
Shame. Cabessa continuing. Oh, sorry, Magnus continuing, not Cabessa.
Yep, on Cabessa to call. Off to the turn.
So Cabessa called, Andrew Mahaffey folded. Heads up to the turn, which is the 9 of spades.
Definitely a tough spot for Magnus with any one pair hand if she continues to barrel.
$151,000 in the middle. Nadia makes it 68,000. What are you chuckling at?
I just saw Christopher put a Corby trouser press. It just caught me off guard and made me chuckle. I think I'm going to close this one down. I'm going to randomly... will you do me a favour, actually, Jake? You could help. Can you pick a number between 1 and 14 for me, please?
Yes. Ready?
Yes.
13.
13. Oh, that makes it very easy. Thank you. Okay. And now I've got to remember how you do this thing on Twitch. Right, I can tell you who's going to be going to war. Somebody called Dudesy will be representing Twitter, and someone called LadnesGB will be representing Twitch. For a card protector, I'm going to allocate one the number 1 and one the number 2. James, it's really simple. Give me number 1 or 2.
1.
Right, I can tell you that it is Dudesy who correctly guessed that White had to make. In fact, I'm just going to quickly post it up on the Twitter feed because it's always nice to do a visual reveal.
Yeah, it's a good picture.
It's quality craftsmanship, I think, is what we're dealing with here.
Well, the hilarious thing is that I don't understand why you had to make your own, and Jake doesn't understand why either of us need this article.
One second. It's quite a long. We've got to type in quite a lot of stuff now, haven't we? PokerStars.
It's fair. I probably would use it, but I never do. I always have the awkward thing where actually don't want to give it away.
Well, this is interesting. Sam Chartier out, but also Pascal Lefrancois.
Wow.
No.
He was a monster stack earlier on.
That was a 1.4 million chip flip. I think chip lead, the next stack maybe have 1.2 or 1.3. I don't know. I haven't checked. So that's absurd.
So this is Barry Greenstein all in. Jack 5 against 3s. And 3s hold, which means we lose the bear.
No, it was on my fancy final table.
Greenstein is gone.
It's a shame.
So we saw in the middle there Nick Maimone explaining about the hand that KO'd Pascal, taking him up to 1.7 million.
So as revealed now on hashtag PokerStars TV, it was a do not disturb sign.
It's going to be the battle of
Jane
the
Windsor, you were absolutely right. You were the first person that got it right. But what I did was I wanted to make sure that everyone that came in, I did say that I was going to pick one at random from the correct answers. It wasn't a case of who was first. So you were actually the very first name I wrote down. But then from the 14 correct answers, I got James to pick a number randomly. I'm afraid it wasn't you. I do apologize. We are getting your tweets.
No, no.
Yeah, you were intimidated by it.
Obviously knew. I was just curious.
You were
why
scared. You were scared.
And the only reason, by the way, the reason I didn't ring down is because it was quite late by the time I realized I didn't have one, and I just kind of wanted to go to bed. And I thought they might take 15 minutes to like take my problem and supply me with a do not disturb sign. So I thought, solve the problem myself. I actually spoke to one of the maids the next morning who went, excuse me, are you from 55? And I went, yeah. And she went, I really liked your sign. She said, but she stole it. She took it. She said, because if my boss saw that, I would get in so much trouble for not having supplied. So, but you didn't have one either in your room, and you had to.
Rang down, got it sorted.
Gosh.
No.
I mean,
no habla
I took
español.
it 30 years ago.
So Michael Bartholomew's only been at the
Over
table
30
for a
years
short while, and here he is 3-betting
learned it in school, but
Nadia
that's a long time
Magnus.
ago for me. I don't use it. I guess I can speak it better than I can understand it. I can't when you guys are going.
Just realised,
I got
by the
no
way,
shot.
that with that quick
0%.
flurry of eliminations, including Barry Greenstein, Pascal Lefrancois, and Sam Chartier, we're down to 35 players.
Es extraño que no hable español, ¿no?
Yikes.
Getting serious.
Venezuela y tengo doble nacionalidad.
Just to clarify, Matt, did you pick one of the correct answers on Twitter at random?
Yes.
Yes, that's why, Jane.
Yes.
Your answer was seen, but it did not win in the random draw.
Yes.
4-bet from Magnus.
Oh, really? Matt, sound the alarm. The 4-bet is 136,000.
Magnus seems incredibly aggressive from the short time I've been here.
Set of 7 before.
I didn't even look at my cards, so I was just playing the player.
You're funny. You're funny.
Y vos,
I mean, if you had shown, I probably would have shown just as a reaction.
fanático do Porto ou do Benfica?
Meanwhile, it is dinner time in the 25k high roller. This is one of the extra 25k events added to the schedule, and it's being played with a shot clock.
Oh, man.
You're very thankful for it. Oh no, dude, I bubbled.
Looks hilarious.
You bubbled, so you can only eat.
Looks like it.
That takeout from Nobu.
Oh, man. Talk about living the life. Unbelievable.
Porto ou Benfica?
And it looks like we are losing a player from the feature table. We talked about keeping tables balanced, and it's the player due to take the big blind next who gets moved, and that player is Nadia Magnus. She's going to one of the outer tables. And that means we'll be 7-handed on the main stage.
Would you have fired if I checked you?
Dudesy is very excited. He says, woohoo, I just won a card protector.
Do you have my...
Actually, you've won a dealer button. But anyway, I'm sure you'll be just as delighted.
I honestly think the dealer button is a better prize.
Yeah, I think so for sure.
All right, good luck, everybody.
Good luck. Buena suerte.
See 3 folds.
I was enjoying Magnus being there.
Yeah.
She seemed fun to watch.
Sorry, have you seen this picture from Jemaya? The perception of the PokerStars TV commentators when staying in a hotel. There's James Hartigan, represented by Macaulay Culkin, and me, with the full MacGyver duct tape, elastic bands, hose.
The question is, was MacGyver ever gassed by a chemical machine?
Fun's right.
Oh, the things I endure for this wonderful job.
Welcome.
Fuera de la mano podemos
It's all worth it,
conversar,
in case you're wondering at home. It really is.
el proceso.
So yeah, with 35 players remaining and still 3 days left to play in the main event, you're right to assume that tomorrow will probably be shorter, but not necessarily for our stream here on PokerStars TV. A reminder that when play concludes in the main event tomorrow, we are going to bring you some bonus coverage. We have a special Twitch Stars Sit and Go with prominent casters including Jamie Staples, Kevin Martin and Randy Liu. playing for a winner-takes-all prize. That will kick off shortly after play concludes in the main event tomorrow.
Are you sure you don't want to get them together now, just in case?
5 versus 26,000.
Thanks for playing my game, by the way, everybody. I always appreciate it when you join in. Much obliged.
We really should have used that as an opportunity to give away more of Joe's crap.
Well, you know, it did cross my mind, but I thought, no, I do want it to be worthwhile. Because I've seen in that sack, it's a deep and dark sack. And now people have got the taste for it. Nicholas is like, well, let's do an all-in triangle, yeah, shall we? Yeah, don't you worry, we've still got a few days. I've still yet to reveal another of my competition called Cosplay on PokerStars. You can only imagine what that horror is.
God.
Exactly.
Bartholomew opens to 26,000. Cabessa's called. John DeBella folds the big blind, heads up to the flop.
Heads up.
Four, three, deuce. Meanwhile, I'm just going to head to the PokerStarsblog.com because they've just tweeted at PokerStarsblog. Give them a follow. Nick Maimone still crushing after a massive pot. Let's get an objective view on what happened in that hand. Huge fireworks over on the table of Nick Maimone and Pascal Lefrancois. A button raise to 22k by Maimone, a 3-bet to 70k by Lefrancois. Maimone made it 175 to go, and that's when Lefrancois moved all in. Ace-king for Lefrancois, queens for Maimone, queens held, Lefrancois out, and Maimone now with nearly 1.9 million.
Sick.
So yeah, you can follow those updates on the PokerStars blog. They catch what we miss.
That's 57,000.
Meanwhile, Bartholomew having continued flop, barrels turn. Cabessa calls again, taking us to the river. Double paired board now. Cabessa looks really depressed.
That might just be his thinking face. Who's that joker?
King 10 of diamonds against ace queen of clubs. Ace high good.
Never. Never ever.
Happy now.
I don't want to try. Friendly.
I fold against you. Against what?
Yeah?
Against you I fold.
But not big. Small.
No.
Small fold.
I'm good.
Well, that flip, the classicest of races, ace-king against queens, the Lefrancois Maimone hand, the biggest hand of the tournament so far, gifting Maimone a monster chip lead with 37 minutes remaining on the day.
Five folds. 6 folds. 7 folds.
Action here on George de Oliveira.
Yeah, raises to 26,000.
26.
1 fold.
From George.
3 folds.
Small blind, big blind. Some as big as your head. And it looks like it was a decent hand for the George there. Oh, bit of ace jack suited.
Bueno. Buena mano.
Thought you might have a gutter there.
6 folds.
Action here on Cliff Josephine. He passes to Oliveira. Last time it was raise and take it for him. I'm not going to play this hand.
6-1 fold.
John DeBella raises the button.
3,000.
Kevin Andrea Mahether in the small blind with the decision.
Like he's lined up a free bet.
Oh, yes.
C4 we raised 78,000.
78,000. Chunky.
Now we've got Michael Bartholomew in the big blind.
Man, that's some pretty close-up intense staring at the side of your face.
So Bartholomew came 140th in the Bahamas main event in 2013. And at this particular championship event, he was 67th in the national championship. Qualified for the main event online.
Nice. Yeah. Back to the original razor. And this is where we find out if it was just a button raise because of position or because of actually having quality cards. Not that good then. John DeBella's still top of this featured table though, 880,000.
Meanwhile, we are going to drop in on some chat between prominent Twitch streamers Jamie Staples and Bill Perkins, having a chat on the rail.
And then what time is this thing end?
It ends pretty soon. I got an interview though.
You still go. I mean, we're going to be there all night.
Okay.
All night.
Okay. I probably won't just get
you
some
rest.
sleep, but
You know, come in
if I'm
sharp.
feeling frisky, I'll go for it.
You don't have to drink. You just come in there.
Yeah, come hang.
Belt out a couple hits on the karaoke, and then
Yeah.
you know that's it. Just drop the mic.
Yeah.
Bill Perkins invites Jamie Staples to karaoke.
I mean, that's pretty standard for day 3. So we see it all the time. Do you want me to go and have a word, James? Do you want me to go and see if it's like room? I feel a Hartigan power slide on his knees.
3 folds, 4 folds. 5 check.
Robert Saunders on Twitter asking about Morris, the 84-year-old guy who won his seat in a charity tournament. Is he still in the tournament? No, Robert. Morris busted yesterday and sadly did not make the money, but still absolutely love the experience of playing in this tournament.
Can you imagine, Jake, what this game will look like when you're 84?
I'm not sure I'll make it to 84, to be honest. A little bit too crazy.
6 bets, 15,000.
Hope they'll still be in there, though.
thanks to our gorgeous visuals, this is how it went so far. Blind on bind. Bartholomew just limped in, was allowed to do so. Not much action until post-turn. A bet of 15,000 called, and we're off to the river. 5 of spades.
5 checks. Six checks. What's this?
Check to showdown. Bartholomew wins. And another elimination to tell you about. That is Yakov Anuchin out in 35th place.
Going fast.
Yeah, I mean, average stack now 651,000. Even when we go to the next blind level tomorrow, we'll still be playing bigger than a 50 big blind average. So you'd expect at some point for it to slow down.
Yeah, you would.
One raises to 22,000. 3 folds. 4 folds.
Adrian Mateus under the gun +1. 22,000 is his price.
Steve Mark asks, did Kasuf not sharpen the Bahamas? Oh, he's here, don't worry.
Yeah, he's definitely here.
But he has not advanced to this stage of the main event. So the raise from Mateos called by Cliff Josephy. 10-7-4 on the flop.
I don't know, I lost like 200K like in 2 hands as soon as I fucking sat down here. 450 maybe, 500. Yeah. I came over here with like 680, I think. I just won a couple of big
with the
bucks.
check
Yeah,
call.
it's good.
Nine of clubs on the turn. Cliff checks a second time. Adrian Mateos fires again. $80,000. That's 4/5 of the pot. And Josephy not necessarily deterred here. He's counted out the call, but elects to fold. Mateos adds 55K to his stack. We play on. Meanwhile, there is still time to enter today's $1 million card hunt competition. We're giving away a $530 ticket to a PokerStars Championship Panama satellite. You've got until midnight tonight Eastern Time. That's 3 hours and 10 minutes. So fire up today's card hunt challenge. You do need to complete that challenge. It's crucial that you match all pieces of your puzzle board. While completing that puzzle, we want you to win a hand with the 3 of diamonds as one of your hole cards. And if you complete both of those tasks, you can tweet the hand ID, your player ID, hashtag PokerStars win. We'll draw the winner at random tomorrow, and 3 runners-up will get an $82 feeder ticket into that $530 satellite.
Panama. That sounds so fun.
Panama kicking off in March. Now, I know that the LAPT visited Panama, but obviously we've never been there. And it'll be the first Latin American stop of this new global tour. And we'll be streaming 5 days of the main event from Panama City in mid-March.
There'll be spin and go satellites for that. Do you reckon? Do you know?
I don't know what the plans are. I mean, obviously, I know the regular satellites are running now. It's going to be a tough one because, as we discussed earlier on in the week, you've got Panama, Macau, and Monte Carlo pretty back-to-back. It's a lot of tournaments in a very short space of time.
When's Macau scheduled? April.
Macau is literally right after Panama.
Right.
Meanwhile, out in the field, we have lost another player, and oh no! It's the spin and go killer. Ronan Gorey is out.
Good run though, man. Let's be honest.
Absolutely. In for $10, cashing out for $14,760. And also can say, I sucked out on Daniel Negreanu.
Pretty decent.
I'd accept that. Folding round. No one's interested in this. Blind on blind. George and Adrian. No, a walk at this stage. What a peach.
Joseph is not looking at something.
Yeah, you got to watch out with those over-the-shoulder pictures when you lift your smartphone up high. Joe would be absolutely devastated. He would just be revealed immediately.
Yeah, we couldn't even imagine what it would be.
Oh God. He went to show me something. I can't think what it was. He just went to show me a picture on his phone the other day and then immediately snatched it off me because his head must have remembered whatever the last thing he was. And I don't even want to think about what that might have been.
Yeah.
So you know how we're always normally pretty careful to pick a table that's not that high on the breaking order and is unlikely to break while we're actually covering it on the main stage?
Yeah, we've spoken about it in the last day or two, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we kind of didn't think that we'd be at risk of this table breaking.
Right.
But because we have lost so many players over the course of this level,
right,
this table is the next to break.
Oh, jeez.
Right.
And that is one elimination away.
Oh. So we've got to
could well
get to
happen.
21 minutes and 35 seconds without losing another player.
Well, I mean, look at the average stack. They should not be busting right now.
Well, they don't know that, do they?
Apparently, if we get to the hand-for-hand element of the day where they pause the clock and deal for the last few hands, if we get to that point, they won't break the table.
Oh, that was good planning. I can imagine there's a lot of people with their fingers crossed right now. Pretty hard.
Sick part of me wants to see it too, to be honest.
Open-ender flush draw.
It'll be fine, everyone. Don't panic. We'll be fine.
Steve Mark asked, will you gents be making your way to Macau? Unlikely, Steve. As we just mentioned, we've got those three events back-to-back, Panama, Macau, Monte Carlo, and logistically, looks like we'll be able to do 2 out of the 3, and I think those 2 are going to be Panama and Monte Carlo. So sadly, I don't think we're going to be making our way to Asia this year.
It's going to be impressive if anyone pulls off the combo and does all 3.
That would be some real dedication.
Might go for it.
Do it. Do it. Just think of the vlogs you can make.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Thank you. Is it slightly annoying that you have to keep playing poker between video blog production and recording and editing?
I mean, my focus is primarily poker with the vlog second. But when I'm actually on a trip like this, it's really difficult to do everything.
Yeah.
Are you guys both out of the Saudi?
Which is a shame, but primary focus has got to be poker.
Well, it's going to pay for all the editing software that you're going to need as time goes on.
Are you still in the 1K?
True that.
I'm a dab hand with Windows Movie Maker if you get in trouble.
Thanks, Matt.
As long as it's a free bit of software, I'm normally a dab hand at it. Audacity, Windows Movie Maker.
Dab hand.
And don't worry about learning that After Effects nonsense. Matt is a dab hand with Microsoft Paint.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you've seen some of my work. It's exceptional. It's functional is what it is. It does the job at a minimum cost.
Functionally.
Button raise from Mr. Adrian Mateos, 22,000, just the blinds to get through.
Well, DeBella is called in the small. Andrew Mahaffey in the big. He's going to raise. Is this a squeeze or a legitimate 3-bet? You decide.
Well, he did it, didn't he? He did it a while back. DeBella punished him for a button raise. Kevin seems to pick his spots pretty well.
Falta pouco.
This can be an interesting pot.
DeBella calls after Adrian Mateos, the original raiser, folded. Heads up to the flop.
What kind of hands is DeBella going to have in this kind of a spot?
10-8-5 on the flop. DeBella quickly checks.
Não está a correr lá muito bem. Já recuperei bocadinho, mas não está a correr muito bem. É mesmo assim.
I must say these are the spots where I just really struggle to work out what they've got, because mostly I go, when a guy raises under the gun, I think, well, what would I raise with under the gun in a spot like this?
Yep.
But when someone has called a raise from the button in a small blind and then the big blind re-raises, and I don't know.
I mean, for the most part, the small blind's super capped here because he's going to have 3-bet himself in the first place.
Yeah.
With a lot of like the super strong hands. So it's more likely a suited Broadway and a couple of pocket pairs rather than the very top of his range.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty difficult to play, like once he calls the 3-bet, unless he is somehow balanced and has a few slow plays there too.
C-bet of 77,000 from Andrew Mahaffey, leaving himself 366k behind.
It's kind of made the stack size a little bit awkward going to the turn if it does call.
All in.
DeBella shoves on Andrew Mahaffey.
Big balls.
And it's a quick fold.
Nice.
So that's how you do it.
That's good for the cameras.
John DeBella
Nice
back
hand.
up over the million mark, and he shows King 6.
Oh my God.
Man. Wow. Wow.
No guts, no glory.
Oh, boss.
Up to 1.1 million now.
Called the raise from Mateus's button raise, and
Correct.
then called the re-raise from Kevin. Wow.
He didn't even have like a gut shot or something. He was literally just.
That's brilliant. Well, that's why I said I struggle to put them on a hand. I'm not even going to bother
Rightly
trying
so.
anymore. Yeah. Man. John DeBella showing us what he's made of. No wonder
Showing
he's got
some-
1.1.
Showing some good instincts there.
Andrew Mahaffey down to 36 big blinds. Jorge de Oliveira still the shortest stack at the table with 24 bigs. So DeBella back up into the top 5, second in chips overall.
That was brilliant. I really enjoyed that one. That was a real smile.
Presume that Nick Maimone is still tournament boss with close to 2 million.
It's one of those players that looks so genius when it works, but then like when he gets snapped, it's like, uh-oh.
Well, the good thing is just muck. No one will ever know. Shh, just don't tell him. Yes, good call, good call.
Sounds like the clock is being paused, and we are going to draw for the last number of hands tonight.
So we made it.
Phew. Whew, that was a close one. But I'm sure we knew that.
It was very, very carefully planned.
Beautiful.
Planned to perfection, to be fair.
I think it was worth the risk, considering what an interesting table this has been. I think I would have taken that risk 9 out of 10 times.
And to be honest with you, at that point, Matt, it wasn't really a risk because no one thought that we would cut through the field that quickly.
Yeah. You could have ended that sentence after the word thought.
Now that just wouldn't be very nice, would it?
And the final table is on Saturday, is that right?
Correct.
Really is. Got down quick, hasn't it?
We were going to play 3 levels, but we're just going to play 3 hands tomorrow.
Short day, I think.
Yeah, but don't forget, we will have that bonus coverage as we bring you the Twitch Stars sit and go. I'll be cards up, by the way.
Yes.
A very short delay.
They said they're going to play down to 18 tomorrow.
Why do we need a delay? Can't we just ban all of them from like phones and things? Because friendly game.
Still got to have a short delay.
I
They
guess.
plan on playing it out, but they're thinking it's going to stop at 18.
Now, why would John DeBella be under the impression that we'd be playing down to 18 tomorrow? When have we ever played down to 18?
Well, it's a new championship, isn't it? Things have changed. Different colour.
But the tournament's been 8 max since the start of day 2. So why on earth would you ever play to 18? Unless there is some random plan that, oh, on day 4, we go back to being 9-handed.
Do you know what? There's a lot of tournaments like that online. I mean, why not?
Mix max format.
Exactly. I never know where I am in those games. Every hand is an adventure.
Are you unsure where you are, Matt?
Mostly.
You're in the Bahamas. More specifically, you're at the Atlantis Resort on Paradise
Right.
Island, connected to Nassau by 2 large bridges.
Bridges, yeah, gotcha. Thank you, thank you.
So we are picking up the action here. Raised, small to big. Andrew Mahafer continuing the flop. Now checks the turn. Bartholomew checks behind. We get an ace on the river.
Bad call of hands for Kevin.
And that bet of 68,000 from Bartholomew wins him the pot.
Oh, do us proud.
Oh, 4, 3.
3 more hands.
Short of 10.
And the 3 has been drawn, so we're gonna play last 3 hands for tonight.
I was rooting for the 3.
I was looking for a 4. All 3 days I paid the small blind last.
Let's look at what you could have won.
Not complaining.
Question from Paul Walsh
I
to
think
me
it's good luck.
specifically. James, have you been to any of the NFL games in the
Sounds like
UK?
it. They won't let me
My
put the
beloved
button in my
Browns
bag.
are over this year. Agoraphobia versus once in a lifetime for me. It's a great experience. going to one of those NFL games, whether it's at Wembley or Twickenham. I have been to 3 of the games. Seen the Patriots against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and saw the 49ers twice, once against the Broncos and once against the Jacksonville Jaguars. But no, so many fans turn out, great environment. Strongly recommend it, Paul. So if you can overcome your fears, try and make it to see your heroes. And my hat's off to you for sticking with the Cleveland Browns for so many years.
You ever been tailgating?
I haven't.
Me neither. I've never seen the game, but I've heard it sounds like fun.
I think a lot of people prefer the actual tailgate party than they do to the actual game itself.
Probably.
Is that why Cleveland Brown is called Cleveland Brown? You're looking at me like you don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't either.
Did you just mention a team called the Cleveland
The
Browns?
Cleveland Browns, yes.
You know the cartoon that you know Family Guy and Cleveland Brown.
Oh yes. Oh, that you're asking, is he called Cleveland Brown after the Cleveland Browns? Probably, possibly,
Right,
maybe.
okay.
Should point out, by the way, these are the new Cleveland Browns, not the old Cleveland Browns who moved to Baltimore and became the Baltimore Ravens.
Right.
This is actually an expansion franchise which
Right.
actually had the same name as a team that relocated.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I appreciate why it's confusing.
I do find that whole relocation of teams is kind of odd. Can't imagine that happening in like English football, for example.
Yeah, I think
Hang on, didn't Wimbledon relocate to Milton Keynes?
Wimbledon, that's like the one team I can possibly.
Yeah, and even that still doesn't feel right to me,
No,
even
it doesn't.
after 25 years. Yeah,
really
I think
odd.
if Arsenal suddenly moved to Leicester.
I see. Now, someone with more knowledge than me says that Arsenal apparently moved from Woolwich. Did they take the Woolwich ferry or the tunnel?
The Woolwich Arsenals, known as the Woolies. They're not.
4 falls.
And Chris, the producer, claims that Millwall might be moving to Kent.
That's just to get away from their fans.
No way.
It's not quite the same as, like, you know, moving from St. Louis to Los Angeles, but, you know.
So the Millwall hooligans will be in Kent.
6 falls.
They just want to get them all in a tunnel at the same time and close the doors either end.
Yes, Pedro, we will be calling the action in that sit and go tomorrow. We will be staying on air across all platforms, whether you watch on PokerStars.tv, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook Live, you will get to see that sit and go.
I'm rather looking forward to that. It feels like a while since we've had a little cheeky bonus bit of some such at the end of the day.
Check. 7 checks.
Do you remember when it went heads up in that side event in Prague at about 4 in the afternoon, and we're thinking, oh, we might have to do some bonus coverage from the main event. 5 hours later, after they'd already done a deal, there's like 30 big blinds in play.
That was ridiculous. And we had all these plans, right? Well, if they finish by 5, we'll do this. If they finish before 6:30. Yeah, don't worry about any of that. These boys are going to drag it out forever. Good times.
So Bartholomew continues the flop here for 31,000.
Second check raise.
Yeah.
Oh, Cliff, you cheeky man.
Yeah. No longer illegal here in the Bahamas, so he has check raised. 81,000.
Quick update on Jamie Staples, by the way. He lost a bit in a hand against Scott Stewart. Jamie down to 320,000, so playing 32 big blinds at the moment as we close out day 3.
Still in the mix.
This is the penultimate hand of the feature table. Everyone who survives the day will bag and tag and come back for day 4.
I assume it's a bluff. Yeah. I gotta get one in. I haven't got one. There's not really any hands that make sense to raise on that board.
Guys, last hand for the night.
I hadn't gotten one in all day. I had to get one in. Would be pretty ambitious to ship it with Queen 5 suited there, though. Felt like you were folding, though. I was folding. I hope so. Call 5-6.
Last hand.
Yeah.
4-5.
Okay, one more hand for these guys to play.
Seat 1 folds.
Mateus, on to the next day.
Your night's over, huh?
Yeah.
Mine too.
Is that a nice feeling when you get to fold that last hand of the day and you go, right, well, that's me done, bag it up?
Yep.
You want to sell me those greens?
Raises to 24,000.
You want to sell me those greens?
The one?
Yeah. No, look at this. Thank you. I still need one more. Nice.
Kevin's got to be like, really? Like, losing every hand.
Yeah, he just can't seem to get any traction here, can he? Had a pretty bad session.
Opening to 24,000. 3-bet to 63,000. All in from Pedro Cabeza.
7 folds.
Instant as well.
Yeah, it's like he couldn't wait.
Matt, sound the alarm.
Oh. Sorry, thanks.
Seat 8 folds.
Action back on Kevin, Andrew Mahaffar.
Who really wasn't expecting that much action, I'm guessing.
Wow. He folds, and it seems that Bartholomew has a decision.
I wanted you so bad. I wanted you so bad.
Literally.
Bartholomew looking at the payouts there.
Maybe.
So some action on the last hand.
Just to be clear, this is all in to call. Cabeza has him covered. Last hand of the night.
Just when you were thinking, oh, well, this is all good, then just a couple of hands and we're out of here, and then suddenly a tournament-defining decision lands in your lap.
Well, here's a question, Jay. Does the hand he played against Cliff Josephine play into it at all? Cliff bluffed him off that pot.
I mean, it shouldn't, but maybe mentally it does a little bit.
You just feel, you know, I got
wish
bluffed
I
off
had
that
just
hand.
shoved.
That was an opportunity. Now do I lay down another hand?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's got a real decision.
No speak English.
What's that?
He doesn't speak English. Oh, no.
You'll notice that the field has ticked down to 32. Last hand on one of the outer tables saw Smit Trivedi from the UK eliminated by Jason Mercier. It's the most number of players coming back tomorrow, 32. We've still got this hand to play out on the main stage. Will we see an all-in and a call? Pete Blow thinks this is a decision with ace, king, or jacks.
Yeah, a lot of people behind the jacks theory on Twitch.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Over 4 minutes trying to decide what on earth to do with this hand.
This is insane. So insane.
I want to see. I really want to see.
Yeah. Please, just this once, let us see.
Well, if he calls, you'll see it. He might fold face up, although I doubt it.
He might do. At the end of the day.
Yeah, last hand, more likely than
any other point of the whole day. You go, oh well. My 10s were not good enough.
He's folded, and he folds face down.
Show. Good for the camera.
Show.
Good for the camera.
Good for the game.
We're gonna see it anyway.
I showed to the
No, you're not.
Yeah,
Don't lie to him.
they're gonna.
Guess we'll never know.
Oh. Crucially, Michael Bartholomew, you have survived the day along with another 31
I'm
players.
Such a fish. Is that badge for spin and go? Yeah. I fold ace king there. And if he has a king or an ace and he has 10s or jacks.
Gentlemen, you know what to do, right?
So all these guys are returning.
And it's very important.
John DeBella, we believe, probably second in chips. But obviously you'll be able to see end of day chip counts and a full summary of the day on the PokerStarsblog.com. Follow the guys on Twitter, and remember they are covering other events here in the Bahamas, not just the main event. That's what we're going to be focusing on tomorrow. Our thanks to Jake Cody.
No problem, guys.
And we will be back tomorrow for day 4 of the PokerStars Championship main event, noon Eastern, 6 p.m. Central European time. From Matt Broughton, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan. For now, it's good night from the Bahamas.
Let's run through the clouds, through the sky.